Cultures of Politics, Politics of Cultures. Revisioning Latin American Social Movements. Edited by Sonia E. Alvarez. University of California at Santa Cruz. Evelina Dagnino. State University of Campinas, São Paulo. Arturo Escobar. University of Massachusetts. Preface and Acknowledgements. This volume was originally inspired by the editor's shared discomfort with the narrow disciplinary boundaries within which analyses of contemporary Latin American social movements are too often confined. Dissatisfied with the compartmentalized and segmented approaches prevailing in our own disciplines of anthropology and political science, we wanted to draw attention to how social movements operate at the interface of culture and politics. On the one hand, by exposing the perhaps less visible, less measurable, yet vital ways in which movements continue to contest culturally specific notions of politics and the political, we hope to re-theorize the cultural dimensions of politics and thereby contest the often made claim that the political significance of social movements has receded with the return of formal, electoral democracy to much of Latin America. On the other hand, in underscoring how the cultural struggles of social movements over meanings and representations are deeply entangled with their struggles for rights and economic and political institutional power, we wish to further theoretical reflection on the political dimensions of the cultural. By examining simultaneously the cultural in the political and the political in the cultural, we hope to rekindle the dialogue between these two arenas and the various disciplines devoted to their study and thereby revision contemporary social movement practices. The ensuing chapters are the outgrowth of multiple theoretical, disciplinary, political, personal, and transcontinental encounters entailing countless conversations, debates, conference sessions, seminars, and working meetings involving North American, European, and Latin American anthropologists, sociologists, literary critics, geologists, political scientists, and intellectual activists scattered across a vast array of locations in the Americas and around the globe. A product of genuinely transnational and transdisciplinary dialogue and collaboration, this book project spanned nearly 4 years and entailed a number of phases and processes. Beginning in early 1994, the editors undertook extensive common readings in cultural and political theory, cultural studies, feminist theory, and other recent critical theoretical literatures in search of analytical guideposts around which to organize this collection. During 1994 to 1995, we came together in Atlanta, Rio de Janeiro, Campinas, Serra Negra, Florianopolis, and Washington, D.C., for several working sessions in which we refined the theoretical goals of the anthology, identified key contributors and themes, and reviewed chapter abstracts and preliminary drafts. We also wrote a preliminary introduction that attempted to map out the analytical terrain of the volume and circulated it to all contributors in August 1995. Because we wanted to ensure the internal coherence and organicity of the volume, we engaged in ongoing dialogue with our contributors from the earliest stages of the project through its conclusion. To maximize debate and exchange among our contributing authors, the editors organized sessions at both the 1994 and 1995 International Congresses of the Latin American Studies Association. We took a further, very important step toward that end by organizing a 3-day working conference funded by the Rockefeller Foundation and the State University of Campinas' graduate program in social sciences at Campinas in March 1996. At that conference, all contributors presented a second draft of their chapters, circulated in advance to all conference participants, and received critical feedback from assigned discussants, editors, other contributors, and Brazilian colleagues and students present. We also invited 4 scholars whose work has been central to the study of social movements and cultural politics: Alberto Melucci, Elizabeth Jellin, Mary-Louise Pratt, and Paulo Krishka, to provide summary reflections on the draft chapters and conference proceedings. Their essays assessing the book's theoretical and methodological contributions and signaling future research directions are assembled in Part 4 of this volume. After the conference, the editors and a few contributors stayed on in Campinas to revise and refine the arguments advanced in our draft introduction in light of conference debates and to provide detailed editorial feedback to each contributor. Chapter authors were encouraged to address the conceptual and theoretical issues raised by other contributors in their final revisions. After receiving these revisions in July and August 1996, the editors redrafted the introduction to reflect the final chapter arguments. We of course incurred many debts of gratitude over the course of the numerous phases of this project. We are especially grateful to all our contributors for their hard work, perseverance, and assiduous enthusiasm and support for this collaborative undertaking. We also thank our Brazilian colleagues Ana Maria Doimo, Antonio Augusto Arens, Bella Feldman Bianco, Ko Navarro Toledo, Claudia Lima Costa, Renato Ortiz, Sully Kofs, and Teresa Caldera, who served as session coordinators and discussants at the 1996 Campinas Conference and whose critical insights greatly enriched this collection. Ana Claudia Chavez Teixeira adeptly coordinated the often complex logistical arrangements for our international conference, juggling complicated travel schedules and catering to the every need of our contributors and other conference participants with extraordinary efficiency and invariable good humor. Sully Borges Costa, Janina Damasceno, Luis Celso Machado, and the administrative staff of the Institute of Philosophy and Human Sciences also provided invaluable support in organizing the Campinas Conference. We also thank the graduate program in social sciences at Campinas and the Rockefeller Foundation's Humanities Fellowships program, through a 1995 to 1998 grant to the Culture and Politics area of the interdisciplinary Ph.D. program in social sciences, coordinated by Evelina Dagnino during 1995 to 1996, for their financial support of the conference. And Blair ably translated the chapters authored by Sergio Bael and co-authored by Maria Celia Pauli and Vera Tels, and Brian Wampler was responsible for translating Olivia Gomez de Cunha's contribution. Both translators were assisted by Sonia E. Alvarez. Arturo Escobar translated the chapter he co-authored with Carlos Rosero and Libia Grusso. Henrietta Brown, Cheryl Vanderveer, and other staff at the University of California at Santa Cruz Document Publishing and Editing Center provided inestimable assistance with the preparation of the electronic manuscript. We also wish to thank Mr. Eduardo Costantini for generously granting us permission to use the Abaparu as the cover to this volume. We are beholden to the many friends and colleagues who supported us at various places and phases of this book project. We want to acknowledge former Westview editor Barbara Ellington for her enthusiastic encouragement of this book in its earliest stages. Sonia thanks colleagues and staff at the Rio de Janeiro office of Ford Foundation, particularly Janice Rocha, Bradford Smith, and Sarah Hawker Costa, for supporting her efforts to remain active as a scholar and researcher while serving as program officer during 1993 to 1996. We all wish to express our deep appreciation to Armando, Fu, Marquesi, Magda Corder, and Claudia Lima Costa for their intellectual and emotional parceria during the glamorous and not so glamorous moments of this book's preparation. Finally, we wish to thank one another for the many lively, inspirational, trilingual, bi/transdisciplinary conversations, both virtual and real, for our several high culinary cum high theory extravaganzas, especially our oyster-eating sessions in Sambuquay and churrascos in Santinho, and for the camaraderie and friendship that grew ever stronger as this project progressed, infusing collegiality and scholarly collaboration with new meanings. Sonia E. Alvarez. Santa Cruz, California. Evelina Dagnino. Campinas, Sao Paulo. Arturo Escobar. Amherst, Massachusetts. Cultures of Politics, Politics of Cultures. Chapter 1. Introduction, The Cultural and the Political in Latin American Social Movements. Sonia E. Alvarez, Evelina Dagnino, and Arturo Escobar. As we approach the millennium's end, what future is in store for Latin American societies? Unprecedented levels of violence, poverty, discrimination, and exclusion would seem to indicate that the performance and indeed the very design of Latin America's new democracies are far from satisfactory. And it is precisely over possible alternative blueprints for democracy that much of the political struggle is being waged in Latin America today. Social movements, we will claim, play a critical role in that struggle. Fundamentally in dispute are the parameters of democracy, to be sure, the very boundaries of what is to be properly defined as the political arena, its participants, its institutions, its processes, its agenda, and its scope. Programs of economic and social adjustment, inspired by neoliberalism, have entered this dispute as formidable and pervasive contenders. In response to the allegedly inevitable logic imposed by the processes of economic globalization, neoliberal policies have introduced a new kind of relationship between the state and civil society and advanced a distinctive definition of the political domain and its participants based on a minimalist conception of both the state and democracy. As civil society is charged with taking on the social responsibilities now eschewed by neoliberalism's shrinking state, its capacity as a crucial political domain for the exercise of democratic citizenship is increasingly being downplayed. Citizens, in this view, should pull themselves up by their own private bootstraps, and citizenship is increasingly equated with individual integration into the market. An alternative conception of citizenship, one advanced by several of the movements discussed in this volume, would view democratic struggles as encompassing a redefinition not only of the political system but also of economic, social, and cultural practices that might engender a democratic ordering for society as a whole. Such a conception calls our attention to a wide array of possible public spheres wherein citizenship might be exercised and societal interests not only represented but also fundamentally re-shaped. The scope of democratizing struggles would be extended to encompass not just the political system but also the future of development and the eradication of social inequalities such as those of race and gender, deeply shaped by cultural and social practices. This enlarged conception further acknowledges that the process of building democracy is not homogeneous but rather internally discontinuous and uneven. Different spheres and dimensions have distinct rhythms of change, leading some analysts to argue that this process is inherently disjunctive. Halston and Caldera, forthcoming, see also Jelen and Hirschberg 1996. Social movements not only have sometimes succeeded in translating their agendas into public policies and in expanding the boundaries of institutional politics but also, significantly, have struggled to resigify the very meanings of received notions of citizenship, political representation, and participation, and, as a consequence, democracy itself. Both the processes of translating movement agendas into policy and of redefining the meaning of development or citizen, for example, entail the enactment of cultural politics, a concept developed in the field of cultural studies, which, we will argue, can help shed new light on social movements' cultural and political stakes in the contemporary struggle over the fate of democracy in Latin America. Reconceptualizing the cultural in Latin American social movements research. From culture to cultural politics. This book is intended primarily as an investigation into the relationship between culture and politics. We argue that this relationship can be productively explored by delving into the nature of the cultural politics enacted with more or less clarity and to a greater or lesser extent by all social movements, and by examining the potential of this cultural politics for fostering social change. Conventional social science has not systematically explored the connections between culture and politics. We alluded to this fact in our earlier work, Escobar and Alvarez 1992, Dagnano 1994. It is important to discuss the changing conceptions of culture and politics in anthropology, literature, and other disciplines as a backdrop to understanding how the concept of cultural politics arose from the intense interdisciplinary dialogue and blurring of boundaries that has taken place in the last decade, fostered by various post-structuralist currents. In our previous anthology, we pointed out that the conventional understanding of culture in various fields as static embedded in a set of canonical texts, beliefs, and artifacts has contributed greatly to rendering invisible everyday cultural practices as a terrain for, and source of, political practices. Theorists of popular culture such as de Certeau, 1984, Fisk, 1989, and Willis, 1990, moved beyond this static understanding to highlight how culture involves a collective and incessant process of producing meanings that shapes social experience and configures social relations. Studies of popular culture thus pushed research in the humanities further away from the high culture emphasis originating in literature and the arts and closer to an anthropological understanding of culture. This closeness had already been propitiated by Raymond Williams's characterization of culture as the signifying system through which necessarily, though among other means, a social order is communicated, reproduced, experienced, and explored, 1981, 13. As Glenn Jordan and Chris Wheaton note, culture in this sense, is not a sphere, but a dimension of all institutions economic, social, and political. Culture is a set of material practices which constitute meanings, values and subjectivities, 1995, 8. In a recent influential volume, Williams's definition is elaborated upon to conclude that in cultural studies, culture is understood both as a way of life encompassing ideas, attitudes, languages, practices, institutions, and structures of power and a whole range of cultural practices, artistic forms, texts, canons, architecture, mass-produced commodities, and so forth, Nelson, Triachler, and Grossberg 1992, 5. This characterization of culture points to grounded practices and representations as central to culture yet, in practice, its main emphasis continues to be on textual and artistic forms. This accounts, we believe, for a number of critiques waged at cultural studies such as the seemingly problematic reliance on quick and dirty ethnographies, the salience of textual analyses, and the importance ascribed to the culture industries and to paradigms of reception and consumption of cultural products. Whatever the validity of these criticisms, as we shall explain below, it is fair to say that cultural studies has not given sufficient importance to social movements as a vital aspect of cultural production. Point 1. The notion of culture is also actively debated in anthropology. Classical anthropology adhered to a realist epistemology and a relatively fixed understanding of culture as embodied in institutions, practices, rituals, symbols, and the like. Culture was seen as belonging to a group and bounded in time and space. This paradigm of organic culture suffered significant blows with the development of structural, political economy-oriented, and interpretive anthropology. Building on hermeneutics and semiotics, interpretive anthropology moved toward a non-positivist, partial understanding of culture, partly driven by the metaphor of cultures as texts. In the mid-1980s, a further displacement of culture sought to take account of the fact that no one can write about others any longer as if they were discrete objects or texts, and took to developing new conceptions of culture as interactive and historical, Clifford and Marcus 1986, 25. Since then, the growing awareness of the globalization of cultural and economic production has pushed anthropologists to question spatial notions of culture, dichotomies between homogeneous us and discrete others, and any illusion of clear boundaries between groups, self, or other, see Fox 1991, Gupta and Ferguson 1992, point 2. One of the most useful aspects of the post-structuralist understanding of culture in anthropology is its insistence on the analysis of production and signification, of meanings and practices, as simultaneous and inextricably bound aspects of social reality. In this vein, K. Warren, in this volume, argues that material conditions are too often viewed as more autonomous, real, and basic than anything else. But what about exploitation, is the critics' common reply, through which they seek to convey a materialist urgency that trumps cultural issues, no matter how worthy. Warren goes on to suggest that social movements' material demands are in practice politically advanced selective constructions, conveyed in fields of social relations that also define their significance, and advocates an alternative conceptualization that would confront the cultural issues, and political interests, infused in the construction of materialist politics as well as the materialist concerns, and political interests, infused in cultural framings of politics. While anthropologists have generally attempted to intertwine the analyses of the symbolic and the material, advances in the theory of discourse and representation have provided tools for more nuanced accounts of the mutual constitution, indeed inseparability, of meanings and practices. See Komarov and Komarov 1991 for an excellent example of this approach. This development has useful lessons for cultural studies. In fact, it jibes well with what is perceived to be a central issue in the field, namely, what the metaphors of culture and textuality both help to explain and fail to address. The issue is expressed eloquently in Stuart Hall's retrospective account of the impact of the linguistic turn in cultural studies. For Hall, the discovery of discursivity and textuality brought forth the realization of the crucial importance of language to any study of culture, 1992, 283. It was thus that cultural studies practitioners found themselves always driven back to culture. Yet despite the importance of the metaphor of the discursive, for Hall, there is always something dissented about the medium of culture, about language, textuality, and signification, which always escapes and evades the attempt to link it, directly and immediately, with other structures. We must assume that culture will always work through its textualities, and at the same time that textuality is never enough. Unless and until one respects the necessary displacement of culture, and yet is always irritated by its failure to reconcile itself with other questions that matter, with other questions that cannot and can never be fully recovered by critical textuality in its elaborations, cultural studies as a project, an intervention, remains incomplete. 1992, 284, 3. Hall's dictum that culture and textuality are never enough, in our view, refers to the difficulty of pinning down, through culture and textuality, other questions that matter, such as the structures, formations, and resistances that are inevitably permeated by culture, the something nasty down below to which Hall wants to return cultural studies from the clean air of meaning and textuality, 1992, 278. Hall thus reintroduces politics into the midst of cultural studies, not only because his formulation provides a means to hold theoretical and political questions in tension, but because it calls upon theorists, particularly those too prone to remain at the level of the text and the politics of representation, to engage with the something nasty down below as a question of both theory and politics. In other words, the tension between the textual and that which underlies it, between representation and its grounding, between meanings and practices, between narratives and social actors, between discourse and power, can never be resolved in the terrain of theory. But the never enough goes both ways. If there is always something else beyond culture, something that is not quite captured by the textual/discursive, there is also something else beyond the so-called material, something that is always cultural and textual. We shall see the importance of this reversal for the cases of social movements of very poor and marginalized people, for whom the first goal of the struggle is often to demonstrate that they are people with rights, so as to recover their dignity and status as citizens and even as human beings. In other words, this tension is only provisionally resolved in practice. We argue that social movements are a crucial arena for understanding how this perhaps precarious yet vital entanglement of the cultural and the political occurs in practice. Moreover, we believe that the conceptualization and investigation of the cultural politics of social movements is a promising theoretical detour that heeds Hall's call. From cultural politics to political culture. Despite its commitment to a broader understanding of culture, much of cultural studies, particularly in the United States, continues to be heavily oriented toward the textual. This has to do with disciplinary, historical, and institutional factors, Utica, in this volume. This bias finds its way into the use of the concept of cultural politics. In its current usage, despite the interest of cultural studies scholars in examining the relations between cultural practices and power and their commitment to social transformation, cultural politics often refers to disembodied struggles over meanings and representations, the political stakes of which for concrete social actors are sometimes difficult to discern. We concur with the definition of cultural politics advanced by Jordan and Whedon in their recent book by the same title. The legitimation of social relations of inequality, and the struggle to transform them, are central concerns of cultural politics. Cultural politics fundamentally determine the meanings of social practices and, moreover, which groups and individuals have the power to define these meanings. Cultural politics are also concerned with subjectivity and identity, since culture plays a central role in constituting our sense of ourselves. The forms of subjectivity that we inhabit play a crucial part in determining whether we accept or contest existing power relations. Moreover, for marginalized and oppressed groups, the construction of new and resistant identities is a key dimension of a wider political struggle to transform society. 1995, 5-6. However, by focusing their analysis on the dominant conception of culture, which reduces it to music, literature, painting, and sculpture, theater and film, now broadened to include the cultural industries, popular culture and the mass media, Jordan and Whedon appear to share in the assumption that the politics of representation as gleaned mostly from textual forms and analysis has a direct and clear link with the exercise of power and, correspondingly, with resistance to it. Not always, however, are these links made explicit in ways that illuminate the actual or potential stakes and political strategies of particular social actors. We argue that these links are evident in the practices, the concrete actions, of Latin American social movements, and we thereby wish to extend the concept of cultural politics in analyzing their political interventions. It is important to emphasize the fact that in Latin America today all social movements enact a cultural politics. It would be tempting to restrict the concept of cultural politics to those movements that are more clearly cultural. In the 1980s, this restriction resulted in a division between new and old social movements. New social movements were those for which identity was important, those that engaged in new forms of doing politics, and those that contributed to new forms of sociability. Indigenous, ethnic, ecological, women's, gay, and human rights movements were the candidates of choice. Conversely, urban, peasant, labor, and neighborhood movements, among others, were seen as more conventionally struggling for needs and resources. The following chapters clearly show that the urban popular movements of squatters, women, marginal people, and others also set into motion cultural forces. In their continuous struggles against the dominant projects of nation building, development, and repression, popular actors mobilize collectively on the grounds of very different sets of meanings and stakes. For all social movements, then, collective identities and strategies are inevitably bound up with culture. Our contributors explore the ways in which manifold cultural politics come into play when collective actors mobilize. Cultural politics are perhaps most evident in movements that make culture-based claims, as in the case of the Colombian Black movement discussed by Livia Grusso, Carlos Rosero, and Arturo Escobar, or the Pan-Mayan movement analyzed by K. Warren, or in those that deploy culture as a means to mobilize or engage participants, as illustrated in the case of the African-Brazilian movements discussed by Olivia Cunha, or of Mexico's COSI, the Coalition of Workers, Peasants, and Students of the Isthmus, considered by Jeffrey Rubin. However, we want to stress that cultural politics are also enacted when movements intervene in policy debates, attempt to resigify dominant cultural interpretations of politics, or challenge prevailing political practices. George Udique, David Slater, and Gustavo Lins Ribeiro, for example, each draw our attention to the artful guerrilla media war launched by the Zapatistas in combating neoliberalism and promoting democratization in Mexico. Sonia Alvarez emphasizes that the policy battles waged by those Latin American feminists who in recent years have entered the state or the international development establishment must also be understood as struggles to resigify prevailing notions of citizenship, development, and democracy. Jean Franco makes a similar point in underscoring that feminism should be described as a position, not exclusive to women, that destabilizes both fundamentalism and the new oppressive structures that are emerging with late capitalism, and that feminism's confrontation with such structures involves more urgently than ever the struggle for interpretative power. Sergio Bael's analysis of urban popular movements in Porto Alegre, Brazil, conceptualizes these as strategic spaces wherein different conceptions of citizenship and democracy are debated, and Maria Celia Pauli and Veritels likewise stress the manifold ways in which popular movements and trade unions simultaneously engage in struggles over rights and significations. As Evelina Dagnino argues, The concept of cultural politics is important for assessing the scope of the struggles of social movements for the democratization of society and for highlighting the less visible and often neglected implications of these struggles. She maintains that cultural contestations are not mere byproducts of political struggle but are instead constitutive of the efforts of social movements to redefine the meaning and the limits of the political system itself. Jean Franco notes that discussions over the use of words often seem like nitpicking. Language seems to be irrelevant to real struggles. Yet the power to interpret, and the active appropriation and invention of language, are crucial tools for emergent movements seeking visibility and recognition for the views and actions that filter out from their dominant discourses. Indeed, as David Slater suggests in his contribution, social struggles can be seen as wars of interpretation. Our working definition of cultural politics is inactive and relational. We interpret cultural politics as the process enacted when sets of social actors shaped by, and embodying, different cultural meanings and practices come into conflict with each other. This definition of cultural politics assumes that meanings and practices, particularly those theorized as marginal, oppositional, minority, residual, emergent, alternative, dissident, and the like, all of them conceived in relation to a given dominant cultural order, can be the source of processes that must be accepted as political. That this is rarely seen as such is more a reflection of entrenched definitions of the political, harbored in dominant political cultures, than an indication of the social force, political efficacy, or epistemological relevance of cultural politics. Culture is political because meanings are constitutive of processes that, implicitly or explicitly, seek to redefine social power. That is, when movements deploy alternative conceptions of woman, nature, race, economy, democracy, or citizenship that unsettle dominant cultural meanings, they enact a cultural politics. We speak of cultural politics formations in this sense. They are the result of discursive articulations originating in existing cultural practices, never pure, always hybrid, but nevertheless showing significant contrasts in relation to dominant cultures and in the context of particular historical conditions. Of course, cultural politics exist in social movements of the right and even within state formations as well. Neoconservatives, for instance, purport to resacralize political culture through the defense or recreation of a traditionalist and authoritarian life world. Cohen and Arato, 1992, 24. Jean Franco's chapter similarly shows how, during preparations for the Fourth World Conference of Women, conservative and fundamentalist movements joined the Vatican in seeking to undermine feminism by staging an apparently trivial sideshow, namely, an attack on the use of the word gender. And Veronica Skild's contribution calls attention to neoliberalism's efforts to restructure culture as well as the economy in Chile. But perhaps the most important angle from which to analyze the cultural politics of social movements is in relation to its effects on political culture. Every society is marked by a dominant political culture. For the purposes of this volume, we define political culture as the particular social construction in every society of what counts as political. See also Slater, 1994a, Lehner, 1987a. In this way, political culture is the domain of practices and institutions, carved out of the totality of social reality, that historically comes to be considered as properly political, in the same way that other domains are seen as properly economic, cultural, and social. The dominant political culture of the West has been characterized as rationalist, universalist, and individualist. Mouth, 1993, 2.4. As we shall see, the dominant forms of political culture in Latin America differ somewhat, perhaps significantly in some cases, from this definition. The cultural politics of social movements often attempt to challenge or unsettle dominant political cultures. To the extent that the objectives of contemporary social movements sometimes reach beyond perceived material and institutional gains, to the extent that social movements shake the boundaries of cultural and political representation and social practice, calling into question even what may or may not be seen as political, to the extent, finally, that the cultural politics of social movements enact cultural contestations or presupposes cultural differences, then we must accept that what is at stake for social movements in a profound way, is a transformation of the dominant political culture in which they have to move and constitute themselves as social actors with political pretensions. If social movements purport to modify social power, and if political culture also involves institutionalized fields for the negotiation of power, then social movements of necessity wrestle with the question of political culture. In many cases, social movements do not demand inclusion into but rather seek to reconfigure the dominant political culture. Bayle's analysis of popular movements, which finds echo in the chapters by Dagnano and Pauli and Tell, suggests that these movements can sometimes play a foundational role, aimed at transforming the very political order in which they operate, and stresses that the new citizens emerging from the participatory forums and popular councils in Porto Alegre and other Brazilian cities radically question the mode in which power is to be exercised rather than merely attempting to conquer it. The cultural politics of social movements can also be seen as fostering alternative modernities. As Fernando Calderón put it, some movements pose the question of how to be both modern and different, como entrar en la modernidad sin dejar de ser indios, 1988, 225. They may mobilize constructions of individuals, rights, economies, and social conditions that cannot be strictly defined within standard paradigms of Western modernity, see Slater 1994a, and Warren et al. In this volume, Dagnano 1994a, 1994b, point 5. Latin American political cultures are greatly influenced by and yet differ from those that have prevailed in Europe and North America. This influence is clearly expressed in the recurrent references to principles such as rationalism, universalism, and individualism. However, in Latin America, these principles historically combined in contradictory ways with other principles aimed at ensuring social and political exclusion and even control over the definition of what counts as political in extremely inequitable and hierarchical societies. Such a contradictory hybridization has fueled analyses of the peculiar adoption of liberalism as ideas out of place, Ideas fora do lugar, Swartz 1988, and, with respect to more recent times, Analyses of Facade Democracies, Whitehead 1993. This out-of-place liberalism suited 19th-century Latin American elites both as a response to international pressures and as a means of maintaining exclusionary political power, insofar as it was built upon and coexisted with an oligarchic conception of politics, transferred from the social and political practices of latifundio, Sales 1994, where personal, social, and political power overlapped, constituting one and the same reality. This lack of differentiation between the public and the private, where not only the public is privately appropriated but also political relations are perceived as extensions of private relations, normalizes favoritism, personalism, clientelism, and paternalism as regular political practices. In addition, assisted by myths such as racial democracy, these practices obscured inequality and exclusion. As a consequence, subaltern, excluded groups came to regard politics as the private business of the elites, as Bayle puts it, as o espaço privado dos tutores, resulting in an immense distance between civil and political society even in moments when dominant mechanisms of exclusion were apparently to be redefined, as, for instance, with the Republican advent, Carvalho 1991. When in the first few decades of the 20th century urbanization and industrialization made the political incorporation of the masses unavoidable, it is not surprising that this same tradition inspired the new predominant politico-cultural arrangement, populism. Having to share their political space with formerly excluded participants, Latin American elites established mechanisms for a subordinated form of political inclusion, in which their own personalized relations with political leaders ensured control and tutelage over a heteronymous popular participation. More than the alleged irrationality of the masses, what was behind the emergence of populist leadership identified by the excluded as their father and savior was still the dominant logic of personalism. Associated with these new mechanisms of political representation and the economic reforms necessitated by modernization with respect to which economic liberalism had revealed its limits, Flisvik, Lehner, and Mullian 1986, a redefinition of the role of the state became a crucial element in Latin American political cultures. Conceived as the promoter of changes from above and thus as the primary agent of social transformation, the ideal of a strong and interventionist state, whose functions were seen as including the organization and, in some cases, the very creation of society, came to be shared by populist, nationalist, and developmentalist political cultures, in both their conservative and leftist versions. The dimension assumed by the centrality of the state in most political projects inspired analysts to refer to a cult to the state or to estadolatria, Coutinho 1980, Weffert 1984. The definition of what counts as political now had a new and concrete reference, aggravating the difficulties for the emergence of new politically autonomous subjects and thereby adding to the exclusion populism purported to address through the concession of political and social rights. Under international pressures to keep democracy and capitalism alive in Latin America, military regimes emerged throughout much of the region in the 1960s and 1970s in reaction to attempts to radicalize populist alliances or explore democratic socialist alternatives. Exacerbated authoritarianism transformed political exclusion into political elimination through state repression and systemic violence. Bureaucratic and technocratic decision-making procedures provided an additional rationale for further contracting the definition of politics and its participants. Basically organized around the administration of exclusion, dominant political cultures in Latin America with perhaps a few short-lived exceptions cannot be seen as examples of hegemonic orderings of society. In fact, all have been committed, in different forms and degrees, to the deeply rooted social authoritarianism pervading the exclusionary organization of Latin American societies and cultures. It is significant that social movements emerging from civil society in Latin America over the course of the last 2 decades, both in countries under authoritarian rule and in formally democratic nations, developed plural versions of a cultural politics that go well beyond the re-establishment of formal liberal democracy. Thus, emergent redefinitions of concepts such as democracy and citizenship point in directions that confront authoritarian culture through a resigning of notions as rights, public and private spaces, forms of sociability, ethics, equality, and difference, and so on. These multiple processes of resignification clearly reveal alternative definitions to what counts as political. Reconceptualizing the political in Latin American social movements research. In exploring the political in social movements, we must view politics as more than just a set of specific activities, voting, campaigning, lobbying, that occur in clearly delimited institutional spaces such as parliaments and parties. It must also be seen to encompass power struggles enacted in a wide range of spaces culturally defined as private, social, economic, cultural, and so on. Power, in turn, should not be understood as blocks of institutional structures, with pre-established, fixed tasks, to dominate, to manipulate, or as mechanisms for imposing order from the top downwards, but rather as a social relation diffused through all spaces. Garcia Canc Lini 1988, 474. A decente view of power and politics, however, should not divert our attention from how social movements interact with political society and the state, and must not lead us to ignore how power sediments itself and concentrates itself in social institutions and agents. 475. Thus, our contributors pay due attention to movements' relationships to the sediment powers of parties, institutions, and the state, while suggesting that examining that relationship is never enough to apprehend the political impact or significance of social movements. 6. As David Slater, in this volume, cogently argues, the claim that contemporary social movements have challenged or redrawn the frontiers of the political can mean, for example, that movements can subvert the traditional givens of the political system, state power, political parties, formal institutions, by contesting the legitimacy and apparently normal and natural functioning of their effects within society. But, also, the role of some social movements has been to reveal the concealed meanings of the political encased in the social. Just as the chapters that follow seek to move beyond static understandings of culture and the textual politics of representation, they similarly transgress the narrow, reductionistic conceptions of politics, political culture, citizenship, and democracy that prevail in both mainstream political science and in some versions of resource mobilization and political process approaches to social movements. Point 7 Instead of assessing or measuring movement success principally or exclusively on the basis of whether and how movement demands are processed within the politics of institutional representation, our authors also endeavor to shed new light on how the discourses and practices of social movements might destabilize and thereby at least partially transform the dominant discourses and exclusionary practices of actually existing Latin American democracy. Fraser 1993. Having experienced something of a renaissance in the fields of political science and sociology in recent years, Engelhardt 1988, the concept of political culture has sought to shed the westernization biases of yesteryear. Amond and Verba 1963, 1980. It nonetheless remains largely restricted to those attitudes and beliefs about that narrow arena, the bounded political system, that the dominant culture historically came to define as properly political, and to those beliefs that either buttress or undermine the established rules of a given political game. Political culture involves a number of different psychological orientations, including deeper elements of value and belief about how political authority should be structured and how the self should relate to it, and more temporary and mutable attitudes, sentiments, and evaluations concerning the political system. Diamond and Linz 1989, 10. Thus, for many political scientists such as Larry Diamond and Juan Linz, values and behavioral dispositions, particularly at the elite level, of compromise, flexibility, tolerance, conciliation, moderation, and restraint contribute significantly to the maintenance of democracy. 12-13. Such conceptions of political culture take the political as a given and fail to grapple with a key aspect of movement struggles explored by several of the chapters assembled here. As Slater, 1994a, notes, too often politics is referred to in a way that already presumes a meaning that is consensual and foundational. And we concur with Norbert Lechner's assessment that the analysis of political issues necessarily raises the question of why a given issue is political. Thus, we can assume that political culture conditions and expresses precisely this determination. 1987a, 8. The cultural politics enacted by social movements, in challenging and resignifying what counts as political and who besides the democratic elite gets to define the rules of the political game, can be crucial, we maintain, to fostering alternative political cultures and, potentially, to extending and deepening democracy in Latin America. See also Avreitzer 1994, Lechner 1987a, 1987b, Dagnano 1994. Rubin, in this volume, maintains, for example, that it was the fostering of a new and hybrid political culture that enabled COSI to secure its power even as neoliberal economic restructuring and the demobilization of popular movements dominated policy-making elsewhere in Mexico and Latin America. Moreover, although the elite cultural dispositions noted by Diamond and Linz no doubt would help strengthen elite-based representative democracy, they tell us little about how broader cultural patterns and practices that foster societal authoritarianism and egregious inequality obstruct the exercise of meaningful democratic citizenship for non-elite citizens. Sales 1994, Tells 1994, Oliveira 1994, Hanchard 1994. The rigid social hierarchies of class, race, and gender that typify Latin American social relations prevent the vast majority of de jure citizens from even imagining, let alone publicly claiming, the prerogative to have rights. As we have argued elsewhere, popular movements, along with feminist, Afro-Latin American, lesbian, and gay, and environmental movements, have been instrumental in constructing a new conception of democratic citizenship, one that claims rights in society and not just from the state, and that challenges the rigid social hierarchies that dictate fixed social places for its non-citizens on the basis of class, race, and gender. Social authoritarianism engenders forms of sociability and an authoritarian culture of exclusion that underlies social practices as a whole and reproduces inequality in social relations on all levels. In this sense, its elimination constitutes a fundamental challenge for the effective democratization of society. A consideration of this dimension necessarily implies a redefinition of that which is normally viewed as the terrain of politics and of the power relations to be transformed. And, fundamentally, this requires an expansion and deepening of the conception of democracy, so as to include all social and cultural practices, a conception of democracy which transcends the formal institutional level and extends into all social relations permeated by social authoritarianism and not just by political exclusion in the strict sense. Dagnano 1994a, 104-105. Teresa Caldera's analysis, forthcoming, of how and why the defense of common criminals' human rights continues to be viewed as something bad and reproachable by the majority of citizens in democratic Brazil poignantly illustrates why, in light of enduring socio-cultural authoritarianism, social analysis should look beyond the political system in theorizing democratic transitions and explore how the limits of democratization are deeply embedded in popular conceptions of the body, punishment, and individual rights. The pervasiveness of cultural notions of the unbounded body and individual, Caldera argues, seriously inhibits the consolidation of basic individual and civil rights in Brazil. This notion is repeatedly reiterated not only as a means of exercise of power in interpersonal relations, but also as an instrument to challenge in an explicit way the principles of universal citizenship and individual rights. The cultural politics of human rights movements, then, must work to resigify and transform dominant cultural conceptions of rights and the body. Despite the renewed attention afforded to political culture in some recent political analyses, however, the cultural continues to play second fiddle to the classical electoral, party, and policy harmonies that inspire liberal, neo-institutionalist analysis. Most mainstream theorists conclude that social movements and civic associations play, at best, a secondary role in democratization, and they have therefore focused scholarly attention on political institutionalization, which is viewed as the single most important and urgent factor in the consolidation of democracy. Diamond 1994, 15. Consequently, discussions of Latin American democratization today focus almost exclusively on the stability of formal representative political institutions and processes, for example, The Perils of Presidentialism, Lins 1990, Lins and Valenzuela 1994, The Formation and Consolidation of Viable Parties and Party Systems, Mainwaring and Scully 1995, and The Requisites of Governability, Huntington 1991, Mainwaring, O'Donnell and Valenzuela 1992, Martins 1989. Prevailing analyses of democracy, in short, center on what political scientists have dubbed the institutional engineering required to consolidate representative democracy in the South of the Americas. A recent trend in the study of Latin American social movements would appear to endorse this exclusive focus on the formally institutional, see Fowraker 1995. Although the early literature on the movements of the 1970s and early 1980s praised their putative eschewal of institutional politics, their defense of absolute autonomy, and their emphasis on direct democracy, many recent analyses maintain that these postures gave rise to an ethos of indiscriminate rejection of the institutional, Doimo 1993, Silva 1994, Coelho 1992, Hellman 1994, that made it difficult for movements to effectively articulate their claims in formal political arenas. Other theorists have highlighted the movement's parochial, fragmentary qualities and emphasized their inability to transcend the local and engage in the realpolitik necessitated by the return of electoral democracy, Cardoso 1994, 1988, Silva 1994, Coelho 1992. Those social movements' relationships to parties and the state and the fragile, elitist, particularistic, and often corrupt institutions of Latin America's civilian regime certainly warrant scholarly attention. Such analyses too often disregard the possibility that non-governmental or extra-institutional public arenas principally inspired or constructed by social movements might be equally essential to the consolidation of meaningful democratic citizenship for subaltern social groups and classes. By calling attention to the cultural politics of social movements and to other less measurable and sometimes less visible or submerged dimensions of contemporary collective action, Melucci 1988, our authors offer alternative understandings of how movements have contributed to cultural and political change since economic neoliberalism and, limited, and largely proto-liberal, representative democracy became the twin pillars of domination in Latin America. The contributors draw on a variety of theoretical debates that may help us transcend some of the shortfalls inherent in dominant understandings of the political and shed a different light on its imbrications with the cultural in the practices of Latin American social movements. Among these are the recent feminist, cultural studies, and the post-Marxist and post-structuralist debates about citizenship and democracy, as well as correlate concepts such as social movement networks or webs, civil society, and public spaces or sphere, s. Culture and politics in social movement networks or webs. One particularly fruitful way to explore how social movements' political interventions extend into and beyond political society and the state is to analyze the configuration of social movement networks or webs, Melucci 1988, Doimo 1993, Landim 1993a, Fernandez 1994, Scurer-Warren 1993, Putnam 1993, Alvarez, 1997. On the one hand, several of the following chapters call attention to the cultural practices and interpersonal networks of daily life that sustain social movements across mobilizational ebbs and flows and that infuse new cultural meanings into political practices and collective action. These frameworks of meaning may include different modes of consciousness and practices of nature, neighborhood life, and identity. Rubin, for example, eloquently describes how radical popular movements in Yucatan, Mexico, drew strength from family, community, and ethnic ties. He stresses how seemingly apolitical physical and social locations such as market stalls, local bars, and family courtyards contributed to the reelaboration of local cultural beliefs and practices and became important places for discussion and mobilization in Yucatan, their gender and class characteristics providing fertile ground for rethinking politics and getting people out into the streets. The centrality attributed to the submerged networks of daily life, Melucci 1988, in shaping movements cultural politics finds echo in Livia Grusso, Carlos Rosero, and Arturo Escobar's discussion of Afro-Colombian struggles over nature and identity, Sergio Bael's treatment of Brazilian urban movements, and Olivia Gomes de Cunha's chapter on Brazilian black movements in this volume. On the other hand, several chapters stress that social movements must be understood not only to rely and draw upon networks of everyday life but also to construct or configure new interpersonal, inter-organizational, and politico-cultural linkages with other movements as well as with a multiplicity of cultural and institutional actors and spaces. These linkages expand movements' cultural and political reach far beyond local communities and family courtyards and, some of our authors contend, help counter movements' alleged parochial, fragmentary, and ephemeral propensities. When evaluating the impact of social movements on larger processes of politico-cultural change, we must understand the reach of social movements as extending beyond their conspicuous constitutive parts and visible manifestations of protest. As Ana Maria Doimo suggests in her incisive study of the popular movement in Brazil. In general, when we study phenomena relative to explicitly political participation, such as parties, elections, parliament, etc., we know where to look for data and instruments to measure them. This is not the case with the movement field in question. Such a field rests upon interpersonal relationships which link individuals to other individuals, involving connections that go beyond specific groups and transversely cut across particular social institutions, such as the Catholic Church, Protestantism national and international, the Scientific Academy, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, leftist organizations, trade unions, and political parties. Doimo 1993, 44. Alvarez contends that the political demands, discourses, and practices as well as the mobilizational and policy strategies of many of today's movements are spread widely, and sometimes invisibly, through the social fabric, as their political communicative networks stretch into parliaments, the academy, the church, the media, and so on. Schild argues, vast networks of professionals and activists who are feminists, or who are at least sensitive to women's issues, are at work today in Chile and other Latin American countries. These networks are not only responsible for sustaining the work of grassroots organizations and NGOs but are also engaged in the production of knowledge, including categories that become part of the moral repertoires used by the state. Moreover, as contributions by Udique, Slater, Lins Ribeiro, and Alvarez demonstrate, many Latin American movement networks are increasingly regional and transnational in scope. See also Lipschutz 1992, Keck and Sikink 1992, Fernandez 1994. The term social movement webs, in contrast to the more common networks, conveys the intricacy and precariousness of the manifold imbrications of and ties established among movement organizations, individual participants, and other actors in civil and political society and the state. The web metaphor also enables us to more vividly imagine the multilayered entanglements of movement actors with the natural environmental, political, institutional, and cultural discursive terrains in which they are embedded. In other words, movement webs encompass more than movement organizations and their active members. They include occasional participants in movement events and actions, and sympathizers and collaborators in NGOs, political parties, universities, other cultural and conventionally political institutions, the church, and even the state who, at least partially, support a given movement's goals and help deploy its discourses and demands in and against dominant political cultures and institutions. Landem 1993a and 1993b. When we examine the impact of movements, then, we must gauge the extent to which their demands, discourses, and practices circulate in web-like, capillary fashion, example are deployed, adopted, appropriated, co-opted, or reconstructed, as the case may be, in larger institutional and cultural arenas. Warren, for example, criticizes the prevalent notion that the measure of success of a social movement is its ability to achieve mass mobilizations and public protests, arguing that in assessing the impact of a movement such as the Panmayan based on education, language, cultural reaffirmation, and collective rights, we must consider that there may not be any demonstrations to count because this is not a mass movement that generates protest. But there will be new generations of students, leaders, teachers, development workers, and community elders who have been touched in one way or another by the Panmayan movement and its cultural production. We must also consider how movement dynamics and discourses are shaped by the important social, cultural, and political institutions that traverse movement networks or webs, and how movements, in turn, shape the dynamics and discourses of those institutions. Schild, for example, notes that government agencies and non-profit, party-based initiatives working on behalf of women rely heavily on the efforts of women positioned in feminist-inspired networks in contemporary Chile. And Alvarez analyzes the relatively rapid, if selective, absorption, appropriation, and resignification of Latin American feminist discourses and demands by dominant cultural institutions, parallel organizations of civil and political society, the state, and the development establishment. Social movements and the revitalization of civil society. Like the notion of political culture, the concept of civil society has also witnessed a significant revival, indeed a veritable conceptual boom, in the social sciences over the past decade. Cohen and Arato 1992, 15, Walzer 1992, Avreitzer 1994, Keen 1988. Andrew Arato attributes the notable re-emergence of this concept to the fact that it expressed the new dualist, radical, reformist, or revolutionary strategies of transformation of dictatorship, observed first in Eastern Europe and later in Latin America, for which it provided a new theoretical understanding. These strategies were based on the autonomous organization of society and the reconstruction of social ties outside the authoritarian state and the conceptualization of a public sphere independent and separate from every form of official, state, or party-controlled communication. 1995, 19. Indeed, as Alfred Stepan put it, civil society became the political celebrity of many recent Latin American transitions from authoritarian rule, Stepan 1988, 5, and was uniformly viewed as a significant, if secondary, player in the democratization literature. In his contribution to this anthology, Udique further claims that, under neoliberalism's shrinking state, civil society has flourished. In other recent work, Civil Society Has Gone International, Gills 1992, Transnational, Linz Ribeiro 1994, and in this volume, Global, Lipschutz 1992, Lays 1995, Walzer 1995, Even Planetary, Fernandez 1994 and 1995. And though efforts to delimit the concept vary wildly, ranging from all-encompassing, in some versions, residual, definitions that signal everything that is not the state or the market, to conceptions that restrict the notion to forms of organized or purposive associational life aimed at the expression of societal interests, most include social movements among its central and most vital components. Moreover, conservative and progressive analysts and activists alike tend overwhelmingly to sing the praises of civil society's democratizing potential on a local, national, regional, and global scale. Our contributors generally endorse this positive view, to the extent that civil society has often constituted the only available or most important domain for organizing cultural and political contestation. However, they also draw attention to three important, but seldom explored, caveats. First, they highlight that civil society itself is not one homogeneous happy family or global village, but is also a terrain of struggle mined by sometimes undemocratic power relations and the enduring problems of racism, hetero/sexism, environmental destruction, and other forms of exclusion. Slater, Alvarez, Linz Ribeiro, Schild. In particular, the growing predominance of NGOs within Latin American movements and their complex relationship to local grassroots movements and constituencies, on the one hand, and to bilateral, multilateral, and private agencies, foundations, and transnational NGOs based in North America, on the other, are also signaled as especially gnarly political and theoretical issues for the region's movements today. See also MacDonald 1992, Ramos 1995, Mukauka 1995, Reilly 1994, Walzer 1992, Leban 1993. Linz Ribeiro points out that NGOs can indeed be an effective fragmented, decentered, political subject in a postmodern world, but the cost of flexibility, pragmatism, and fragmentation may well be reformism. Their capability to promote radical change may weaken. Alvarez analyzes questions of representativeness, legitimacy, and accountability that often plague feminist NGOs and, along with Schild, calls attention to ways in which NGOs sometimes appear to act as neo- or para- rather than non-governmental organizations. And Udique asks, might not the effervescence of NGOs be cut two ways, helping to buttress a public sector evacuated by the state and at the same time making it possible for the state to steer clear of what was once seen as its responsibility? Second, several of the ensuing chapters caution us against uncritically applauding the virtues of civil society in its local, national, regional, or global manifestations. Slater notes that not infrequently civil society has been essentialized in a positive frame, as the terrain of the good and the enlightened, yet his chapter, along with chapters by Schild, Udique, Linz Ribeiro, and Alvarez, stresses that civil society is a terrain mined by unequal relations of power wherein some actors can gain greater access to power, as well as differential access to material, cultural, and political resources, than others. Because democratizing cultural and social relations, whether at the micro level of the household, the neighborhood, and the community association, or the macro level of relations between women and men, blacks and whites, rich and poor, is an express goal of Latin American social movements, civil society must be understood as both their terrain and one of their privileged targets. See Cohen and Arato 1992, especially Chapter 10. In this sense, there is an evident link between the importance of democratizing struggles within civil society and the cultural politics of social movements. Third, several chapters examine how the boundary between civil society and the state often becomes blurred in the practices of contemporary Latin American social movements. Schild emphasizes the frequent transmigration of Chilean feminist activists from NGOs to the state and back again, and further calls attention to the fact that the state itself structures relationships within civil society, arguing that this structuring relies on important cultural resources from civil society itself. And Slater contends that there are links between the state and civil society that make illusory the idea of a confrontation or even a delimitation between the two as fully fledged autonomous entities. Slater, in this volume. Chapters by Ruben and Miguel Diaz-Barriga illustrate how the hybrid practices of social movements also often defy dichotomous representations of public life and private or domestic life. Ruben argues that COSI's cultural politics were often enacted in the blurred zones in between. And the colonas participating in Mexico City's urban movements, Diaz-Barriga maintains, similarly operate within cultural borderlands. He further says that both challenged and reinforced the cultural and political meanings of women's subordination as well as inhabited a social space wrought with ambiguity, irony, and conflict. Social movements and the transformation of public politics. Different conceptions of the public such as public spheres, public spaces, and subaltern counterpublics have been recently proposed as hopeful approaches to exploring the nexus of culture and politics in contemporary social movements. Habermas 1987 and 1989, Fraser 1989 and 1993, Cohen and Arato 1992, Robbins 1993, Costa 1994, and are reworked and deployed in various ways in the chapters that follow. George Udique argues that scholars in the Americas must deal with the challenge to reconstruct civil society, and in particular the contending public spheres in which cultural practices are channeled and evaluated. 1994, 2. Jean Franco, quoted in Udique 1994, further suggests that we must examine public spaces rather than conventionally defined public spheres so as to identify zones of action that present possibilities of participation to the subordinated groups who use and move through these spaces. It is in the re/appropriation of public spaces such as shopping malls, one of Franco's examples, that it becomes possible for marginal groups to satisfy needs unforeseen in the conventional uses of such spaces. Udique 1994, 6-7. Rubin's analysis of family courtyards and local markets as important locations for the production of meanings about culture, politics, and participation. Diaz-Barriga's notion of cultural borderlands created by women active in Mexican popular struggles, Colombian black activists' use of river and forest environments, and the Zapatistas' creative uses of cyberspace are illustrative of the re/construction and appropriation of such public spaces by social movements. To apprehend the politico-cultural impact of social movements and assess their contributions to undermining social authoritarianism and elite-based democratization, then, it is not enough to examine movement interactions with official public environments, such as parliaments and other national and transnational policy arenas. We must shift our gaze to also encompass other public spaces constructed or appropriated by social movements in which cultural politics are enacted and subaltern identities, demands, and needs are shaped. Nancy Fraser persuasively argues that Habermas' account of the liberal public sphere is informed by an underlying evaluative assumption, namely, that the institutional confinement of public life to a single, overarching public sphere is a positive and desirable state of affairs, whereas the proliferation of a multiplicity of publics represents a departure from, rather than an advance toward, democracy. 1993, 13. This critique is particularly relevant in the case of Latin America, where even in formally democratic political contexts information about, access to, and influence in the governmental arenas in which collectively binding policy decisions are made have been restricted to a very small, privileged fraction of the population and effectively denied to subaltern groups and classes. Because the subaltern historically have been relegated to the status of de facto non-citizens in Latin America, several of our authors maintain the multiplication of public arenas in which socio-cultural, gender-based, racial, and economic, and not just political, exclusion might be contested and resignified, then, must also be seen as integral to the expansion and deepening of democratization. The proliferation of alternative social movement publics configured, several of our contributors suggest, out of intra and inter-movement political communicative networks or webs is thus positive for democracy, not only because it serves to check the power of the state or because it gives expression to structurally preordained popular interests, as Diamond and Linz would have it, 1989, 35, but also because it is in these alternative public spaces that those very interests can be continually constructed. Fraser conceptualizes these alternative spaces as subaltern counterpublics in order to signal that they are parallel discursive arenas where members of subordinated social groups invent and circulate counter-discourses, so as to formulate oppositional interpretations of their identities, interests, and needs. Fraser 1993, 14. Social movements' contribution to Latin American democracy, then, can also be found in the proliferation of multiple public spheres, and not just in their success in processing demands within official publics. As Bayle maintains, beyond the struggle for the realization of interests, such spaces make possible the processing of conflicts surrounding the construction of identities and the definition of spaces in which those conflicts can be expressed. Thus defined, politics incorporates, in its paramount moment, the social construction of interest, which is never given a priori. For Pauli and Tels, the social struggles of the 1980s have left an important legacy for the 1990s. They created informal, discontinuous, and plural public spaces in which diverse demands can circulate and in which the recognition of others as the bearers of rights may occur. Pauli and Tels contend that popular and labor movements alike have helped constitute public arenas in which conflicts gain visibility, collective subjects constitute themselves as valid interlocutors, and rights structure a public language that delimits the criteria through which collective demands for justice and equity can be problematized and evaluated. Like Bayle and Dagnano, they further maintain that these new public arenas of representation, negotiation, and interlocution represent a democratic field in construction that signals at least the possibility of rethinking and expanding the parameters of actually existing Brazilian democracy. As noted above, movement-based or movement-inspired publics are themselves riddled by unequal power relations. Indeed, rather than portraying social movements as intrinsically politically virtuous, as Pauli and Tels put it, several of our chapters explore crucial questions regarding representation, accountability, and internal democracy within these alternative publics constructed or inspired by social movements. Nonetheless, we maintain that, however contradictory, the sustained public presence and proliferation of social movement webs and alternative publics has been a positive development for existing democracy in Latin America. In this sense, we concur with Fraser's assessment that subaltern counterpublics are not always necessarily virtuous. Some of them, alas, are explicitly anti-democratic and anti-egalitarian, and even those with democratic and egalitarian intentions are not always above practicing their own modes of informal exclusion and marginalization. Still, insofar as these counterpublics emerge in response to exclusion within dominant publics, they help expand discursive space. In principle, assumptions that were previously exempt from contestation will now have to be publicly argued out. In general, the proliferation of subaltern counterpublics means a widening of discursive contestation, a good thing in stratified societies. 1993, 15. Though the putatively democratizing role of movement publics is surely rendered more problematic by issues of representativeness and accountability explored in several of our chapters, the increased imbrication of alternative and official publics may nevertheless widen political and policy contestation within institutions of political society and the state. Indeed, as Dagnano's survey of movement activists in Campinas, São Paulo, demonstrates, participants in social movements have hardly turned their backs on parties and governmental institutions. Instead, her study reveals that whereas the overwhelming majority of Brazilian citizens mistrust politicians and view parties as mechanisms for the advancement of particularistic interests, over 70% of those active in social movements belong to or strongly identify with a political party and believe that representative institutions are crucial arenas for promoting social change. Still, our chapters suggest that Colombian black activists, feminists at the UN, Pan-Mayan movement leaders, and Zapatistas alike are not merely struggling for access, incorporation, participation, or inclusion into the nation or the political system on terms predefined by dominant political cultures. Rather, as Dagnano stresses, what is also at stake for today's social movements is the right to participate in the very definition of the political system, the right to define that in which they wish to be included. Globalization, neoliberalism, and the cultural politics of social movements. In closing, it is necessary to consider the myriad ways in which globalization and the neoliberal economic project in vogue throughout Latin America have affected the cultural politics of social movements in recent years. On the one hand, globalization and its correlate concept, transnationalism, see the chapter by Lins Ribeiro on this distinction, appear to have opened up new possibilities for social movements, for example, facilitating efforts to promote a politics of non-territorial democratization of global issues, as Slater contends. Lins Ribeiro finds that new communications technologies such as the Internet have made possible new forms of political activism at a distance. And Udique notes that although most leftist views of globalization are pessimistic, the turn to civil society in the context of neoliberal policies, and the uses of the new technologies on which globalization relies, have opened up new forms of progressive struggle in which the cultural is a crucial arena of struggle. In Colombia, ethnic struggles also find in the globalization of the environment, particularly the importance of biodiversity conservation, a potentially favorable conjuncture. On the other hand, several contributors suggest that globalization and neoliberalism have not only intensified economic inequality such that ever larger numbers of Americans on both sides of the equator live in absolute poverty, with those in the South deprived of even the minimal and always precarious safety net provided by the Estados de Malestar social of yesteryear, but have also significantly redefined the politico-cultural terrain in which social movements must today undertake their struggles. Indeed, the overpowering neoliberal policies that have swept the continent in recent years appear in some cases to have weakened popular movements and unsettled existing languages of protest, placing movements at the mercy of other articulating agents, from conservative parties and narco-traffic to fundamentalist churches and transnational consumerism. Violence has taken on novel dimensions as a shaper of the social and the cultural in many regions. Classes emergence, linked to illicit businesses and transnational market-driven enterprises alike, have gained social and political ascendancy, and certain forms of racism and sexism have been accentuated in connection with changing divisions of labor that place the burden of adjustment on women, the non-white, and the poor. It is becoming increasingly clear that one important politico-cultural dimension of economic neoliberalism is what could be called social adjustment, the appearance in many countries of social programs targeted to those groups most clearly excluded or victimized by structural adjustment policies, SAPs. Whether it is FOSIS, Fondo de Solidaridad e Inversión Social, in Chile, Comunidade Solidaria in Brazil, Red de Solidaridad in Colombia, or PRONASOL, Programa Nacional de Solidaridad, in Mexico, these programs constitute under the rubric of solidarity, curiously enough, strategies of social adjustment that must necessarily accompany economic adjustment. See Cornelius, Craig, and Fox 1994, Graham 1994, Really 1994. We may properly speak, indeed, of apparatuses and practices of social adjustment, APSAs, at play here. With different degrees of reach, sophistication, state support, or even cynicism, the various APSAs not only make manifest once again the proclivity of Latin America's dominant classes to experiment and improvise with the popular classes as we suggest above in our discussion of 20th century dominant political culture, but they purport to transform the social and cultural basis of mobilization. This is perhaps most clearly the case in Chile, where the process of refounding the state and society on neoliberal terms is most advanced and, indeed, Chile's FOSIS is being hailed as a model for other Latin American countries to follow, see Skyled, in this volume. As we noted at the outset of this chapter, neoliberalism is a powerful and ubiquitous contender in the contemporary dispute over the meaning of citizenship and the design of democracy. Programs such as FOSIS operate by creating new client categories among the poor and by introducing new individualizing and atomizing discourses such as those of personal development, capacity building for self-management, self-help, active citizenship, and the like. These discourses pretend more than the self-management of poverty. In seemingly Foucaultian fashion, see Udique, Slater, and Skild's treatments of Foucault's concept of governmentality in this respect. They appear to introduce new forms of self-subjectification, identity formation, and discipline. It is thus that participants in these programs come to see themselves increasingly in the individualizing and economizing terms of the market. APSAs thus might depoliticize the basis for mobilization. This effect is sometimes facilitated by professionalized NGOs, which, as we have noted, in many cases act as mediators between the state and the popular movements. We must be wary, however, when confronted with these developments, of thinking once again that the world is going to hell in a handbasket. Nothing, to begin with, ensures that the Chilean model will be exported successfully to other countries or will continue to be successful in Chile, and there is no guarantee that the effect of demobilization will be permanent. Surely, forms of resistance to APSAs will become increasingly clear. As Schild argues, we cannot foretell what form the identity of today's marketized citizen may take, or in what contexts such an identity may be deployed by different social groups, but goes on to insist, nonetheless, that the terms in which citizenship may be adopted, contested, and struggled over are predetermined by neoliberalism's cultural economic offensive. Pauli and Tels, by contrast, stress that neoliberalism is not a coherent, homogeneous, or totalizing project, that the prevailing logic of structural adjustment is far from inevitable, and it is precisely at the interstices generated by these contradictions that social movements sometimes articulate their politics. Yet the fact remains that neoliberalism and globalization do transform significantly the conditions under which collective action may take place. To what extent do neoliberal reformulations of citizenship and democracy and the now reigning and restricted conception of social policy embodied in the new APSAs entail cultural reconversions of importance? To what extent will popular groups and other social movements be able to negotiate or partially utilize the new social and political spaces carved out by APSAs or by neoliberalism's professed celebration of civil society? Finally, we must raise a question regarding the possibility that the new conditions dictated by neoliberal globalization might transform the meaning itself of social movement. Is what counts as a social movement being reconfigured? Are social movements ebbing in the seemingly demobilizing context of SAPs and APSAs? Should we not look critically at the participation of many previously progressive social movement organizations and NGOs in the apparatuses of social adjustment? Some of our chapters propose preliminary answers to these pressing questions. Indeed, investigating the relationship between neoliberal renditions of citizenship, social adjustment, and the cultural politics of social movements is an especially urgent task. The stakes are high, no doubt, and for us scholars, intellectuals, and intellectual activists they are enmeshed with our perception of the world and the current state of our knowledge traditions. What we attempt to develop, in this anthology, is a collective inquiry that might allow us to gauge simultaneously one and the other, stakes and frameworks. Notes. 1. A recent, important exception is Darnowski, Epstein, and Flax 1995. This anthology focuses primarily on contemporary social movements in the United States and principally engages debates concerning identity politics and radical democracy. 2. But while some call for the abandonment of culture, most critical anthropologists continue to believe that both fieldwork and the study of cultures remain important and perhaps exemplary, analytical, methodological, and political practices for examining the world at present, even if both fieldwork and culture in their reflexive, post-structuralist modes are now understood in significantly different ways than even a decade ago. To the extent that culture continues to be a space for the exercise of power, and given the persistent force of cultural differences despite globalization, cultural theorizing and fieldwork continue to be forceful intellectual and political projects. 3. The disentering and displacement associated with culture and the discursive Hall talks about originates in the fact that meaning can never be totally fixed, that any interpretation of reality can always be contested. So we have a permanent tension between a material reality that seems solid and stable and the ever-changing semiosis that gives meanings to it and that, in the long run, is what makes the material real for concrete people. This tension, well known to hermeneutic philosophers and anthropologists, has witnessed a series of reworkings since the breakdown of the base/superstructure division. Foucaultian post-structuralism introduced first the division of discursive and non-discursive formations, statements, and visibilities, with discourse organizing and incorporating the non-discursive, institutions, economies, historical conditions, and so on. Lacan and Mauve, 1985, attempted to radicalize the Foucaultian insight by dissolving the distinction, claiming the fundamental discursive nature of all social reality. For them, there is no materiality that is not mediated by discourse and no discourse unrelated to materiality. The differentiation of the material and the discursive can only be made, if at all, for analytical purposes. For Western political culture is of course not a monolithic entity. But whether it refers to elite or participatory democracy, rights-oriented liberalism or communitarianism, welfarist or neoconservative conceptions, one is dealing with contested conceptions within the established boundaries of political culture in the history of the modern West, Cohen and Arato 1992. 5. This is why we do not agree with the widely held opinion that restricts the scope of social movements to deepening the democratic imaginary of the West. To reject the ideas of unitary subject and single political space, as Mauve, 1993, wants us to do in endorsing anti-essentialism, may require casting off more of the features of modernity than she, and most European and European American political theorists, seem prepared to grant. Similarly, while we agree with the fact that social movements are a key feature of a vital, modern, civil society, we disagree with the assertion that they should not be seen as prefiguring a form of citizen participation that will or even ought to substitute for the institutional arrangements of representative democracy, Cohen and Arato 1992, 19. In Latin America, which is characterized by hybrid cultures and a precarious differentiation between state, economy, and civil society, and where the conventionally political has rarely fulfilled the role it has been entrusted with, the normativity and structuration that European and North American political theorists want to uphold are tenuous and problematic at best. We find more compelling, for instance, the hypothesis of the existence of subaltern domains of politics, parallel to the dominant domain and articulated by different practices and idioms of protest, Guha 1988. 6. For an exhaustive overview of the existing literature focusing on movements' relationships to parties and the state in Latin America, see Fouraker 1995. 7. Recent reappraisals of resource mobilization, RM, theory have prompted scholars to explore simultaneously the institutional, structural, and cultural symbolic sides of social movements. RM theorists increasingly recognize that cultural processes such as Tarot's collective action frames, 1992, Friedman and McAdams' identity incentives, 1992, Taylor and Whittier's politicization of symbolic presentations of everyday life, 1992, and the transformation of hegemonic meanings and group loyalties, Mueller 1992, 10, are intimately intertwined with the unfolding of political opportunities and social movement strategies. Carol McClurg Mueller aptly summarizes this new research direction by highlighting how, while the economistic rational actor of resource mobilization theory minimized the role of ideas, beliefs, and cultural configurations, the new social movement actor constructs the meanings that designate from the outset the relevant types of grievances, resources, and opportunities, 1992, 21-22. See also Johnston and Clanderman's 1995, McAdam, McCarthy, and Zald 1996. Part 1. The Cultural Politics of Citizenship, Democracy, and the State. Chapter 2. Culture, Citizenship, and Democracy, Changing Discourses and Practices of the Latin American Left. Evelina Dagnino. My primary objective in this chapter will be to identify changes in the approaches made by the Latin American left to the relationship between culture and politics, as a result of the broader process of renovation within the left that began to take place at the end of the 1970s. In addition, I will discuss the new directions emerging from concrete political contexts, namely the process of democratization and particularly the crucial role played by social movements in that process. First, I will briefly address the previously dominant theoretical tendencies in the traditional Marxist approach to the relationship between culture and politics. Second, I will discuss the emergence of an alternative theoretical framework, built upon the influence of Antonio Gramsci, which decisively contributed to disrupting the previous ways of thinking about that relationship. Third, I will analyze new conceptions of democracy and citizenship emerging from the struggles of social movements, which have decisively contributed to new approaches to the relationship between culture and politics. Ultimately, these new approaches came to express a confluence between new theoretical influences and new political directions emerging from concrete contexts. Finally, I will explore the results of my own research on social movements' conceptions about democracy and citizenship in order to substantiate these new directions. I will also suggest that emphasis on cultural change as an element of social movements strategy is not confined to civil society as a privileged site for politics but extends to the state and political institutionality. New ways of thinking about the relationship between culture and politics have emerged in connection with the broader process of theoretical political renovation which from the beginning of the 1970s has affected the conceptions of the left in Latin America. If this has been a global process, the specificities of our own concrete historical experience and theoretical tradition certainly justify reference to its particularity. The main focuses of this process are already well known: Castañeda 1994, Macon 1995, Garcia 1986, Burgos 1994. The linearity of laws ruling historical development and economic determinism, the conception of the working class as the privileged subject of history, the role of the vanguard and its relationship with the masses, the notion of revolution, and the role of the state and civil society have been the most important questions subjected to debate and revision. In addition, a new vision of democracy came to integrate this redefined theoretical framework and to play an increasingly crucial role in political practice and theory. Coutinho 1980, Weffert 1984, Garcia 1986, Lehner 1986. The relationship between culture and politics has not been in itself a privileged or central question in the debate in the left. Doomed to subordination and negativity, imprisoned in an eternal secondary role, and confined to quick final chapters where its importance is rhetorically reiterated, the cultural problematic has certainly not played a visible, fundamental role in the dynamics of that debate. However, although in a less spectacular manner than themes such as democracy and the historical subject, it is possible to affirm and to identify a substantial transformation in the ways of thinking about this relationship, as an integral part of the left's renovation. If culture and its relationships to politics have not been a visible center of this renovation, under what conditions has the transformation of their theoretical status taken place? I would like to introduce the idea that such a problematic has been always underlying the left's renovative critique about these questions, whether as a not always explicit premise or as a not always intended consequence of the reasonings advanced. In this sense, the general theoretical political process of renovation in the left has not only contributed decisively to breaking the straitjacket that traditional Marxism had imposed on the analysis of culture and its role in social transformation, but also brought with it significant conceptual changes in the specific field of cultural analysis. A fundamental input into this process of theoretical renovation has come from the social movements themselves and their actual struggles. With this, I am not simply acknowledging that such a transformation obviously cannot be understood as endogenous to the field of theory. It constitutes a response to the concrete dynamics of society, Latin American and global, and to the challenges and impasses of the political practice of the left. More than that, I want to emphasize the proactive role of social movements in raising new questions and in generating new directions for theoretical political analysis. The redefinition of the notion of citizenship, as discussed below, exemplifies this affirmative role of social movements. As a result of this renovation, the cultural problematic is seen today under a new light by a significant part of the left. Before examining this issue, I will address the traditional Marxist approaches to the relationships between culture and politics. From the kingdom of ideology and the state to the apogee of hegemony and civil society. The conceptual framework predominant in the analysis of the relationships between culture and politics until the inflection brought about by renovation was subordinated to basic premises derived from classical Marxism and was reinforced by the Althusserianism that had consolidated its influence in Latin America in the 1970s. The Marxist concept of ideology reigned supreme as the privileged theoretical instrument for analyzing the relations between culture and politics. The separation between infrastructure and superstructure, the determination of the superstructure by the economic infrastructure, and the conception of the realm of ideas as a reflex or an inverted image of reality form the constitutive principles of ideology. Williams 1977. Culture, especially popular culture, was the domain of alienation, false consciousness, and mystification, in sum, the kingdom of ideology. The primacy of the concept of ideology in the end established a trap for cultural studies from which few analysts on the Latin American left escaped. Its primary impact was to impregnate the cultural realm with negativity. First, it fostered a negativity derived from economic determinism that denied culture any possibility of its own dynamic, establishing culture as a separate sphere, a mere epiphenomenal expression of an economic essence. Second, culture was entrapped in negativity in the sense that ideas, and culture itself, were seen predominantly as obstacles to social transformation. The masses should be taught the irrelevance of culture and the primacy of true knowledge and class consciousness through the enlightened actions of their true bearers, the intellectuals, the vanguard, the party. José Nun refers to this strategy, embedded in the Marxist theory of ideology, as a radical therapy for the working class. With respect to them, the workers' Marxism cannot do less than propose a radical therapy. Its discourse must displace the false discourse that the dominant ideas have instilled in the heads of these workers, and must displace it as a whole. True ideas must penetrate the consciousnesses in order to dissolve the distortions that affect them. 1989, 17. In addition, class reductionism erected in analytical categories the well-known dichotomies that opposed, as two monolithic blocks external to each other, dominant and dominated cultures, bourgeois ideology and working class culture, examples of what Canc Lini, 1988, calls deductivist approaches in cultural analysis. Dependency theory, formulated by Latin Americans in an effort to adjust Marxist class analysis to the complexity of the new developments in international political economy, maintained this dichotomous approach. Point 1. If the relations between culture and politics were approached predominantly through the lens of ideology theory, politics itself was equated and identified with another ruling concept, the state. Under the heavy influence of Marxist structuralism, the state was conceived as a condensation of power relations and the specific locus of domination in society. As the privileged focus of attention in the analysis of politics and political transformation, the state was considered to be the only decisive arena of power relations and, therefore, the only relevant site and target of political struggle, in what came to be known as a statist view of politics. Latin American political culture came to reinforce such a view, since a conception of a strong and interventionist state, seen as historically linked to the building of the nation and as the primary agent of social transformation, has been central to all versions of populist, nationalist, and developmentalist projects, whether conservative or leftist. Examining the relation between culture and politics in these terms predominantly implied, then, an analysis of the use of culture as an instrument of domination. The strategies of the dominant classes seem to exhaust cultural spaces, leaving no room for any other significant effect than their passive acceptance. The impact of the Frankfurt School only contributed to this direction in its analysis of the mass media, as did the pervasive reproductionist theories in education, Canc Lini 1988. The concept of state ideological apparatuses too reached its climax to the extent that, in consummating the marriage between the concepts of state and ideology, it in effect accounted for the dynamics of society. An important consequence of this theoretical framework was the strengthening in the field of social sciences of a subordinated, marginal conception of the theme of culture itself. With the exception of scholars of anthropology, a field in which culture has always been a constitutive, fundamental theme but which seldom dealt appropriately with the connections between culture and power relations, sociologists and political scientists in the Latin American academic left considered culture a secondary subject. Point 3. From a strictly theoretical perspective, a significant number of authors and influences have ensured that the relationships between culture and politics could be re-examined along a multiplicity of new directions. It is not my purpose to assess all these influences here, but one can safely affirm that the contribution of Antonio Gramsci and the influence he exerted in Latin America represented a fundamental rupture in the ways of approaching these relationships within the left. Such an influence was not always direct or explicit, but it is possible to identify a number of groupings and individuals who were clearly inspired by Gramsci. For a large number of leftist intellectuals, Gramsci's ideas came to integrate a new diversified theoretical political set of references in development. In this sense, as I will argue below, the work of Gramsci served as a vehicle, a catalyst, and a pretext for a renovating discussion within the left that included several other influences and that helped to consolidate an alternative set of conceptions to traditional Marxism. The role played by the work of Gramsci as a whole in the broader process of renovation in the left certainly defines his contribution to the specific field of the relations between culture and politics. In other words, the overall impact of his work contributed from the outset to changing significantly the theoretical political status of these relations. The basis for the renovating impact of Gramscian thought lies in his powerful critique of economic reductionism. This critique asserts a deep imbrication among culture, politics, and the economy and establishes an equivalence between material forces and cultural elements within an integrated view of society as a whole. From this premise, Gramsci's work unfolds into a complex and wide-ranging reflection, the relevance of which for our discussion can be expressed in a number of points. The first and most obvious of these points is the conception of hegemony, a process of articulation of different interests around the gradual and always renewed implementation of a project for the transformation of society. The dimension of culture is crucial for the hegemonic process for two fundamental reasons. First, hegemony requires in a very strong sense what Gramsci termed an intellectual and moral reform. Second, and more importantly, although not always recognized or properly emphasized, it is in the terrain of culture that active consent, the specific mode of operation of hegemony, which defines the very concept of hegemony and distinguishes it from domination, is produced, or is not produced. For it is through the concept of hegemony that Gramsci formulates a new way of thinking about the relationship between culture and politics in which the former becomes radically constitutive of the latter. The second point refers to the Gramscian conception of social transformation, in which revolution is no longer conceived as an insurrectional act of taking over state power but as a process in which intellectual and moral reform is an integral part rather than a possible consequence. As revolution is envisaged as the process of building of a new hegemony, which implies a new world conception, the role of ideas and culture assumes a positive character. Two crucial formulations underlie this conception of social transformation. The first refers to the very notion of power, understood by Gramsci not as an institution, a thing to be seized, but as a relationship among social forces that must be transformed. Point 5. The second is a strong emphasis on the character of social transformation as historical construction rather than as a fatalist and predetermined process. As a consequence, the issue of agency or the constitution of subjects is privileged over the dynamics of objective social structures, and the role ascribed to subjective elements such as will, passion, and faith received in Gramsci a consideration that was unprecedented in Marxist theory. A third point is the emphasis placed by Gramsci on civil society as terrain of political struggle, which is conceived as a war of position rather than a war of maneuver or frontal attack on the state. This emphasis is one of the elements of Gramscian thought that came to play a decisive role in the new directions available to the left in Latin America, implying not only a revision of the role up to then attributed to the state but also an enlargement of the political terrain and the plurality of power relations. This expansion of the political establishes new parameters for reflecting on the relations between culture and politics. The influence played by these ideas reached its peak in Latin America in the period from the mid-1970s into the 1980s. Because it developed differently in different countries, Gramsci's impact has been assessed by a number of analysts. 6 Interesting evidence of Gramsci's forceful diffusion is found in an intelligence report presented to the 17th Conference of American Armed Forces, Conferencia dos Exércitos Americanos, in Mar del Plata in 1987, which conferred on him the status of ideologue of the new strategy of the international communist movement. The report added, for Gramsci, the method was not the revolutionary taking of power but the cultural subversion of society as the immediate step in order to reach power in a progressive, peaceful, and permanent way. 7. Several reasons explain the wide dissemination of Gramsci's ideas. First, they opened up for a left in crisis the possibility of exploring new theoretical and political directions without having to face a traumatic rupture. As José Arrico, one of the earlier Argentinian enthusiasts of Gramsci put it, for us, Gramsci represented that solid backing from which we could enter into a multiplicity of theoretical directions without having to abdicate our socialist ideas or the critical capacity of Marxism. Arrico 1988a, 39. In the words of a Brazilian, Gramsci made it possible for the left to be tranquilly heterodox, thus softening the renovation of a left that was willing to abandon Marxism-Leninism. Nogueira 1988, 135, 137.8. Second, the work of Gramsci offered the Latin American left an appropriate framework with which to examine the historical specificity of their own societies, especially the particular kinds of relations established between state and society. Thus, the search for the national reality discovered in Gramsci a fertile supporting ground. Cordova 1987, 99, Arrico 1988a, 41, Portantiro 1977, Coutinho 1980, 56-60, Coutinho and Nogueira 1988, 106. Categories formulated by Gramsci in the analysis of Italian history such as national popular, passive revolution, and transformism became sources of extensive study dedicated to analyzing experiences like populism and the role of the state in configuring Latin American societies, to which traditional Marxism had not been seen to contribute properly. But it was toward the understanding of the new political processes that were then taking shape and the political challenges they posed that the routes opened up by Gramsci's influence were increasingly explored. Thus, the problematic of democracy and the whole set of new correlated questions it implied constituted the milieu in which the Gramscian boom manifested itself. This particular environment seems to have nurtured a strong emphasis on the progressive or revolutionary possibility of hegemony as a project for the transformation of society. 9 Such an emphasis contrasts with other readings of the concept. European theorists, for instance, consistently explored its application to an analysis of the maintenance of the status quo and dominant power relations. 10. After the defeat of the armed struggle strategy, the left's resistance to authoritarian regimes focused on a return to democratic rule. Democracy served as the unifying concept through which previous theoretical tenets and forms of struggle were to be redefined. Barros 1986. Emblematic of this rupture is the generalized acknowledgement that the idea of democracy had replaced that of revolution in the political and intellectual debate. Lehner 1988, Weffert 1984, Coutinho 1980, Barros 1986, Garcia 1986. The relationship with the masses, the organizational forms, the characterization of political subjects, the role of the state, and the conception of politics itself were issues of debate and revision. The strengthening of civil society was seen as paramount to the building of democracy, a view reinforced by the fact that the theoretical critique of the authoritarian state had led, as pointed out by Lehner, to a critique of statist conceptions of politics. Lehner 1988, 21. It is not difficult to visualize how Gramscian concepts of hegemony, civil society, organic intellectuals, collective will, and intellectual and moral reform provided suitable means to both intellectual construction and political action in the new scenario. The remarkable incorporation of these words into the general political vocabulary of the 1980s indicates a broad recognition of their pertinence, even if not necessarily of their precise conceptual meaning. The overarching notion of hegemony provided a general framework under which it was possible to revise old questions and, more importantly, to examine new ones and integrate them into a coherent setting. The debate during the seminar entitled Hegemony and Political Alternatives in Latin America, held in Morelia, Mexico, in February 1980, taken by some as an emblem of the diffusion of Gramsci's influence in Latin America, Arico 1988b, 31, revolved around the Gramscian concept of hegemony, its validity as a theoretical and political instrument to reconsider, from the perspective of the present, the limitations of the Marxist theory of politics and of the state, the real aberrations through which such a theory could reconquer its critical potential and its capacity of producing strategies of transformation on the concrete ground of Latin American reality and, finally, the relationship of continuity or rupture that could be established between the conceptions of Gramsci and the Leninist tradition. Arico 1985, 12. The understanding of these concepts was, and is, far from homogeneous or univocal. It is a commonplace to acknowledge the multiplicity of readings inspired by the fragmentary, unsystematic, unfinished, and often preliminary entries of the prison notebooks. The uses of Gramsci, not by chance the title of one of the first thorough Gramscian studies produced in Latin America 11 were many. However, I argue, the predominant reading of Gramsci within the Latin American left stressed the confluence of three different tendencies: a renovative critique of traditional Marxism, an emphasis on the building of democracy with its correlated strengthening of civil society, and, in the interstices of these two, a new approach to the relationship between culture and politics. 12. In this sense, the use made of the Gramscian concepts allowed and advanced such a confluence. In a 1985 debate in Brazil focusing on the left and democracy, Francisco Weffert and Carlos Nelson Coutinho, the two most prominent proponents of democracy in the Brazilian intellectual left and both renowned Gramscians, fielded questions about the inherent democratic nature of hegemony in a way that clearly acknowledged that selective posture toward Gramsci's work. After stressing the much neglected Gramscian distinction between hegemony and domination, Weffert maintained, in my view, if the notion of hegemony may have an anti-democratic meaning, we must look for a democratic meaning to it. What I am proposing is that we invent, if there is not one, a notion of hegemony which is democratic. Coutinho maintained the need to articulate the idea of hegemony to that of pluralism in order to strengthen the contractual element already present in pluralism, Garcia 1986, 86, 98. Moreover, conceived under this articulation, hegemony as the construction from below of a collective will would express the search for a unity within the diversity of autonomous collective political subjects, Coutinho 1980, 31.13. For a significant part of the left, the struggle against the authoritarian states unfolded into a struggle against all forms of authoritarianism and reinforced the refusal of orthodox and rigid conceptual categories for political analysis. 14. In addition, the increasing differentiation and complexity of Latin American societies no longer seemed to fit the traditional categories and ways of doing politics. Errors from concrete past experience compounded the theoretical crisis and pushed it toward unexplored interpretations and heterodox combinations. An emphasis on pluralism, diversity, and flexibility inspired not only the particular appropriation of Gramsci's thought but also its blending with several other Marxist and non-Marxist authors. From Foucault to Cornelius Castoriadis and Agnes Heller, from Claude Lefort to Jürgen Habermas, Norberto Bobbio, Tocqueville, and Hannah Arendt, the renovation of the left opened itself to an anti-authoritarian eclecticism that makes it difficult to single out particular influences. 15. Still, as pointed out above, for a representative part of the left, Gramsci served as a solid launching pad from which it became easier to integrate several other influences deemed appropriate to address the new times. The need to account for and provide progressive directions to the new reality constituted the main force underlying not only the renovative impulse of the left but also the particular reading of Gramsci conducted as part of such an impulse. 16. The role to be played by civil society in the building of hegemony was paramount to its acceptance by the left as an appropriate framework for the struggle for democracy. The need for theoretical analysis and political understanding of the set of social forces that emerged during the struggle against the authoritarian states was crucial for the left. The characterization of civil society as an arena of politics and a target of hegemonic efforts, as well as a privileged terrain of intellectual and moral reform and a construction of the collective will, provided the analytical tools and political directions necessary to deal with an emergent element that did not fit old models. Well familiar with the frontal attack, the left had to learn how to conduct a war of position and operate in the multiplicity of trenches which such a conflict implies. According to Weffert, the discovery that in politics there was something other than the state began as a personal experience for the left, when victims of repression and political persecution found protection not in the political parties or in the judicial system but in the Catholic Church and with friends and families. The first signs of civil society were displayed as a defense against state terror, as a reaction against the paralysis of fear, even for those who were not involved in politics. Weffert 1984, 93. The resistance against authoritarian states gradually took shape through the increasing organization of civil society. This original feature fostered a view that radically opposed civil society and the state. Jorge Castañeda, in his appraisal of the left, considered this disjunctive view contradictory to the most advanced European tendencies, such as Foucault's thought. He also attributed to Gramsci the resurrection of the old duality state/civil society, with its risks of misunderstanding and confusion, 1994, 171. In fact, this dichotomy had a precise concrete meaning in a situation where there was a clear antagonism between repressive authoritarian states and the sources in civil society from which resistance could emerge. In this sense, what this dichotomy expressed, more than a radical theoretical separation between state and civil society, was the distinction between two antagonistic political positions. In addition, if civil society was ever thought of as a homogeneous and unitary actor, the unfolding of the struggle for democracy soon dissolved that tactical illusion. In theoretical terms, the emphasis of the theory of hegemony on civil society as an arena of politics implies not a dichotomy but precisely a continuity between state and civil society. 17 In societies where there is a proper relation between state and civil society, the state is only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks. Gramsci 1971, 238. Hence, it is exactly because of this continuity that the effort toward the building of a new hegemony in those societies cannot privilege the state as its only target and neglect civil society as a proper arena for political struggle. In the same sense, to assert civil society as an arena for and target of the political struggle for hegemony necessarily involves acknowledging its heterogeneous and contradictory nature and refusing its mythification as a virtuous pole against an evil state. If hegemony provided a new way to conceive the relation between state and civil society, it also contributed to understanding the changing dynamics of the latter. The emergence of social movements, expressing a plurality of interests and the increasing heterogeneity and complexity of Latin American societies, had aggravated a fundamental theoretical political challenge for the left, the question of the characterization of political subjects. There is widespread recognition that the theory of hegemony implies a rupture with the notion that preconstituted political subjects are deduced from positions within the economic production process through class reductionism. Barros 1986, Arico 1985, 1988b, Nunn 1989, Coutinho 1980, Riz and Ipola 1985, Laca and Mouth 1985. The hegemonic construction requires the attainment of a cultural social unity through which a multiplicity of dispersed wills, with heterogeneous aims, are welded together with a single aim, on the basis of an equal and common conception of the world, Gramsci 1971, 349. As a process of articulation of the different interests necessary to build a collective will and achieve active consent, hegemony is itself a process of constitution of subjects. Such a process takes place on a ground that is not strictly defined by economic structural forces but by a broader process of moral and intellectual reform. 18 Thus, the capacity to transcend particular, corporative interests, to compromise and negotiate, are crucial hegemonic features insofar they make possible this articulation of different interests. Gramsci 1971, 161, 182. The single aim and the equal and common conception of the world are not points of departure ensured by predefined subjects and contents but a processual construction, an articulation always submitted to reelaboration and renewal, conceived as the basis for collective political action towards social transformation. Moreover, this conception of hegemony as articulation opens the door for a consideration of the autonomy of different subjects and the process of building their own collective identities. The collective elaboration of the basis for such an articulation embodies the core of and the greatest challenge to hegemonic construction. This predominant view of hegemony as the terrain of constitution of political subjects, anchored in Gramsci's critique of economic reductionism and his emphasis on the primacy of politics understood as an ethical cultural process, constituted an integrative basis from which it was possible to address the emerging social movements as well as the multiplicity of concerns and interests these movements brought to the political scene. For their bearers, such a view expresses a number of motivations. Among them are an urge to break from class reductionism without falling into liberal pluralism and a need to account for difference without forsaking the historical concern of the left with equality. In addition, addressing these new actors was intimately connected with the prospect of advancing the socialization of politics throughout civil society as the basis for a radically democratic socialization of power. In this sense, their reading of hegemony has been influenced by those theoretical elements considered appropriate to such motivations. 19. As this interpretation of Gramscian hegemony had its validity and relevance established within the process of the renovation of the Latin American left, it facilitated a new understanding of the relationships between culture and politics that extended well beyond the limits of the particular field of cultural analysis. The non-subalternity of cultural relations and the constitutive imbrication between culture and politics, established as principles by the theory of hegemony, had led those looking for new approaches to establish Gramsci as a necessary reference in the field of cultural studies. But because these two principles are intrinsic and central to the very core of the hegemony argument, as I have tried to show, the influence of hegemony in other fields carried with it a decisive contribution to the generalization of such principles as part of the renovation process in the left. As a consequence of this process, previous emphases on the approach toward culture have been largely abandoned or minimized. Major categories such as the separated infrastructure and superstructure and the relationship of determination between them, and ideology as an inverted reflex of reality, were replaced by a view that stressed the wholeness of social processes and that reinforced a conception of culture as inherently constitutive of them instead of as a separate, subordinate instance. 20 Gramsci's concept of a historical block, 21 through which he maintained the organic indissolubility between material forces and ideologies and their equivalents, was a crucial instrument in the theoretical turn that redefined the negative, subordinate status of culture. The idea of culture as materiality, which Louis Althusser had taken from Gramsci to ground his own state apparatuses of ideology, was recovered in order to assert not just the necessary embedding of culture into practices and institutions but its integration of a social material process. Within this new framework, the relationship between culture and politics loses its externality, whereas previous approaches looked for the politicization of culture, which usually meant inserting elements of class consciousness into popular culture. Culture, as emphasized by Horacio Tarcus and Blas de Santos, 1990, is seen as internally constitutive of politics. Cultural politics is not an optional subject, that subject eternally pending in the left programs, but a subject which does not resist to be simply added to them. Its mere presence questions and forces the reformulation of the whole way in which politics is conceived and practiced. For the lack of a cultural politics on the left is not the lack of politics for an isolated compartment of the social, for a limited and detachable area, but a symptom, nothing more, nothing less, of a lack of politics at all. 22. If the conception of culture as the attribution of meanings embedded in all social practices has been established in the field of anthropology, what the theory of hegemony brought to light was the fact that this attribution of meanings takes place in a context characterized by conflict and power relations. In this sense, the struggle over meanings and who has the power to attribute them is not only a political struggle in itself but is also inherent and constitutive of all politics. See this volume's introduction. The new theoretical status conferred on cultural relations and its role in the definition of politics and social transformation unfolded into a number of consequences for the field of cultural analysis. First, there was a significant change in the approach to popular culture itself. The negativity implicit in traditional Marxist analysis was replaced by a positive regard that emphasized creative autonomy, a capacity for symbolic reelaboration, and negotiation as features of the cultural practices of subaltern sectors. In a not unusual pattern in intellectual history where antithetical positions temporarily polarize the debate, this positivity at times appeared as a sheer celebration of the voice of the people and as the essentialist incarnation of the truth, paralleling the basismo that succeeded and reacted against populist and authoritarian forms of popular organization. At other times, hegemonic and subaltern cultures became just new denominations for previous deductivist monolithic dichotomies. But a substantial direction in cultural analysis carried through the lessons of Gramsci's realistic and attentive assessment of the culture of the Italian masses as a conception of the world, characterized by heterogeneity, ambiguity, contradictions, and fragmentation as well as by specific forms of knowledge expressed in the notions of folklore, common sense, and good sense. Such a direction has affirmed the plural, discontinuous, and complex character of the process of constitution of social subjects against all forms of reductionist simplifications. Riz and Ipola 1985, 61. The notions of common sense and good sense underlie the critique of the reduction of multiple rationalities to the Marxist conception of class consciousness and of its privileged bearer, the vanguard, in what none called the other reductionism. Subjacent to a vertical and authoritarian approach to politics, this other reductionism, in addition, rejects a war of position, which precisely requires the abandonment of any fixed idea of major staffs estados mayores or armies or pre-constituted discourses and their replacement for differentiated patrols destacamentos and significations, which emerge and mutate in the multiple spaces where antagonisms take place. 23, Nunn 1989, 50-51. This theoretical turn also allowed the left to legitimately consider the dimensions ignored by traditional Marxist analyses, the political relevance of which had become unquestioned in the changing Latin American scene of the 1980s. On the one hand, the increasing heterogeneity and complexity of Latin American societies, impelled by a modernization increasingly defined by their global connections, engendered a vast plurality of new cultural themes. On the other, the gradual erosion of the authoritarian states and the transition to democracy made possible the social group's capacity for initiative and invention in civil society to reveal the multiple dynamics of the relations between culture and politics. Thus, an unprecedented attention to subjects such as daily life, subjectivity, youth culture, and consumption, began to take shape within the left. Canc Linney 1987, Nunn 1989, Lehner 1988, point 24 as stated by Fernando Calderón, in concluding his article on the pertinence of Gramsci's thought to the Bolivian context, so long as we do not interpret what moves people in their doings and dreamings, what they dream about and what they do every day, that is, understand and accept fully the multiple and various socio-cultural manifestations, it is impossible to establish moral and intellectual direction of society as a goal. 1987, 18. This new posture toward the relationship between culture and politics has been, as mentioned above, intimately connected with the emergence of a hegemonic building of democracy as the project of the left. For that significant part of the left that became engaged in this project, it posed as a central challenge the elaboration of what Lechner, 1988, called a collective reference, able to express a democratic collective will. The state, the vanguard, the party, previous authoritarian intended incarnations of such a collective reference, have been put under suspicion or rejected altogether. The market, as the universal reference proposed by neoliberalism in its depoliticizing version of the collective, has been just as obviously repudiated. In addition, in Latin America, the building of a democratic collective reference from the left's perspective can hardly rely on a redemption of historical elements from the past. Not by chance, the elaboration of a new grammar for politics is a recurrent metaphor used by analysts to express the foundational character attributed to the democratic challenge. Ipola and Portantiro 1984, Lechner 1988, Tells 1994b. The search for a new language, a new set of subjects, rules, and procedures, new ways of doing politics, very often summarized under the call for a new political culture, sometimes for a new culture tout court, outlines the scope of the transformations embedded in such a democratic project. The plurality inherent to democracy, the multiplicity of subjects and spaces to be involved in its construction, and the replacement, expressed by hegemony, of a logic of war for a logic of politics that imposes the mutual recognition of different subjects, Lechner 1988, 27-28, constitute the main features perceived as framing that challenge. All these features point toward the need for a politico-cultural understanding of differences, without which their hegemonic collective articulation cannot even be envisioned. In this sense, the new perception of the political meaning of culture, of its constitutive imbrication with politics, has been to a significant extent a consequence of changes in the general perception of the meaning of politics itself, where, how, by whom, and over what politics shall be done. As these interrogations are posed, the new answers provided by both theory and practice have entailed a new understanding of the relationship between culture and politics. Because the terrain of culture is recognized as political and as a locus of the constitution of different political subjects, when cultural changes are seen as the targets of political struggle and cultural struggle as an instrument for political change, a new definition of the relationship between culture and politics is underway. For that part of the Latin American left open to reviewing its own conceptions, these changes responded to a global tendency but have been strongly determined by the specific characteristics and demands of processes of democratic building in the particular settings of each country. Thus, the new approaches to the relationship between culture and politics and the new visions of politics in which they are embedded express a confluence between the theoretical influences discussed so far and the political directions emerging from concrete political contexts of democratization. Point 25. In order to illustrate this argument, I will discuss the role of social movements in the process of democratization in Brazil and the political directions emerging from their concrete struggles. Democracy and citizenship, the cultural politics of social movements. As in most Latin American societies, political struggle in Brazil today is being waged around alternative designs for democracy. As stated in the introduction to this volume, fundamentally in dispute are the parameters of democracy, to be sure, the very boundaries of what is to be properly defined as the political arena, its participants, its institutions, its processes, its agenda, and its scope. Social movements have been deeply involved in this struggle since the very beginning of the resistance to the authoritarian regime in the early 1970s. Although the positive role of social movements in the transition to democracy has been largely acknowledged by analysts, since the return to civilian rule in 1985, their actual or potential contribution to the expansion and deepening of democracy has been questioned. In discussing this questioning 26 conveyed by both mainstream theorists of democratic consolidation and some social movements analysts, I suggested that it has been based on a predominant focus on the institutional dimension of the democratic process. Social movements are presented either as irrelevant to and even destabilizing for democratic institutionalization or as incapable of adjusting to the new formal representative political arenas. What these objections may fail to acknowledge is precisely the existence of dispute among alternative conceptions of democracy and the political arena. As an emphasis on institutional engineering and consolidation has monopolized most of the intellectual efforts of analysts of the process of democratization in Latin America, and a great deal of the energies of its political technocrats, other crucial dimensions of the process, valued by those historically excluded from traditional representative democracy, are often disregarded. The basic question I would like to address in this section is how social movements in Brazil have been contributing to resigning the relations between culture and politics in their democratizing struggles. There are clear points of confluence between the main process of renovation on the left and the political directions indicated by the struggles of social movements. In fact, such a confluence results from the intermingling of influences that takes place within a common ethical political field. The notion of a social movement's ethical political field has been developed in order to account for the production and circulation of a common field of references and differences for collective action and political contestation, Bayal 1992, 19. In recent analyses of social movements' collective actions, such a notion has been connected to the emergence of webs, or networks of social movements, to indicate the collective construction that results from this articulation of social movements of various kinds with other sectors and organizations, such as political parties, leftist organizations, the Catholic Church, scientific groups, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, trade unions, and so on. Alvarez 1993, Alvarez and Dagnano 1995. Doimo 1995, Teixeira 1995, Scurer Warren 1993. Through the interchange of discourses and practices, an active process of elaboration which reflects the dynamics of multiple emergent concrete practices of struggle and their internal conflicts takes place in these webs, configuring a distinctive ethical political field. Point 27. I will argue first that social movements have advanced a conception of democracy that transcends the limits both of political institutions as traditionally conceived and of actually existing democracy. The distinctive feature of this conception, which points toward the extension and deepening of democracy, is the fact that it has as a basic reference not the democratization of the political regime but of society as a whole, including therefore the cultural practices embodied in social relations of exclusion and inequality. Second, I will argue that the operationalization of this conception of democracy is being carried out through a redefinition of the notion of citizenship and of its core referent, the notion of rights. Finally, I will suggest that this societal emphasis does not imply, as some of the early literature on social movements argued, a refusal of political institutionality and the state but rather a radical claim for their transformation. As social movements do not constitute homogeneous social actors or political subjects but indeed are characterized by heterogeneity and diversity, the conceptions discussed here are not to be taken as representative of the whole multiplicity of social movements existing today in Brazil. If it is true that a certain tendency to mystify their collective actions as incarnations of political virtue and bearers of all the new hopes for social transformation on the left must be critically assessed, this should not be done at the expense of denying or obscuring the molecular changes that result from social movements' practice. The adoption of an alternative perspective in examining the cultural politics of social movements and assessing the scope of their struggles for the democratization of society seeks to highlight the less visible and often neglected implications of these struggles. Emphasizing cultural implications implies the recognition of the capacity of social movements to produce new visions of a democratic society insofar as they identify the existing social ordering as limiting and exclusionary with respect to their values and interests. Fragmentary, plural, and contradictory as they may be, these cultural contestations are not to be seen as byproducts of political struggle but as constitutive of the efforts by social movements to redefine the meaning and the limits of the political itself. For the excluded sectors of Brazilian society, the perception of the political relevance of cultural meanings embedded in social practices is part of their daily life. As an exemplary case that can be easily generalized for Latin America as a whole, Brazilian society is one in which economic inequality and extreme levels of poverty have been only the most visible aspects of the unequal and hierarchical organization of social relations as a whole, what can be called social authoritarianism. Class, race, and gender differences constitute the main basis for a social classification that has historically pervaded Brazilian culture, establishing different categories of people hierarchically disposed in their respective places in society. Underneath the apparent cordiality of Brazilian society, the notion of social places constitutes a strict code, very visible and ubiquitous, in the streets and in the homes, in the state and in society, which reproduces inequality in social relations at all levels, underlying social practices and structuring an authoritarian culture. Point 28. The perception of the need for cultural changes as a fundamental element in the process of democratization has been obviously crucial to women, homosexuals, blacks, and other groups. A great part of their political struggle, in fact, is directed toward confronting this authoritarian culture. Yet, if the recognition of their struggles as cultural politics is more acceptable, there is still resistance to acknowledging their meaning in reconfiguring society as a whole and to redefining the political they imply. What is seldom recognized, however, is the fact that urban popular movements reached this same understanding of the intermingling of culture and politics as soon as they realized that what they had to struggle for was not only their social rights, housing, health, education, and so on, but their very right to have rights. As part of the authoritarian, hierarchical social ordering of Brazilian society, to be poor means not only to endure economic and material deprivation but also to be submitted to cultural rules that convey a complete lack of recognition of poor people as subjects, as bearers of rights. In what Tells, 1993, called the incivility embedded in that tradition, poverty is a sign of inferiority, a way of being in which individuals lose their ability to exercise their rights. This cultural deprivation imposed by the absolute absence of rights, which ultimately expresses itself as a suppression of human dignity, then becomes constitutive of material deprivation and political exclusion. Point 29. In this sense, the struggle for rights, for the right to have rights, exposed what had to be a political struggle against a pervasive culture of social authoritarianism, thus setting the stage for the urban popular movements to establish a connection between culture and politics as constitutive of their collective action. This connection has been a fundamental element in establishing a common ground for articulation with other social movements that are more obviously cultural, such as ethnic, women's, gay rights, ecological, and human rights movements, in the search for more egalitarian relations at all levels, helping to demarcate a distinctive, enlarged view of democracy. A fundamental instrument used by social movements in the struggle for democratization in recent times has been the appropriation of the notion of citizenship, which operationalizes their enlarged view of democracy. The origins of the present redefined notion of a new citizenship can be partially found in the concrete experience of social movements in the late 1970s and 1980s. For urban popular movements, the perception of social needs, carencias, as rights represented a crucial step and a turning point in their struggle. Point 30. For other social movements such as the ecological movement and those led by women, blacks, homosexuals, and others, the struggle for the right to equality and to difference found clear support in the redefined notion of citizenship. A significant part of this common experience was the elaboration of new identities as subjects, as bearers of rights, as equal citizens. This turning point represented a rupture with the predominant strategies of political organization of the popular sectors characterized by favoritism, clientelism, and tutelage. Such strategies, still alive, of course, find support in and reinforce the dominant authoritarian culture insofar as they do not confront its systems of classification and exclusion and its basic hierarchies, thus legitimating the maxim, as put by Teresa Sales, in Brazil either you give orders or you plead, no Brazil ou bem se manda ou bem se pede, expressing an oligarchic conception of politics that still obstructs the political organization of the excluded and that enlarges the political autonomy of the elites. See this volume's introduction, p. 18. A broader emphasis on the extension and deepening of democracy came to reinforce the concrete experience of social movements as a struggle for equal rights. Such an emphasis, as already discussed, was connected not only to the new political and theoretical status that the question of democracy had acquired throughout the world but also to the crisis of the authoritarian regime in Brazil and the new directions taken by the Brazilian, and Latin American, left. In recent years the use of the term citizenship has spread increasingly throughout Brazilian society. As the redefined notion continued to underlie popular struggles and the political practices of parties such as the PT, Partido dos Trabalhadores, and NGOs such as those associated with the Brazilian Association of Non-Governmental Organizations, ABONG, citizenship is squarely behind solidarity campaigns aimed at the mobilization of the middle classes, such as the Aco da Cidadania contra a Fome, headed by Herbert de Souza Betinho, or associations of progressive entrepreneurs such as CIVs. Associação Brasileira de Empresarios pela Cidadania. The term citizenship also began to be reappropriated by neoliberal sectors and even by conservative traditional politicians, with obviously very different meanings and intentions. 31. Neoliberal versions of citizenship, created in connection with the implementation of policies of economic and social adjustment now prevailing throughout Latin America, have been particularly energetic in their attempts to redefine the political domain and its participants based on a minimalist conception of both the state and democracy. See this volume's introduction. On the one hand, neoliberalism works with a view of citizenship as an alluring individual integration to the market. On the other, it systematically operates for the elimination of consolidated rights, transforming their bearers/citizens into the new villains of the nation, privileged enemies of political reforms intended to shrink state responsibilities. Moreover, social expenditures are directed toward the reversion of that major step in the organization of social movements that made possible the very emergence of the new citizenship, the definition of needs as rights, transformed into public charity for the needy. The current, governmental social expenditures are decided without any real participation by civil society. Oliveira 1996. The symbolic dispute around the meaning of citizenship attests to its political relevance and to the importance attributed by the different contenders to the redefinitions deployed by social movements. Such a dispute also requires an effort to clarify the notion referred to here as the new citizenship. A first crucial and distinctive element in this notion comes from the very conception of democracy it intends to operationalize. The new citizenship seeks to implement a strategy of democratic construction, of social transformation, that asserts a constitutive link between culture and politics. Incorporating characteristics of contemporary societies such as the role of subjectivities, the emergence of social subjects of a new kind and of rights of a new kind, and the broadening of the political space, this strategy acknowledges and emphasizes the intrinsic character of cultural transformation with respect to the building of democracy. In this sense, the new citizenship includes cultural constructions such as those underlying social authoritarianism as fundamental political targets of democratization. It is therefore my argument here that the redefinition of the notion of citizenship, as formulated by social movements, expresses not only a political strategy but also a cultural politics. To assert the notion of citizenship as a political strategy, Wiener 1992, means to emphasize its character as a historical construct that expresses concrete interests and practices not previously defined by a given universal essence. In this sense, its contents and meanings are not previously defined and limited but constitute a response to the dynamics of real conflicts and the political struggle lived by a particular society at a given historical moment. Such a historical perspective poses a need to distinguish the new citizenship of the 1990s from the liberal tradition that coined this term at the end of the 18th century. Emerging as the state's response to claims from excluded social sectors, the liberal version of citizenship ended up essentializing the concept, in spite of the fact that it today performs functions entirely different from those that characterized its origin. In a very preliminary way, it is possible to indicate some points that clarify this distinction. There is a similarity in the vocabulary that expresses common references, the most obvious being the very question of democracy and the notion of rights, central elements in both conceptions. But beyond this similarity, it is necessary to identify to what extent the political differences that emerge from different historical contexts are also expressed as conceptual differences. 1. The first point refers to the very notion of rights. The new citizenship assumes a redefinition of the idea of rights, and the point of departure is the conception of a right to have rights. This conception is not limited to legal provisions, access to previously defined rights, or the effective implementation of abstract, formal rights. It includes the invention and creation of new rights, which emerge from specific struggles and their concrete practices. In this sense, the very determination of the meaning of right and the assertion of some value or ideal as a right are themselves objects of political struggle. The right to autonomy over one's own body, the right to environmental protection, the right to housing, are examples, intentionally very different, of this creation of new rights. In addition, this redefinition comes to include not only the right to equality but also the right to difference, which specifies, deepens, and broadens the right to equality. 32. 2. The second point, which implies the right to have rights, is that the new citizenship, contrary to older conceptions, is not linked to the strategy of the dominant classes and the state for the gradual political incorporation of excluded sectors for the purpose of greater social integration or as a legal and political condition necessary for the installation of capitalism. 33. The new citizenship requires the constitution of active social subjects, political agents, defining what they consider to be their rights and struggling for their recognition. It is even thought of as consisting of this process. In this sense, it is a strategy of the non-citizens, of the excluded, to secure a citizenship from below. 3. The third point is the idea that the new citizenship transcends a central reference in the liberal concept, the claim to access, inclusion, membership, and belonging to an already given political system. What is at stake, in fact, is the right to participate in the very definition of that system, to define what we want to be members of, that is to say, the invention of a new society. The recognition of the right to citizenship, as defined by those who today in Brazil are excluded from it, points toward radical transformations in our society and in its structure of power relations. Recent political practices inspired by the new citizenship, such as those emerging in the cities governed by the Partido dos Trabalhadores/Frentes Populares, where popular sectors and their organizations have provided space for the democratic control of the state through the effective participation of citizens in power, help to visualize future possibilities. The Participatory Budget Council, Conselho do Orçamento Participativo, of Porto Alegre, which began in 1989, is probably the most successful of these alternative democratic experiments, see BAL, in this volume. But Porto Alegre is only one example among many. There is in Brazil today a proliferation of micro-experiments that cannot be ignored since they reveal important possibilities of change as a result of the building of citizenship, Alvarez and Dagnino 1995. In addition, these experiences point to the efforts of social movements themselves to adjust to democratic institutionality. This has implied a qualitative change in their practices that challenges some well-known interpretations of the character of their political participation, such as the predominance of corporate interests that would force social movements to compete among themselves for state resources, or to develop a clientelistic relationship with the state or whoever could meet their demands, or even to move against the state. It is not contradictory to emphasize these experiences of popular intervention in the state after having emphasized the importance of civil society and cultural transformation as crucial spaces of political struggle for the building of citizenship. These experiences show changes not only in the modes of decision-making within the state but also in the forms of relationship between state and society. In addition, there is no doubt that they express and contribute to reinforcing the existence of citizen subjects and of a culture of rights that includes the right to be a co-participant in city government. Moreover, this kind of experience contributes to the creation of public spaces, where private and common interests, specificities, and differences can be exposed, discussed, and negotiated, see Tells and Pauli, in this volume. There are obviously real difficulties for the popular sectors in playing this new role. Most of the difficulties refer to inequalities in terms of information, uses of language, and technical knowledge. Nevertheless, they are not serving as an excuse to eliminate the new role for popular sectors but are being challenged in concrete practices. For the emphasis on the process of the constitution of subjects, on becoming a citizen, on the diffusion of a culture of rights, poses again the question of a democratic culture mentioned above and points to an additional, crucial distinction, the broadening of the scope of the new citizenship, the meaning of which is far from limited to the formal and legal acquisition of a set of rights and therefore to the political judicial system. The new citizenship is a project for a new sociability, not only an incorporation into the political system in a strict sense, but a more egalitarian format for social relations at all levels, including new rules for living together in society, for the negotiation of conflicts, a new sense of a public order and public responsibility, a new social contract, and so on. A more egalitarian format for social relations at all levels implies the recognition of the other as a subject bearer of valid interests and of legitimate rights, tells 1994b, 46, see also Tells and Pauli, in this volume. It also implies the constitution of a public dimension of society where rights can be consolidated as public parameters for the interlocution, debate, and negotiation of conflicts, making possible the reconfiguration of an ethical dimension of social life. Such a project unsettles not only social authoritarianism as the basic mode of social ordering in Brazil but also more recent neoliberal discourses that establish private interest as the measure for everything, denying alterity and hence obstructing the possibilities for an ethical dimension of social life. 34. 5. This broadened conception of citizenship implies, in contrast to the liberal view, that citizenship is no longer confined within the limits of the relationship with the state or between the state and the individual but must be established within civil society itself. The process of building citizenship as the affirmation and recognition of rights is, especially in Brazilian society, a process of transformation of practices rooted in society as a whole. Such a political strategy implies moral and intellectual reform, a process of social learning, of constructing new kinds of social relations, implying, obviously, the establishment of citizens as active social subjects. But also, for society as a whole, this strategy requires learning to live on different terms with these emergent citizens, who refuse to remain in the places that were socially and culturally defined for them. This is one point in which the radicality of citizenship as cultural politics seems quite clear. Some of the results from a survey on democratic culture and citizenship in which I participated in Campinas, São Paulo, in 1993, may help to substantiate the analytical arguments developed above addressing the conceptions of citizenship and democracy deployed by social movements. The research was intended to investigate to what extent perceptions that emphasize the democratization of social relations as a whole, especially a refusal of social and cultural practices responsible for social authoritarianism, would be present in different sectors of organized civil society. One additional motivation underlying this research was that the emphasis on the need for cultural changes today in Brazil, where the worsening of economic inequalities, hunger, and extreme poverty has transformed social authoritarianism into social apartheid, violence, and genocide, has been often considered inappropriate. However, when the economic crisis determines what tends to be a certain economic reductionism in the analysis of the question of democracy, emphasizing the cultural dimension of citizenship seemed even more important. 35 Thus, I particularly wanted to investigate how the connection between social authoritarianism as a historical model of social ordering in Brazil and the present situation of deprivation lived by the majority of the population, which seemed clear at the theoretical level, was perceived by political leaders of civil society. 51 members of organized sectors of civil society were interviewed, both urban popular movements and social movements of a wider character, such as women's, black, and ecological movements, workers and middle-class trade unions, entrepreneurs associations, and elected members of the São Paulo City Council, vereadores. The survey included a question asking the interviewees to select, from a list, which quality was most important for a country to be considered democratic? The alternatives were: there are several political parties. All have food and housing. Whites, blacks, men, women, rich, and poor are all treated equally. People can participate in unions and associations. People can criticize and protest. My expectation was that social and economic equality would be overwhelmingly chosen, given the critical economic situation at that time and the economic claims that characterize the political activities of the associations surveyed. However, 58% of the sample selected equal treatment for whites, blacks, men, women, rich, and poor as most important. See Table 2.1. What these results indicate is that the existence of social authoritarianism and the hierarchization of social relations is perceived, more than economic inequality or the absence of freedom of expression and party and union organization, as a serious obstacle to the building of democracy. The distribution of this preference among the various sectors interviewed is also very significant. It seems to be most important to social movements, to whose experience the emergence of the notion of a new citizenship is clearly associated. Even urban popular movements, certainly the sector most penalized by economic inequality within the sample, stressed an egalitarian code for social relations as the most important dimension of democracy. Entrepreneurs and members of the middle-class unions, sectors certainly less affected by the cultural practices of social authoritarianism, nevertheless clearly identified its consequences for the democratization of society. Elected members of the city council, where more conservative parties form the majority, seem to be the least sensitive to the egalitarian dimension of democracy. Significantly, social movements of both kinds as well as workers' unions clearly stated their position about the diminished importance of political parties to democracy by ignoring this category altogether. Table 2.1 Dimensions of Democracy, Responses to the question, in your opinion, what is the most important thing for a country to be considered democratic? This data seems to indicate that the classical dimensions of liberal democracy, freedom of expression and organization, and the existence of political parties are perceived as already ensured, and that the emphasis should now be placed on the need to deepen and extend democracy. The deeply rooted existence of social authoritarianism as the dominant cultural mode of social relations at various levels of society and, secondarily, economic inequality, which received 15% of the first-place votes, constitute the two, clearly connected, central questions around which the struggle of social movements for citizenship is organized today in Brazil. Open-ended questions enabled us to collect qualitative data that confirmed the perception of members of subaltern organizations of the contradiction between existing authoritarian cultural practices that permeate social relations at all levels and the building of citizenship and a democratic society. Asked whether or not they were treated as citizens, members of social movements of both kinds and of workers' trade unions revealed very different perceptions in relation to the two other sectors interviewed. While middle classes interviewees and entrepreneurs stressed activities such as paying taxes, having a profession, voting, or even having money as evidence of their citizenship, 63 and 75% of these sectors, respectively, considered themselves treated as citizens. Members of social movements and trade unions stressed that their non-existence as citizens was related to the ways they were treated socially. A great majority of them mentioned disrespect, discrimination, and prejudice. As part of their daily experience in the city, referred to their status as second-class citizens, and complained of mistreatment because of their race or because they were not dressed well. The state was repeatedly mentioned as being responsible for this treatment, mainly through references to police abuse and to the absence of basic services to the poor. Although 90% of the interviewees from these sectors affirm that they are not treated as citizens, they do consider themselves as such. Wider social movements, 80%, urban popular movements, 90%, workers' trade unions, 60%, primarily because they struggle for their rights. Another set of questions in the study referred to the nature of politics, who engages in politics, who should engage in politics, and so on. The data showed that members of social movements and trade unions have an extended conception of the political arena, they indicated their belief that civil society and its organizations, including the social movements and trade unions themselves, are crucial terrains and agents of democratization, but that they had yet to be acknowledged as such by the official public sphere. 36. The emphasis on civil society and on the cultural practices that underlie social relations as arenas of the struggle of social movements for democratization shall not be understood as a limiting choice that would exclude, again, the state and political institutionality as secondary arenas. The concrete experience of social movements in the transition to democracy in Brazil is full of examples that show this dichotomy to be false. Alvarez and Dagnino 1995. This research showed that members of social movements, in contrast to much of the Brazilian population, have a very positive view of political institutions. Whereas both members of urban movements and of black, women's, and ecological movements clearly value political parties, 89 and 80%, respectively, national surveys showed that 52% of the general population considered that political parties only divide people, only 35% saw them as indispensable to democracy, 61% believed that parties only defend interests of politicians, and 50% believed that political parties make political participation more difficult. 37 In addition, members of both urban popular movements and wider social movements identify themselves or are affiliated with political parties, 89 and 70%, respectively, consider voting an important instrument of participation in society, and would vote even if it were not mandatory, 78 and 80%, respectively. This positive view of traditional institutional mechanisms, however, is not a complacent one. This approach to institutional channels of political participation in representative democracy is far from implying the abandonment of the critical perspective that underlies the very emergence of social movements. It coexists with a clear demand for the improvement of the democratic content of such mechanisms, both through transformations in the political culture that would redefine their present significance and through the creation of new mechanisms that may expand and deepen the limits of actually existing democracy. Thus, when none of the members of social movements and trade unions mentioned the existence of parties as significant indicators of democracy, while members of entrepreneurial and middle-class associations did, they seemed to be saying not only that the existence of political parties is not a sufficient or relevant indicator of democracy, but that parties, such as those currently in existence in Brazil, do not constitute guarantees of democracy. In addition, for these sectors, dissatisfaction with political parties is not passive. Thus, the elimination of clientelistic and personal relations as criteria in electoral choices, the strengthening of relations between elected representatives and voters, and the adoption of mechanisms of control over elected representatives in order to ensure their accountability were pointed out both as motivating concrete practices executed by members of social movements and as examples of their demands for formal, functioning democratic institutions. These statements suggest that social movements, in emphasizing the transformation of authoritarian social relations and cultural practices throughout civil society as fundamental in building democracy, are not selecting exclusive targets or turning their backs on political institutions. On the contrary, they perceive that their cultural politics can extend into formal representative political arenas. In theoretical terms, the perspective explored here is certainly not intended to reproduce the compartmentalization and hierarchization of the multiple dimensions of democracy and its forms of struggle. In fact, it was exactly against the schizophrenia of political analysis of democratization which segregates the institutional from the non-institutional, the state from civil society, the political from the cultural that I decided to work toward a theoretical framework that was able to take into account this complex multiplicity without obscuring what appeared to me as concrete and crucial aspects of the collective action of social movements. In enacting an enlarged view of democracy and operationalizing this view in terms of a struggle for citizenship, social movements also convey an alternative vision of what counts as political in Latin American societies, see Slater, in this volume. The very existence of social movements has unsettled dominant notions of political subjects and spaces, as the theoretical redefinitions carried out by the left's renovation showed. As they enter the dispute among the different blueprints for democracy, social movements, along with other political actors sharing the same perspective, offer new parameters for that dispute and react against reductionist conceptions of both democracy and politics itself. In politicizing what is not conceived of as political, in presenting as public and collective what is conceived of as private and individual, they challenge the political arena to enlarge its own boundaries and broaden its agenda. It is my contention that the cultural effects of such efforts upon this dispute and upon the social imaginary must be recognized as political, beyond the assessment of other successes or failures that may result from them. Chapter 3. Social Rights, Conflicts and Negotiations in Contemporary Brazil. Maria Celia Pauli and Vera da Silva tells. Social movements are today at the core of Brazilian societal dilemmas. Indeed, they are at the center of the paradoxes that perplex those seeking to understand the uncertain trajectory of Brazil and the possibilities, all the more uncertain, of a future project capable of articulating modernization, equality, and social justice. During the 1980s, in claims for rights, social movements were organized, labor unions were strengthened, and aspirations for a more just and egalitarian society took shape. Movements projected their demands onto the public stage and left their imprint in important victories in the Brazilian Constitution of 1988. These victories were translated into the construction of plural spaces of representation of collective actors today who are recognized as valid spokespersons on the national political scene. The 1980s were lived under the hope for democracy, yet the decade closed in a spectacle of poverty perhaps never before witnessed in Brazil's Republican history, poverty engendered by the problematic convergence of an exclusionary tradition, prolonged economic crisis, and the perverse effects of economic modernization and economic restructuring. Brazil entered the 1990s with a consolidated democracy that formally recognizes social rights, civil guarantees, and citizens' prerogatives, but that coexists at the quotidian level with violence and continual human rights violations, in a world that reveals the antithesis of citizenship and basic rules of civility, displaying what O'Donnell, 1993, defines as a truncated legality. This truncated system guarantees democratic political rights but is unable to enforce the law, civil rights, and justice in the heterogeneous terrain of social life. Democratic rights are compromised by other power circuits that obliterate the public dimension of citizenship, re-establishing violence and arbitrary power in the sphere of private relations, class, gender, and ethnicity, thereby rendering the state increasingly ineffective in enforcing its own regulations. Finally, the universalist agenda of rights expressed by diverse social movements reaffirms the urgency of equality and justice in a context of growing poverty while simultaneously being challenged by those who call into question well-known models of the welfare state, a model that was never realized in Brazil, one must remember. This contradiction reopens the tension between modernity and modernization, between the ethical requirement for rights and the imperative of efficacy in the economy, between a legal order that promises equality and the stark reality of existing inequalities, discriminations, and exclusions, between hopes for a world worth living in, as inscribed in movements' claims for rights, and the absence of future prospects for a majority afflicted by a form of modernization that destructures their way of life and leaves a precarious form of existence as their only possible destiny. It is in terms of these paradoxes, among others, that the crisis of modern times is being processed. Beyond its more immediate economic and political circumstances, the crisis brings classic questions of rights, justice, and equality into focus. These questions address a social contract that must be refounded not as a pledge of obedience to power, not reduced to the liberal syntax of legal rules ordering private relations, but as a document capable of affirming rights as the regulating principles of social life and of establishing the terms of negotiation and potential dialogue as rules of equity and justice that should prevail in social relations, tells 1994. This is a possibility that exists, at least as a virtuality, on the horizon of Brazilian society, on account of an emerging civil society constructed on the conflictive terrain of social life, through practices of representation and negotiation, by collective actors recognized in the legitimacy of the rights they demand. This is, we could say, the legacy of the 1980s, after years of arbitrary power and repression, under the historical horizon of an authoritarian, exclusionary, and hierarchical society. Social struggles created an informal public space, both discontinuous and pluralistic, in which diverse demands circulated. A consciousness of the right to have rights was elaborated within this public space, an unprecedented experience in Brazilian history. Citizenship is pursued as a struggle and as a conquest, and the claim for rights interpolates society in the form of exigencies that would open the way to a public recognition of specific interests and reasons that make plausible aspirations for more dignified work, a decent life, and a more just society. If in these last few years the script of Brazilian society has been modified, opening itself to the recognition of popular demands, even if in an ambivalent manner, as public opinion is always ready to undo legitimacy and evoke past images of chaos, if negotiation has become feasible in lieu of violence, which, although still present, is no longer the only available response, if the word worker is now received positively, no longer denoting inferiority, if all of this can happen, it is because, within the field of conflicts that animated the 1980s, a representative scheme has been constructed. Within this scheme, the claim for rights could circulate, creating identities where previously only undifferentiated men and women existed in their own deprivation. The ambiguities and ambivalence involved in this process, briefly suggested above, merely show that the path toward a more egalitarian and democratic society is a painful one. These ambiguities reveal that victories are won with difficulty against the backdrop of a social and political grammar that is constructed of exclusionary rules that re-establish old hierarchies and create new ones, thereby excluding the majority. But it is precisely with reference to these ambivalences and difficulties that one can situate the importance of social movements. One, it is not that social movements are, in themselves, intrinsically politically virtuous. Rather, social movements are important because they constitute, in the conflictive terrain of social life, public arenas in which conflicts gain visibility and collective actors become valid spokespersons. In these arenas, rights structure a public language that delimits the criteria through which collective demands are problematized and evaluated in their exigency of equity and justice. This language is the source of the processes that mobilize aspirations to redefine social power by tying together different meanings and practices. As discussed in the introduction to this book, these meanings and practices unsettle the dominant political culture by forcing it to confront other cultures and politics. Constituted in a conflictive, plural, and decentralized terrain, these public arenas are created, recreated, or redefined at each moment, following the temporality of actual social conflicts. In these spaces of representation, negotiation, public representation, and public interlocution, workers, poor residents, homeless families, women, blacks, and marginalized minorities are the characters who have appeared on the Brazilian public stage in recent times too. They make themselves seen and recognized as subjects who address issues of justice and injustice in formulating their claims and demands and, in these terms, reelaborate the conditions of their existence with all that they carry in terms of values and traditions, necessities and aspirations, as issues that speak to ethical judgment and political deliberation. And this can mean various things. In making themselves known on the political scene as subjects capable of public dialogue, these actors had the effect of destabilizing or even subverting symbolic hierarchies, which had held them in a subordinate position through a dense web of discrimination and exclusion. Raising issues and themes that were heretofore silenced or not considered pertinent to political deliberation, participants in these public arenas generated, and generate, a sense of enlargement of the political sphere via an extended and redefined notion of rights and citizenship. This redefined notion is not restricted to the institutional organization of the state but serves as a reference through which the ethical exigency of reciprocity and equality in social relations is elaborated, including the most prosaic and quotidian dimensions of social life where discrimination and exclusion are processed. It is in this redefinition of the notion of rights and citizenship that one can perceive the political meaning of the democratic invention, Leffert 1983, inscribed in these public spheres. These actors have the effect of modernizing, through dissent and conflict, the universal principles of equality and justice, since their presence on the political scene requires a permanent and continually renewed negotiation over the rules of equality and the measure of justice in social relations. It is under this prism, around these collective actors, that horizons of possibilities are opened that cannot be encapsulated in their singularities of class, gender, race, or ethnicity. The conquest and recognition of rights signifies the invention of rules of public coexistence and of regulating principles of a democratic sociability, tells 1996. It is through this focus that we will discuss the democratic dynamic unleashed by the presence of collective actors on the Brazilian public scene. The construction of a democratic field of conflict, social movements and political sociability. It is beyond our scope to provide an overview of the trajectory of Brazilian social movements during these last 10 to 15 years. But it is important to emphasize some aspects and events that mark this trajectory and help better qualify the issue we are addressing, namely the democratic and democratizing dynamic opened up by these public arenas of representation, negotiation, and interlocution. First, the 1980s were marked by a notable associational and organizational dynamic that altered the political scene and introduced important fissures in the weighty authoritarian and exclusionary legacy of Brazilian history. The Workers' Party, Partido dos Trabalhadores, or PT, a party with strong roots in labor and popular movements, began to be structured at the beginning of the decade. Officially launched in 1980 at the initiative of leaders from a renewed and active labor movement, which had been a protagonist in the principal labor conflicts of the period, the PT had consolidated, by decade's end, its presence on the national political scene. The PT redefined the exclusionary and authoritarian terms and the oligarchical traces of Brazil's political system of representation and deliberation. It participated in the country's principal elections, conquered and expanded an important parliamentary base at national, state, and municipal levels, and won the mayoral elections in many municipalities, including some of Brazil's principal state capitals such as São Paulo, in 1988, Porto Alegre, 1988, 1992 and 1996, and Belo Horizonte, 1992. During the 1980s, increases in worker and union conflicts agitated the country's principal urban centers. This decade witnessed the formation of three powerful labor union confederations, which stirred public debate on crucial questions regarding the conquest and expansion of rights and citizenship. Beyond the strictly political and labor movement arenas, social movements multiplied and diversified, bringing new themes and questions to the public debate. Movements organized around the most diverse themes of social life, such as questions of gender, racial and ethnic discrimination, ecology and the environment, and violence and human rights. Throughout the decade, these movements brought a deepened conception of rights and citizenship to public debate and the political sphere, incorporating demands for equity and justice in the social and cultural dimensions that affect identities, existence, and ways of life. As Sonia Alvarez has shown, an ample, multifaceted, and decentralized associative web developed around these movements, articulating grassroots associations, technical assistance groups, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, churches, liberal professionals, labor unions, and even universities. Alvarez emphasizes that in this web made up of plural and heterogeneous public arenas, a capillarity of new themes and ethical exigencies of citizenship are produced, which traverse social groups, institutions, organizations, and parties, translating into a capacity, at times unexpected, to articulate and mobilize collective actors. Second, in the recent political history of the country, the adoption of the 1988 Constitution was widely celebrated as the founding moment of democratic modernity, promising to bury once and for all the authoritarian legal order perpetuated by 20 years of military government. Granted, this promise has not been entirely fulfilled. Yet democratic legality, despite its limits and ambivalences, was negotiated after more than a year of efforts to influence Constituent Assembly deliberations and was influenced by the broad and diverse social mobilization prevalent during the first half of the 1980s. The recent trajectory of social movements was deeply implicated in an effort to inscribe new legal rights and influence the elaboration and implementation of a new constitutional order, first at the federal level and later at state and municipal levels. Silva and Saul 1993, Soares 1993. Point 3 Beyond incorporating a universalist rights and social protection agenda, the new legal text requires civic participation in public administration, opening up the possibility of a legality constructed through partnership and negotiation and capable of reconciling democracy and citizenship. These new possibilities are made explicit through the incorporation of legal instruments that redefine popular sovereignty beyond the practice of voting through popular law initiatives, plebiscites and referendums, public audiences, and popular tribunes. This process led to a conquest of spaces of representation and negotiation in the formulation and implementation of diverse public policies. In the years following 1988, public forums in which questions such as human rights, race, gender, culture, the environment, quality of life, housing, health, and the protection of children and adolescents are addressed as issues to be considered in a shared and negotiated administration of public assets at the national, state, and municipal levels. Multiplied. Point 4. This new institutionality constructed in the convergence of social movements with the universe of institutions and the law appears to reflect the very opposite of current government tendencies and proposals surrounding the role of the state. In the conservative redefinition of the state, social policies give way to industrial policies and the criteria of justice are abandoned in the name of efficacy. There is an abandonment of the ethic of responsibility in favor of the ethic of efficiency as the foundation of compensatory social policies that are no longer redistributive. Freitas 1995, 2. This lack of synchrony between the conservative prescription and the new institutional reality forged by the constitution-building processes is a question undertaken by Ribeiro, 1995. In analyzing the social rights and democratic procedures of public administration incorporated into the constitutions of Brazil's 50 largest municipalities, Ribeiro shows that these cases give institutional form to a model of policy and city administration that is democratic, universalist, and redistributive of the benefits and costs of urbanization, a model of urban politics profoundly committed to the ideas of democracy, equality, and social justice, the distinguishing features of a local welfare state. 108. If the municipal constitutions translate, at the local level, into a universalist agenda of rights, that agenda is not defined in terms of an abstract universality. Universal principles of equality and justice are affirmed as regulating the practices of representation and public interlocution, be it in the procedures foreseen for participatory democracy 5 or in instruments for the exercise of popular sovereignty. We know that between the letter of the law and reality there is an enormous distance in which deeply rooted political traditions operate. Conservatives obstruct the implementation of rights, and participatory practices are encapsulated by particularistic corporative interests. Nonetheless, this new institutionality translates into a historic experience, which has become a reference and parameter for new practices of active citizenship. These practices redefine the meaning of the law not in the exclusive register of state juridical norms but rather as references through which claims for rights are formulated as demands for a democratic public order that incorporates substantive criteria of justice. These references realize what Habermas, 1990, calls decentralized and pluralized popular sovereignty, in multiple and differentiated public spaces in which collective rights and aspirations are affirmed as criteria for the judgment of public actions and circumstances that affect the lives of all. The experiments underway in various participatory forums constitute a practice unprecedented in Brazilian history of movements and organized groups appropriating laws and legal instruments consecrated by the new constitutional text and, in particular, in the municipal constitutions, to question the legitimacy of local executive decisions, denounce corruption and misuse of public funds, demand that public criteria be used in the formulation of local budgets, pressure local governments to regulate and implement rights guaranteed by law, and incorporate themes, questions, and demands formulated by movements and civic organizations into the public agenda. In analyzing these experiences in municipalities in the interior of Bahia, a northeastern Brazilian state, Alan Aldo Teixeira, 1993, calls attention to the fact that, in the face of the traditional, and, in the case of these municipalities, scandalous, submission of the legislative to the executive branch which sustains the oligarchical logic of the exercise of power in well-known practices such as nepotism, clientelism, and patronage, the liberal principle of separation of powers helped create a field of popular struggle through which to pressure the city council to fulfill its mandate in opposition to the arbitrary power and traditional predominance of the executive branch. The same is true, asserts Teixeira, at the judiciary level. The increasingly frequent legal actions against the state by popular organizations have obliged the judiciary to maintain greater autonomy, not only in relation to the executive but also in relation to local elites. 6. Third, the early 1990s have been characterized by the redefinition of the state's role and the perverse social effects of modernization and economic restructuring. Yet recent experiences have called attention to democratic alternatives in a society undergoing crisis and facing an uncertain future. In the terrain of popular struggles, these democratic possibilities can be identified in the relations that organized movements have established with the state, dislodging the traditional practices of despotism, mandanismo, clientelism, and assistentialism through forms of public administration now being opened up to popular participation and new forms of negotiation. In this process, demands and claims establish an agenda of priorities and their relevance for the distribution of public resources, as well as the responsibilities of all involved actors, tells 1994. This is what is happening, at least in some municipalities, in participatory budget processes, orçamento participativo or OP, and in various forums of negotiation in which government officials, neighborhood associations, civic organizations, labor unions, and business associations negotiate alternatives for financial reform, the urbanization of favelas, the construction of affordable housing, administration and use of municipal public funds for urban development and social programs, proposals to defend or rehabilitate the environment, support of the so-called popular economy, possibilities of local development and income generation, as well as sectoral problems and specific or episodic issues. 7 The mechanisms of participation and public interlocution are varied, some prescribed in municipal constitutions, others constructed informally in response to circumstances and opportunities. The experiments are discontinuous and have varying results, some being episodic and others more permanent. Villas Boas 1994, they are created and recreated at each moment depending on local political circumstances. These experiences represent more than renovated forms of government. In the various forums of participation and representation that have emerged in the interface of state and society, new forms of political sociability are being constructed that open the way toward recognition and permit a new type of regulation capable of guaranteeing and creating new rights. We will address this question in greater depth below. Alternative policies concerning housing and quality of life, racism and gender inequalities, violence and the guarantee of human rights, and the environment and sustainable development are elaborated and debated in diverse public arenas. These issues have inflamed debate in diverse forums that involve labor unions, grassroots movements, neighborhood associations, NGOs, technical assistance organizations, liberal professionals, and universities. Far from adhering to the same old complaints and accusations, this multiple and decentralized articulation has worked to elaborate alternative social policies in new spaces of action and intervention, whether in the formal political arena or in the cultural and societal arena. Alvarez 1995. Alternative policies for the construction of popular housing are discussed in diverse forums, at local and national levels, articulating popular organizations, NGOs, technical assistance groups, civil construction businesses, liberal professionals, and governmental representatives. A. Silva 1994. Effective measures against racial and gender discrimination are similarly discussed, from social policies grounded in the principles of affirmative action to the elaboration of political and legal instruments that would ensure the implementation of rights guaranteed, and conquered, in the 1988 Constitution. NGOs, human rights groups, and even labor unions mobilize around various intervention programs for street children, searching for alternatives beyond the polarity of tutelage and repression that has historically characterized public policies toward this population. Labor unions, together with business owners and local government officials, elaborate and discuss alternative policies to address unemployment in political and labor forums. The alternative policies discussed range from the retraining of laid-off workers to the support of micro-enterprises operating at the fringes of the informal economy and the creation of workers' cooperatives designed to fill the cracks opened up by the process of industrial restructuring, terceirização. In a context of deepening poverty and violence due to prolonged economic recession, the perverse modernization of the economy, and the lack of basic public services, this mobilization has the effect of reinventing politics, putting into focus the play of responsibilities involved in the various circumstances that shape the existence of social groups and even entire populations, pointing to innovative, effective, and at times unexpected possibilities for political action and public intervention. To recognize the coming together of this democratic field entails the recognition that, in the circumstances of the current dilemmas, the struggle for rights circumscribes the dispute over different meanings of modernity, citizenship, and democracy. Between the burdensome legacy of Brazil's authoritarian and exclusionary tradition and the changes underway in the contemporary world, the Brazilian public is confronted by potentially antagonistic future alternatives. These alternatives counterpose, on the one hand, the possibilities of a democratic regulation of social life that recognizes and generalizes rights, and on the other, neoliberal proposals that represent an effort to privatize social relations through a rejection of the public mediation of rights and spheres of representation. The perspective of a broadened citizenship, open to public debate on pertinent questions and to democratic negotiation over the rules of social life, stands in contrast to the depoliticization inscribed in a conservative project that reduces civil society to the market, politics to technical administrative rationality, and rights to the private autonomy of entrepreneurial individuals. The defense of rights mediated by universal categories of citizenship is thrown up against the course of a conservative restructuring of the state. This conservative project elides the question of public responsibility and is processed on an ideological terrain that renders meaningless the very notion of social rights, divesting them of parameters of justice and equality. Rights are thus relegated to a semantic field in which they are either associated with costs and burdens that thwart the modernization of the economy or equated with anachronistic corporatist privileges that must be overcome so that the market can fully realize its allegedly civilizing virtues. In a context characterized by inequalities, growing poverty, discrimination, and violence, and the persistence of hierarchy and authoritarianism in social relations, this field of conflict and dispute is traversed by radical uncertainty and indetermination as to the possibilities, in Brazil, of augmenting the classic tasks of justice and equality, albeit in the new terms set forth by the contemporary world. But this uncertainty also provides a measure of the new possibilities available to an emerging Brazilian civil society. This is the question we will now address. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rooted in a process, now many years old, of the organization of collective actors, of social struggles and claims for rights, this civil society can be understood as an articulation of associational practices, a universe of rights, and a democratic space of representation and public interlocution. Against the perverse automatisms of the market and contrary to the unitary character of the traditional space of the state, in the Brazilian case, exclusionary and authoritarian, this emerging civil society points to the possibility of new forms of democratic regulation of social life, with the purpose of enlarging mechanisms of representation. This democratic regulation is constructed through rituals of negotiation, open to the plurality of emergent problems and themes that do not find a place in the unitary space of the state. It dislocates the arbitrary power of the state and extends the boundaries of rights beyond that defined by legal codes and formal legal rules. This civil society is being constructed in a convergence of processes that include a societal dynamic traversed by a multifaceted, decentralized conflictuality that surpasses traditional mechanisms of representation, the emergence of new themes, challenges, and problems, above all, the social question redefined by the economic restructuring of a globalized economy, that escape known political formulas, and the crisis of the state, namely the redefinition of its regulatory role and its relations with the economy and society, tells 1994. We are not denying the role of the state as a champion of entrepreneurial virtues, as in the liberal version, or libertarian virtues, as in the left's version. Rather, we wish to stress the possibilities of constructing, between state and society, public arenas that make conflicts visible and that make demands resonate. Such arenas confer validity to the interests involved and entail the construction of public parameters that reinvent politics through the recognition of rights, measured by the negotiation and deliberation of policies that affect the lives of all. The various forms of participation involving local governments have not emerged all of a sudden. The proposal of popular participation forms part of a repertoire of political ideas that has been developing since the early 1980s and even before. Vocalized by popular movements and formalized in the platform of the Workers' Party, it is a repertoire that has gone through important changes. The very notions of participation and popular have been reelaborated in light of redefined political criteria over the years, and even more so since the implementation of participatory experiences at the local government level. 8 However, these forms of participation are not simply an implementation of political principles and platforms. In practice, they have produced new political facts that have departed from established notions and unleashed a dynamic that poses unexpected challenges necessitating political invention and creativity. In the first place, the opening of public forums of representation and participation had the effect of disseminating the conflictive dimension of social life. Something like a metamorphosis of social conflict occurs when such conflict enters public spheres that establish mediation between state and society. For it is here that the particularism of demands must redefine itself as a function of the public parameters of political administration in the cities. On one hand, this is where claims that are as diverse and particular as they are urgent for those who are struggling for survival are made. The political problem that emerges is how to define the priority criteria in the conflictive web that encompasses very localized and specific claims, such as for street paving, regional claims, such as for schools, daycare, and health clinics, and other more generalized claims, such as for transportation and sanitation. This is what shapes the dilemma of a political scene traversed, and constituted, by the tension between scarce public resources and the multiplication of ethically founded, or at least socially just, claims. But at the same time, this tension is what offers a measure with which to evaluate the democratic meaning of the political invention which has been occurring in various Brazilian cities. The participatory budget, OP, process of Porto Alegre is the best known and perhaps most successful case, see Baal, in this volume. But it is not the only case. With different institutional formats and varying degrees of formalization, the previously unknown experience of shared public administration, Gestão Partilhada da Coisa Pública, is being realized in many cities, beginning with a public discussion of priorities in the distribution and use of public resources. 9 In a series of regional plenary sessions, popular organizations and community groups, together with representatives from other regions of the city, address the most pressing problems of their neighborhoods, defining priorities and establishing the agenda of demands and claims to be discussed in general assemblies. As Tarso Genro, 1995, 22, former mayor of Porto Alegre, 1992 to 1996, stated, the investments and public works of the municipality resulted from a type of negotiated public contract and were defined through a regularization which determines basic rules of internal negotiation of each region and negotiation between the regions. But this process also requires a recognition that negotiation cannot be reduced to the materiality of what is demanded, For it is through negotiation that various collective actors are enjoined to construct the validity and legitimacy of their demands with reference to a notion in construction and also in dispute of what the public interest is at the local level. As Celso Daniel, 1994a, 36, former mayor of Santo André, 1988 to 1992, emphasized, in the UP forums, what is at stake is the affirmation of a municipal project that does not reduce itself to the sum of partial interests, or the aggregation of demands from a population of regions or social movements. The claims presented must gain legitimacy in the quality of elements making up a municipal project. If it is true that these spaces are traversed by an uncompromising dispute among diverse interests, this dispute is resolved not on the material level, but at the symbolic level of the public interest of the municipality. After decades of accelerated urbanization, which constructed an urban network as large as it is differentiated and unequal, cities have gained a new centrality due to the convergence, virtually explosive and almost ungovernable in some cases, of problems, necessities, needs, and conflicts that escape resolution by centralized state policies. Point 10 Contrary to the traditional technocratic administration of cities, participatory forums of participation are open to a political invention capable of accommodating problems and conflicts in all their complexity. This was demonstrated, for example, in the recent experience of the Permanent Forum of Santo André, constituted in 1991. This forum included leaders from commercial and industrial business sectors, labor unions, cultural, political, and religious groups, and service clubs who met with the explicit purpose of debating and negotiating a broad public agenda. The issues addressed by the forum included alternative social policies, strategies to stimulate the region's economy, the environment, and the modernization of the public sector. In Pacheco's evaluation, 1993, the Santo André Forum was about negotiation, certainly difficult, that tried to reconcile sustainable economic development with the promotion of citizenship. The agenda of priorities addressed sought to confront the impact of the economic crisis and the already perceptible effects of economic restructuring, as well as to contemplate the identity of the region, which is at the center of Brazil's most modern industrialized pole and which had been the cradle of the new labor union movement and the Workers' Party. Finally, the social crisis of the 1990s, in the wake of the processes of economic restructuring and globalization, has clearly indicated the importance of municipal public initiatives in expressing an articulation between economy and equality, development and quality of life, complicated equations that cannot be reduced to economic models and technical solutions, because they depend on social characteristics and local economies. Out of the conflictive web of interests involved, solutions must be constructed in democratic forums that articulate diverse social actors around a possible negotiation capable of initiating local development alternatives, job creation, and income generation. It is with this perspective that, at various levels, development forums have been created. Under different names and diverse institutional formats, these forums have become important spaces for articulation among local government officials, business executives, labor unionists, and workers. Point 11. These experiments, among others, have been repeated in various municipalities using different institutional formats and, at times, have generated uncertain results. But together they have constituted an important political reference for the Brazilian public. The theme of popular participation has impacted debates in diverse arenas and already forms part of the political vocabulary beyond the narrow limits of activist groups. Point 12. More than one political procedure among many, the notion of participation, as well as of representation and democratic negotiation, defines the mode through which future dilemmas and possibilities are described and problematized. 13. It is the wedge through which differences and alternatives are defined in relation to the conservative proposals and practices advocated by the minimal state, which in practice result in the reduction of public space and the expansion of the sphere of private interest. Beyond the political or ideological rhetoric in which these questions are often formulated, the discourses register an emergent political sociability that affects the very rationality of power through the presence of collective actors who can no longer be ignored in the formulation of policies. One could say that these emergent forms of public sociability are a crucial element in the current redefinition of relations between state and society. Contrary to the traditional practice of defending corporatist interests from within the state apparatus, these spaces publicize conflicts through negotiations whereby rights become the normative reference that defines a new grammar in political life, thus preventing interests from being defended through brute force. Constructed at the interface between state and society, these public arenas render state administrations permeable to the emergent aspirations and demands of civil society, removing from the state the exclusive monopoly of defining the agenda of society's priorities and pertinent problems. This implies another mode of constructing a notion of public interest, a plural and a notion, capable of transmitting the diversity and complexity of society, breaking therefore with the authoritarian version of society solidly rooted in Brazil's political history that is synonymous with the state and is identified with the authoritarian imposition of the law. This is the measure by which one can evaluate the democratic meaning of the experiences discussed here, which is why it is worth dwelling on this question. It is necessary to clarify and emphasize that the public interest is not the direct, unmediated emanation of popular participation. Much to the contrary, the opening of spaces of representation and participation had the effect, among others, of demolishing the fiction that the popular sector is homogeneous and unified. The democratic field of conflict that we are considering here is also the scenario from which the diversity of the popular sector emerges. The problems generated by this diversity are varied. First, as emphasized by Tarso Genro, 1995, in commenting on his experience as mayor of Porto Alegre, social movements often espouse a corporatist geographic vision which tends to approach the city in a fragmented manner. Second, the dispute for public resources is often intransigent, it can internally divide the various popular organizations, Singer 1995, and mobilize old and new practices of clientelism and corporatism, Cowrick and Singer 1993. Third, urban struggles are often translated into so-called conflicts of rights, as happened and as continues to happen in the city of São Paulo, where the struggle for housing, the right to housing, in areas of watershed protection, the right to a certain quality of life, brings to the fore the conflicts between residents, the homeless, environmental organizations, and government technicians over the meaning of public interest and the public good. These notions are always present in political discourse, but they have the peculiar quality of escaping a univocal definition, since a polysemy of meanings is also constitutive of conflict. Finally, the popular universe or the city, to use a wider term, is traversed by different and not always convergent notions of law, rights, and justice. These different notions result in a varied and unequal sedimentation of historical experience as well as differentiated appropriations of political discourses and values that circulate in the contemporary public scene, representing a heterogeneity of methods of insertion and participation in urban life in general. 14 And a synergy of these issues with cultural traditions. Rather than taking these examples as evidence of the fragility of the popular sector or as proof of the inviolability of democratic city administrations open to the practices of participation and representation by supposedly old and new types of particularism, clientelism, and corporatism, as well as the traditionalism that often permeates popular culture, one could say that, to the contrary, it is this multifaceted and heterogeneous societal dynamic that helps qualify the meaning of the democratic construction in process in the experiments cited. These spaces of representation facilitate a negotiated construction of parameters that call for political deliberation and arbitration of conflicting interests. In discussing the experience of Op. Tarso Genro describes the political dynamic in which the difficult art of negotiation requires the definition of rules establishing the criteria for the distribution of resources at the same time that they define public parameters delimiting local demands. Regulation is key because it hampers clientelism and obliges community leaders to think of their region in a more universal fashion. Genro 1995, 22. Even if this is true, rhetoric is not unimportant, because it determines the way in which questions are problematized with reference to a democratic notion of public interest and the public good. It is in this mediation, constructed between the state and society, that one can perhaps see the dilemma posed by Marilena Chai in commenting on the difficulties involved in constructing democracy in a society polarized by extreme need and privilege. If needs, by definition, cannot be universalized as rights, it is because they are so specific that they are not able to transform demands of general interest of a particular social class, or much less, able to universalize and appear as rights. Chai 1994, 9. This antinomy can only be avoided through the enactment of a public measure that breaks the absolute hold of privilege and redefines the particularism of needs and the social movements that express them. The democratic definition of this measure is the task of the public sphere. Finally, these experiences suggest that if it is true that democracy depends on the construction of the rules of the game, then these rules cannot be reduced to the formal rationality of the constitutional order. The rules of the game are constructed through the mediation of public spaces in which circulates the logic that establishes the criteria of validity of that which is claimed as a right, and where questions pertinent to the public regulation of the institutional and legal spheres are negotiated. Habermas 1994. This is what is at stake in recent experiences in which the construction of these spaces is concomitant to the negotiated definition of rules that establish relevant criteria and priority of demands. An ethnography of the practices of negotiation in these spaces of representation would certainly offer valuable contributions to the understanding of how these rules are constructed and negotiated in terms of a reinvention of the political contract. It is in this sense that one can glimpse the possibility of a democratic legality that would be open to groups negotiating their differences around a social pact of justice and equality. It is necessary to reaffirm here that these visions are virtualities. The dismantling of these spheres of representation through the deactivation of their power to formulate and implement public policies, or even the shrinking of these spheres into the corporative horizon of particular interests, are current possibilities. The so-called state partnership with civil society is an expression that has already become common. But its conservative version does not imply anything more than strategies that elide the question of public responsibility, generate a simulacrum of social policies devoid of equality and justice, reactivate local particularisms, and sanctify social and regional inequalities, when they don't outright reinforce the power of old and new local oligarchical politics. M. H. Castro 1995. But it is also possible to say that, beyond the immediate political circumstances, these experiments are anchored in a historical and societal terrain that makes them plausible, while at the same time the horizon of political debates is being defined around these experiences. It is precisely here that the virtuality of the democratic field constructed over these years can be seen as more than a mere supposition, indeed as a plausible political bet. This possible wager is evidenced in the recent history of a classic social movement, the labor movement. Democratic construction in question, the current labor movement. It might seem almost incongruous to speak of the promotion of citizenship and the enlargement of the democratic sphere of Brazilian society when we refer to the world of organized labor, especially in the 1990s. Workers who hold regular jobs in Brazil are, on the one hand, the subjects of rights consecrated in the 5 constitutions the country has witnessed since 1937. On the other hand, in recent years workers have become the preferential target of general policies that dismantle these rights. 15 These policies are eroding the historic victories in various spheres, the right to negotiate salaries, decent work schedules, paid weekends, advance job termination notice, the right to vacation time, access to technological education, workers' compensation, and, for women, maternity leave. They also threaten to destructure the social security system, which promises a dramatic deterioration of workers' standard of living. It is well known that this demolition of rights is a global process, occurring in countries that achieved industrial modernity through the constitution of expansive social rights, as well as in those more recently industrialized countries that could perhaps aspire to a democratic regulation of labor relations. In fact, in the last decade, given that the condition of workers has begun to be seen as a condition of citizenship, the curtailment, if not destruction, of social responsibility, see Ewald 1986, for inequalities in labor has become absolutely visible. This erosion of social responsibility is evident in the already much analyzed impact of technological globalization, trade, and financialization of investments on the national economy. The insistent repetition of terms such as the need to liberate productivity and reinvent production to take advantage of a new agile, creative, or flexible economy are incessantly used in debates over new configurations of the economy, suggesting that workers' rights have become archaic and immobile, impeding and restraining a laudable world of new technology, the implementation of which, it is admitted, will unfortunately and inevitably cause a laceration of society and the city. At the level of values, the process of dismantling rights occurs by way of a discourse that is fundamentally anti-egalitarian and destructive of workers' social guarantees until now fundamental to social citizenship, Marshall 1967. It is argued that these uneconomical rights conspire against competitiveness, block productive and technological investment, and above all on the level of values that interests us here obstruct the true merit of individuals' energies and capacities, as they would tend to accommodate workers through social guarantees. By depreciating social rights through an apolitical discursive construction that counterposes individual capacities in the open market and legally guaranteed social protection, the meaning of all institutions that make up the public patrimony of society is also undervalued. Public services and public spaces are considered addictive activities with exorbitant costs with few returns. In Brazil at least, the attack on social rights is also a radical attack on public schools, hospitals, and public recreation areas, when not a direct attack on the public employees of the sector, spaces, things, and people tossed off as privileges of the past that do not fit in with the modernity that governments of the 1990s aspire to. Rights instituted in the public sphere, which shaped the collective lifelong guarantees of workers, suddenly became archaic and retrograde. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in Brazil, these rights are historically the only base of social citizenship, embodied in systems of health, education, housing, family planning, minimum wage, jobs, elder care, access to cultural events, and so on. Rights migrate toward another so-called modern sphere, the sphere of the market. Seen primarily in terms of the rentability they can generate, rights are once again anchored without reference to politics. It is almost frightening how much these arguments made by business executives, economists, and Brazilian government advisors recall the classic ideas of individualist liberalism of the 19th century in an impoverished and decontextualized version. These new arguments reinterpret the conception of inequality as a matter of individual responsibility, in a disquieting return to the beginning of the Brazilian century, when social rights did not exist institutionally and were driven by conceptions of private philanthropy. How can we speak of an enlargement of the democratic field of struggle for rights emerging from a deepened perspective on citizenship for workers in a country like Brazil, infamous for maintaining the most inequitable income distribution in the world and the lowest possible wage levels in relation to real and potential productivity? If the effects of globalization cause, even in what is considered a civilized, developed society such as pre-Thatcher Great Britain, a considerable deepening of inequalities, the era of a new barbarism, as Hobsbawm, 1995, calls it, how can one even imagine that a horizon of democratic social rights could still emerge in a society such as that of Brazil? Given that in Brazil a structure of social relations has always been radically heterogeneous and unequal and has never been able to produce even a liberal identity of citizen, such policies appear doomed from the start, promising only greater unemployment, increased precariousness in work conditions and labor relations, and growing inequity and exclusion. Would it not be more logical to conclude, as the facts increasingly seem to suggest, that it is impossible for such a democratic field to be introduced beyond the formal institutions of political power, and that the rooting of citizenship in the day-to-day sociabilities of this society, as has occurred since the 1980s, has only been an imagined possibility, Chai 1994? And, if so, is it necessary to conform ourselves to the inevitability, a word so often repeated today by those who judge themselves modern, of the end of universal values of equality, citizenship, and the idea of social rights? In the second part of this chapter, we will try to show that this inevitability does not exist, not only because of the evident theoretical fragility on which it is premised, grounded in putative technological determinisms and modernizing economic imperatives, but because the implementation of massive social exclusion would depend today on an existing public space of conflict, composed of social subjects already constituted within this public space who are now recognized on the Brazilian political scene. What is at stake in such a space is the political and democratic meanings that the economic modifications might induce. This public space is also the place of action, debate, and critical political analysis, which has been constituting itself through the very expansion of workers' organized participation. 16 As a democratic field that was opened in the conflictive negotiations between social movements and local governments over living conditions, the labor movement of the 1990s, characterized by a relatively short yet spirited history of internal organizational changes and deep transformations of values, has been able to propose a civilized and democratic path for the political administration of the transformations underway in Brazilian society. The labor movement has taken on the task of balancing economic policy with the possibility of greater equity. This path makes unprecedented use of a democratic notion of citizenship to lay the foundation for new actions on the part of workers and unions, thereby trying to reverse their relative loss of control and power over the regulation of a labor market shaped by what some have called the passive insertion of Brazil into the process of globalization, Matiso 1995. The importance of this politically constructed notion of citizenship has been conspicuous, since the beginning of the 1990s, in the most organized segments of the labor movement, mobilized to dispute the cultural and political meaning of the regulation of labor relations. A comparison between the modes of labor confrontation with employers and government in the early 1980s, consisting of frequent and effective strikes organized around industrial regulations and union intermediation Naranjo 1991, and the posture and discourse of negotiation of the 1990s, when the professional unions and union confederations initiated and insisted in taking part in the construction of the regulations, clearly shows this transformation. It is further evidenced by the fact that a new conception of citizenship has begun to be supported by a strong union appreciation of the need for labor to participate in political institutions that make decisions affecting all of society, as these decisions also shape the labor market. The contrasts between the mode of confrontation of the 1980s and negotiation of the 1990s clearly attest to the working class apprenticeship in citizenship, which distances workers from a dual tradition that places unions under either the unilateral dictates of the labor ministry, Ministerio do Trabalho, or the ideologized space where the oppositionist elements tended to anchor themselves. This cultural and political trajectory also differentiates itself from the liberal notion of citizenship, as it is now conceived as active collective participation in dialogue and negotiation. Labor's new conception of citizenship also departs from the corporatist state tradition 17 as it conceives of participation as involving the entire society, a participation in decisions that regulate a common existence. When negotiating government social security policy in February 1996, Vicente Paulo da Silva, the president of CUT, Central Única dos Trabalhadores, Brazil's most powerful labor federation, declared that one could not permit CUT to become a ghetto, and that a labor confederation which bases itself in the discourse of no stands outside of social reality. On the same occasion, the press publicized that more than 80% of organized workers, principally steel workers, supported negotiation as the best way to influence governmental policies. 18 Once again illustrating the horizon that had been taking shape since 1991, in which the redefinition of an active citizenship of workers was turning toward the active construction of democratic forms of social regulation, in dramatic contrast to sedimented ways of thinking about unions in relation to institutions, a process that represents, undoubtedly, an alternative definition of politics. By demonstrating how powerful a project of active citizenship can be anchored in the continual constitution of subjects who can universalize their victories and break with institutional constraints through processes of permanent negotiation, this redefinition of the political practice of workers met a perhaps unanticipated obstacle, the limited disposition of democratic governments to construct partnerships with society or even to make concessions to the expansion of civic power. The formal post-dictatorship democratic regime reproduces the classic pitfalls of self-defense of governmental power by protecting its monopoly of decision-making. Such a monopoly historically has produced a legacy of exclusion and political demobilization of the population even stronger than that enforced by capital. The Brazilian government's traditional conception of power as having owners to evoke the expression of Raimundo Faoro is deeply rooted. Regardless of the political regime, the Brazilian government has done whatever possible to distance itself from the republican ideal. It conceives of modernity as a society that marches in orderly fashion toward the future through governmental clairvoyance, thus rendering it immune to the destabilizing dangers of social conflict. Faithful to the authoritarianism through which society came to know so-called modernity in Brazil, Chai 1985, a significant part of public opinion tends to delegate this precise role to public officials. Since the late 1980s, however, it has been hoped that legitimately elected officials could take a step forward in creating a democracy spanning beyond the political regime to encompass society. Some local governments, who do not fear association with organized sectors of the city, have taken this step with some success. Just as a conservative version of this state-society partnership can reactivate local particularisms in the case of popular movements, the same can be seen in certain cases of labor negotiations. Undoubtedly, the perspectives opened up by the politicization of working-class citizenship displaces older dominant practices assigning value to the working-class world wherein the popular sectors are seen as good children, at times excessive or violent, at times docile, but whose needs have nothing to do with the public sphere. Citizenship and workers, recent studies. 3 recent experiments demonstrate the real possibility of a democratic regulation of labor rights and at the same time, the state's and capital's resistance to giving it a permanent institutional statute. The first and largest of these experiments occurred in the already much analyzed sectoral councils, 1991 to 1994, most notably in the automobile sector, which resulted in a successful agreement. 19 This agreement made possible by the efforts of labor unions to transform the council into a real decision-making forum benefited business owners, workers, and the government alike and succeeded in creating unprecedented mechanisms for defining policy directions. As the literature points out, the sectoral council proved that it was possible for antagonistic actors to recognize the legitimacy of conflicting interests. An alternative to corporatist interests emerged, rooted in true labor union representation in which the state, workers, and employers came to perceive one another as equal agents with divergent interests. The act of negotiating would no longer occur through the mediation of the state, but through the recognition of the autonomy of all social agents involved. Above all, as Oliveira points out, this experience demonstrated that a new contract actuality can give rise to the democratic regulation of labor relations. Actors are seen as capable of constituting, through negotiation, a common, more just, and legitimate measure of the responsibilities and rights of economic life. At the same time, as Cardoso and Cumin point out, this new contract actuality requires the strong politicization of relations between classes and interest groups, making them publicly responsible for decisions capable of affecting a large portion of the labor market. Along these lines, however, a third path between the extremes of the deregulation of workers' rights brought about by the oscillations of the market and the traditional legalistic and authoritarian regulation of the state appeared on the horizon. A second experiment articulated by organized labor has far-reaching consequences. It proposes a new system of participatory labor relations that promotes shared responsibility for regulation and market relations. CUT, as well as other labor union confederations, has called for the national adoption and implementation of a collective work contract as the central instrument of this regulation. This contract would represent a new pact between state and society in which labor conflicts would find a terrain for the permanent collective negotiation of its own standards. Envisioned as stemming from the actual experiences of negotiation of the more representative unions, this instrument would take account of differences among labor situations in a very diverse market while treating different categories of workers under a common, although not unitary or abstract, conception of citizenship. This collective contract would have the power to end the currently obligatory interference of the labor courts in the solution of conflicts, that is, with the court's legalistic normative and monologic power over labor disputes. If implemented, this model would require modifications in the functioning of labor unions to make them more representative. Some radical versions of the proposal, around which there is little consensus, would eradicate reductionistic conceptions of labor organizations such as obligatory professional unity, unions organized through professional categories defined by law, the monopoly of representation within a given territorial base, one professional union for each municipality, and the imposition of the union tax, whereby each Brazilian worker is obliged by law to give 1 day's pay per year to the union, whether that worker is associated with the union or not. This tax is collected by the government and redistributed to the unions. The fact that the union confederations have initiated internal and external discussions and proposed an alternative jurisdiction for labor relations, which was first seriously considered by the Ministry of Labor in the Barelli administration, shows how much the notion of autonomy is sought as a basis of citizenship and political dialogue. Point 20. The difficult question regarding the function of labor courts and their legalistic proceedings in the implementation of labor rights is a good example of this. The judicial regulation of labor relations in Brazil has been the mandate of a specific branch of the judiciary since the 1930s. Any and all labor conflicts, individual or collective, must pass through its office, so that any direct negotiation has no legal contractual value. It would be impossible to show in the scope of this chapter the extent to which innovations in labor relations are impeded by this type of legalism, and the degree to which the bureaucratization of labor relations and contracts hinder the exercise of rights. The act of challenging labor courts' procedures and criteria in the 1990s bears a direct relationship to the stronger unions' consciousness of their autonomous capacity to create dialogue over diverging and conflictive interests. On the one hand, this points to a revitalization of historical rights already consecrated worker protections through new exigencies. On the other, unions and jurists involved in the quest for renovated labor rights are also conscious of the flip side of the coin, the existence of weak labor unions with little bargaining power, for whom this institutionalized labor court system is a reference for the rights of the poorest workers, even if they are unable to understand the criteria the system uses, the language it speaks, its procedures, its bureaucracy, and its slow pace. The enormous distance between the meaning of equality lived in labor relations and the bureaucratized institutionalization of rights creates in the culture of the average worker a rupture between the existence of these rights and the form in which they experience the rights. Nothing illustrates this with as much eloquence as the common expressions "looking for my rights," "procurar os direitos," or, worse, "the hunt for rights," "caçar os direitos," rights that are hidden in some mysterious place in the law and that demand long procedures for recovery that true citizens could hardly be expected to endure. And Sosa 1994, J. Sosa 1993, Caldera 1984, Santos 1995. Undoubtedly, workers demonstrated desire and competence in proposing measures, and acting at the institutional level completely changes the representations of state power that had previously pervaded the daily life of unions and their critics. A condition of citizenship that is conquered, and not, obligatorily, received, transforms the acceptance of the authority of government measures, since such measures must be subjected to profound modifications emerging from the heart of organized society. Certainly governments of the 1990s have considered this dynamic to be more than an inconvenience, and their appeals to the logic of the monopoly of decision-making has become ever more frequent. Not only have governments refused to institutionally strengthen these experiments in worker democracy, they increasingly evoke styles of power to contain the expansion of the processes and actors that might widen the democratic field. This governmental reaction brings to mind the description of the birth of modern politics as historians of the 18th century convey it. Modern politics seems to demand the banishment of common people from the proper space of politics, but combines during the transition with an ancient conception of the public as the captive audience of a performance offered to them by the state. Elias 1986, Habermas 1986. The governments of the 1990s propose a different place for the workers' citizenship to be exercised, and this constitutes the third novel, even if ambiguous, experiment in labor regulation, firm-by-firm negotiations, said to be free because not subject to wider collective agreements. It seems counterintuitive that even this proposal for free negotiation involves detailed rules dictated by presidential decree and promotes a fragmented form of the corporatism so condemned by the government. It is perhaps even more contradictory when we consider, despite the professed democratic commitments of governing officials and business leaders, that public violence is still often used to deter social movements and strikes. The oil refinery strike, of April-June 1995, is emblematic of the contradictions of the realm of rights in Brazilian society, as the state resorted to an old public resource of control over labor relations to repress the strike, the military hand, which was permitted to intervene by the political manipulation of legal formalisms. The strike was described by the press, with justification, as an actual war carried out by the government against the strikers, in which careful strategies were implemented to impose a humiliating defeat followed by veritable bombardments on public opinion. Once again, Brazilian society returned to a time when workers appeared as the inverse of citizens and the reverse of modernity, corporatist, insidious, backward, and arrogant. This reverted society sought to break workers' spines and portray them as people without virtue who could not possibly contribute to the future course of the public interest. The recent and prodigiously rapid history of the dispute over the meaning of democracy produces important complexities, enabling us to opt for either a happy or unhappy ending with respect to changes in the relationship between culture and politics since the early 1980s, when the democratic inventions emanating from social movements and the revitalized labor movement erupted as new actors on the political stage, Seder 1988. If the proposals for democratic negotiation of the 1990s demonstrate the maturity of those inventions, then nothing precludes the continued use of physical or symbolic violence, at all levels, in the dispute over who has the legitimate power of regulation. And more, nothing precludes the indifference of a large part of Brazilian society to the complete absence of rights in informal and illegal work situations, in double shifts endured by much of the female labor force, or in the horror of extreme situations of child labor and slave labor, all of which are illegal situations that are nonetheless tolerated in practice. To the contrary, it is within this traditional context of indifference to the absence of minimal social rights and guarantees for poor and miserable workers, mute witnesses to extreme Brazilian inequality, that the politics of pure and simple destitution of rights, or the threat to flexibilize those few rights remaining, is taking shape. It is worth reiterating that the social and political tolerance of the symbolic and physical violence of certain work conditions is also the fruit of years of legalistic and bureaucratic imposition of social rights which led workers to forget the very meaning of having rights, and that this tolerance continues to reproduce the unequal context in which a revived liberalism is being implanted. However, a transition occurred. A partnership in the definition and regulation of rights has already been experienced as something possible. Paths have been forged, in the world of labor, toward a new notion of citizenship based on widened social responsibility and the construction of a common measure for negotiating divergent interests from which violence and arbitrary power could be reasonably purged. This transition also includes a new union presence, of workers and also of some business people, in larger spheres of citizenship, indicating that the expression public classes, utilized by Francisco de Oliveira, goes beyond its strict meaning in the professional world. For example, the constant presence of cut-in demonstrations and anti-racist and anti-sexist struggles, as well as in environmental struggles, and the inclusion of these struggles in their worker education programs, the pledge of some business sectors to commit to children's rights by curtailing child labor, and campaigns against hunger all give these public classes a constitutive role in the definition of public responsibility for social inequalities. But it remains for the government to enter into forceful institutional dialogue with these sectors of civil society. Produced by collective action ever in the process of transformation, the labor movement since the 1980s has modified the meaning and image of the relationship between the state and society in a democratic institutional context. From an almost archaic conception of governmental legitimacy wherein the spectacle of power is personified by public officials who are the guarantors of order and around whom a heterogeneous, inequitable, and conflictive society is to be united while remaining confined to their proper social places, with the entrance of the labor movement into the public sphere, politics is unveiled as a space that can also be proximate and shared. Politics comes to be seen as a conjunction of decisions that, while regulating common existence, should welcome the organized participation of a divided society, which although unequal is capable of interacting through criteria constructed on understanding. Oliveira 1991. The recognition that the union movement has constituted itself as one of the principal actors in a civil society unprecedented in Brazilian political history indicates that it is possible, although difficult, for democracy to also appear as a strong social force. From this angle, it doesn't matter that the impact provoked by the emergence of this side of the union movement, still poorly digested by society and by the government, has resulted in dramatic power struggles over the democratic and civilizational possibilities. In the end, it has already been demonstrated that it is the action of organized citizens that constructs a nation of citizens, and that this depends today on a field of complex and rapidly changing conflicts, which is far from being exhausted. What has been demonstrated is not, obviously, the possibility of narrow and slightly corporatist pacts between unions, business, and the government, and even less the conception of popular sovereignty as a transference of political power from top to bottom. The significance of the recent history of the labor movement as well as the trajectories of organized social movements is that it allows us to envision a path that might transform values and conceptions of power and politically authoritarian social hierarchies through widened participation in the rules governing the common good. It is also a path through which different individuals, social groups, and citizens can begin to understand themselves as belonging to political society. And, for now, it is the only known path through which to arrive at a form of more genuine citizenship capable of combining the freedom to participate in public affairs with the legitimacy of a conflictive, yet shared, construction of democratic norms. If it is through the lens of this emerging civil society that one can catch a glimpse of democratic utopia in contemporary Brazil, it is also true that it is through this lens that current dilemmas are concretized. On one hand, to what point will this emerging institutionality be capable of rooting citizenship in social practices, extending rights beyond the most organized groups, and rising above what Juan Dorley Guilherme dos Santos, 1993, defines as the regulatory confinement of citizenship? Though this is a persistent question in Brazilian history, it is today redefined in the convergence of the country's long history of inequalities and exclusions, the new cleavages and differences produced by economic restructuring that challenges the classic agenda of universal rights, and the current dismantling of already precarious public services that further narrows the horizon of legitimacy of social rights. The possibilities for the democratic field constructed over the last 15 years seem today constrained between the weight of tradition and the force of a conservative project that is removed from the societal spheres of representation, negotiation, and dialogue, and that neutralizes the ethical dimensions of justice and equality in the name of economic efficacy and technical rationality. The big question on the agenda in these times of change is how the future of Brazil is being decided at the very crossroads of these uncertain alternatives. Chapter 4. New subjects of rights. Women's movements and the construction of citizenship in the new democracies. Skyled Veronica. Vast networks of professionals and activists who are feminists, or who are at least sensitive to women's issues, are at work today in Chile and other Latin American countries. These networks are not only responsible for sustaining the work of grassroots organizations and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, but are also engaged in the production of knowledge, including categories that become part of the moral repertoires used by the state. In other words, government agencies and non-profit, party-based initiatives working on behalf of women rely heavily on the efforts of women positioned in these networks. Focusing on these vast and influential though largely overlooked networks makes the distinction between state and civil society increasingly problematic. Although Alfred Stepan has correctly reminded us that the state structures relationships between civil society and public authority in a polity in addition to structuring many crucial relationships within civil society as well, one to address the problem simply in these terms is unhelpful, since this structuring relies on important cultural resources from civil society itself. In this chapter I will explore the dialectical relation between state forms and social movements in the construction of the new hegemonic projects of neoliberal modernization, by addressing the women's movement in the context of this particular configuration of state-civil society relations taking shape in present-day Chile. The focus of the discussion is on the articulation of the multiplicity of experiences, discourses, and practices of development NGOs, feminists, popular organizations, and government institutions by the state. Point 2 My analysis is, in part, grounded in recent interviews with a number of women activists and professionals working in Santiago's many NGOs, research centers, foundations, and government agencies, as well as in grassroots organizations, neighborhood councils, and local municipal agencies. Furthermore, I draw from what is by now a lengthy contact with organized women from the popular sectors, particularly from the most populous southern periphery of Santiago. This contact, which I first established during extensive fieldwork in 1987, has given me a particular insight into the conditions that enable women to differentially position themselves, and be differently positioned, in the present political process. Judging from the scope of the transformations underway throughout the world and from the massive forms of dislocation and anxiety these transformations are unleashing, recent neoliberal projects are nothing short of revolutionary. Three such projects are clearly not only economic and institutional but also, most crucially, cultural political. Taking a cue from Rob Watts, I suggest here that in the specific context of neoliberal modernizing projects, the distinction between state and civil society appears increasingly blurred. 1993/1994, 108. In short, what Philip Kearney, 1990, refers to as the robustness of states in the late 20th century is all too apparent. Under the guise of limited intervention or non-intervention, an aspect of the dominant neoliberal discourse with its commitment to a market-driven model of development, states are intervening in important ways that have significant cultural effects. States, in other words, are at the center of the present modernizing project, the so-called neoliberal project. Transitions to civilian rule in Latin America today thus involve a reconfiguration of state-civil society relations along the lines of the neoliberal modernizing project, with powerful cultural effects. Central to this modernizing project is the redefinition of citizenship as the active exercise of responsibilities, including economic self-reliance and political participation. Implicit in this redefinition is a dismantling of the ostensibly passive citizenship associated with the post-war, so-called statist, period. Point 4 This undoing of the post-war meaning of citizenship has been preceded by an assault on those institutions and practices that, albeit imperfectly, held out for generations the hope of membership. Point 5 In his suggestive piece Democracy and Modernization, 30 years later, José Nunn recently reminded us that in the course of these projects we are presented with imaginary discontinuities, as if Latin America had never experienced capitalist penetration, its economies had never been open to the world market, as if the early 1960s doctrine of modernization had never existed. 1993. Indeed, the apparent democratization of interventionist states of yore has presented an additional discontinuity, as if all modern Latin American states had exercised predominantly coercive power over their citizens. Thus the brush of recent modernization also tars with amnesia, as it were, those other cultural projects of modern Latin American states such as the liberal state forms of the late 19th century and, more recently, the Estados Populistas. Point 6. The restructuring process presently underway is shifting the terms under which people live their lives from day to day. This is necessarily transforming the common material and meaningful framework in which the contestations, resistance, and struggles of subordinate groups are embedded. Point 7 In Chile, redefining the terms of citizenship is one crucial element of this transformation, and it is being done without a trace of memory or regret on the part of many. 8 In this chapter I pursue the questions of cultural political restructuring and more specifically of the redefinition of citizenship, in a deliberately one-sided manner, by highlighting the paradoxical processes through which state institutions and organizations as well as civil society re-articulate already existing, indeed often contestational or outright oppositional, forms to bring about the transformations associated with such redefinitions. My main focus, then, is primarily on the various ways in which cultural and material resources are recruited for the construction of new state forms. 9 This focus, I argue, throws light on the ambiguous and contradictory character of social movements. Although social movements may, in one conjuncture, challenge domination as a particular congealed structure of power relations, Slater 1994, 27, and of oppressive and exclusionary identities, in another they may themselves contribute to the emergence and development of new forms of domination. In the following pages I trace the processes whereby the efforts of feminist activists and professionals in Chile who are concerned with women's meaningful participation are being transformed into resources through which the state defines both the appropriate behaviors of citizens and the spaces for the practice of citizenship. I begin with a critical examination of recently established agencies, both governmental and non-governmental, that since 1990 have been in the business of resolving the real problems of Chilean women. Certainly the attention to the discursive constitution of women's problems, and more generally the efforts to integrate different categories of women excluded from the national community, have not materialized out of thin air, and must be linked to the struggles of the women's movement. But more concretely, I argue that there is a convergence between, on the one hand, the concerted actions of the networks of women activists and professionals that make up a large segment of the women's movement and, on the other, the renewed efforts of the Chilean neoliberal state to redefine the nature of the national community and the appropriate behaviors of its constituent members, including those activists and professionals working with women at the grassroots level. 10 More specifically, the terms of gendered citizenship and community, then, are increasingly being established by some women in the name of all. This ought to be a reminder that the emancipatory potential of social movements must always be understood in context. In the case of the women's movement, its accomplishments and impacts must be understood in connection with the latest phase of Chilean state formation. This phase is characterized by the renewed attempts of dominant groups to construct a hegemonic project that articulates elements of socio-economic modernization with a particular conception of citizenship, one based on individual subjects as bearers of rights who must entrepreneurially fashion their overall personal development through wider relations to the marketplace. 11. Social movements and the problem of state-civil society relations in neoliberal modernizing projects. Studies of Latin American social movements have for some time underscored these movements' important contribution to cultural transformations and the democratization of everyday life, as well as their significant consequences for the broader processes of political transformation in the region. Escobar and Alvarez 1992, Slater 1991, 1994, Fouraker and Craig 1990. In the aftermath of authoritarian rule, therefore, it could be confidently assumed that social movements had left indelible marks on democratization processes in Latin America, and yet the democracies that are unfolding in countries like Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile bear some very old, familiar features. 12 They continue to be embedded in contexts of gross social and economic inequalities and to be characterized, among other things, by a return to politics as usual and by a loss of visibility of many social movements. These developments, along with the political transformations that have occurred in Mexico, have dampened many scholars' initial optimism about the wider democratizing potential of social movements and have led to caution or outright pessimism. Slater 1994, Cannell 1992, Hellman 1992. An important supposition in much work on social movements is the rediscovery of the political as a realm in its own right, which, via a revaluation of liberal democracy, is viewed as a potentially pluralist space. 13 This identity-centered, anti-statist, or post-statist view of the emancipatory role of social movements has also been linked, often implicitly, with the rediscovery of civil society manifest in many recent theoretical writings, example Arato and Cohen 1992, Keene 1988, 1995, Held 1991. Ultimately, a revenge of civil society seemed to take hold in the purge discourse of still leftist social movement analysts in the 1980s. This is symbolized most significantly by the view of social movements as disruptors of sediment, limiting social identities and of narrow understandings of the political, and hence as capable of opening up new spaces of democratic practice and, often, of even bypassing the state altogether, Rowe and Schelling 1991, Evers 1985. But do the democratizing struggles of social movements offer such open-ended possibilities? Could it be that those who announced the autonomy of the political with infectious enthusiasm and placed their hopes in the radical potential of liberal democracy did so by unnecessarily underplaying the continuing significance of the state? 14. The massive transformations associated with economic, social, and political restructuring that have been taking place throughout the world, and the crucial role of states in them, suggest that this is in fact the case. Increasingly, these changes, which in Latin America and most recently in Eastern Europe are linked with so-called transition and democratization processes, today give the much celebrated moment of civil society a seemingly ephemeral character. 15. Given these global capitalist transformations, how effective is it to pose the question of the political relevance of social movements in a context that privileges a state-society split? Consequently, I suggest a rethinking of the impact of social movements that defends the notion that states have fundamental cultural effects on societies and that therefore challenges the current conceptual dichotomy that seems to set the state unambiguously against a sphere of action outside the state, in civil society. I propose an analysis sensitive to the changing, broader context of power relations in which social movements are embedded. This broader context refers explicitly to the cultural processes associated with state formation. Following recent conceptions of the state influenced by the work of Foucault, Corrigan and Sayre 1985, my analysis begins with the assumption that a state is not a monolith with intentions such as, for example, to co-opt, but rather an abstraction that refers to ensembles of institutions and practices with powerful cultural consequences. 16. Moreover, these cultural consequences stem from the precise, concrete manner in which institutions and practices rule the forms of rule and ruling. Central to this ruling are not the intentions of the bureaucrats and professionals housed in institutions, but the texts, policy documents, position papers, memos, and the like, that these bureaucrats produce as a matter of routine in the course of their ongoing activities. 17. Knowledge that is central to the ordering of social life is produced through these textually mediated practices, to borrow Dorothy Smith's apt formulation. Foucault proposed the term governmentality to refer generally to all projects or practices intending to direct social actors to behave in a particular manner and towards specified ends, in which political government is but one of the means of regulating or directing action. Watts 1993/1994, 109. Power, in this sense, is not exercised exclusively as violence through coercive organs but as the regulation of people's behaviors and subjectivities. Foucault, using a Christian metaphor, referred to this dimension as pastoral power, 1983, 1991. This notion of power as pastoral allows us to make sense of the fundamentally moral dimension of projects of domination implicated in the processes of state formation. Corrigan and Sayre, 1985, capture this notion best by highlighting how the interest of states in determining how social life should be conducted translates into an interest, often forcibly encouraged, in regulating the behavior of individuals. In this context, states play a central orchestrating role in the constitution of new identities. They define, in great detail, acceptable forms and images of social activity and individual and collective identity. They regulate, in empirically specifiable ways, social life. In this sense, the state never stops talking. Corrigan and Sayre 1985, 3. I use the term orchestrating in this context to highlight the point that the role of the state is not to determine or fix forms of sociality and subjectivities but rather to lay down a structure of possibilities that sets the parameters for people's actions. Point 18. In particular, capitalist state projects of domination entail powerful discourses of belonging that aim to construct a totality through individualizing strategies. These have characteristically hinged on an appeal to citizenship, an identity that locates us as members of national and, to paraphrase Benedict Anderson, ultimately imagined communities, 1983. In other words, state projects are integrative projects, and citizenship is, in one very significant and all too often underestimated sense, a powerful mechanism of integration. The crucial quality of citizenship is that its meaning is never fixed. Not only are there different types of citizenship in liberal democratic regimes, there are also changes that occur within each type over time. Thus, being a citizen of a welfare state is different from being a citizen of a newly emerging neoliberal state. As Janine Brody reminds us, different state forms, whether they be laissez-faire, welfare, or neoliberal, weave different meanings into our everyday lives. 1995, 27. Clearly, today, just as before, states are very much involved in defining both national communities and appropriate social and political behaviors. Citizens, with their qualities and behaviors, are central to the current modernizing projects. It is not surprising, for example, that welfare dependency in North America and Europe and state dependency in Latin America should be such prominent topics at this moment. The all-consuming focus of the discourse of the right both in and out of government in Great Britain, the United States, and increasingly Canada on categories of people such as single mothers and welfare bums, and more generally on the moral imperatives of restructuring social programs, illustrates the degree to which the identities and conduct of individuals matter to the state. Moreover, this period of intense debate over the meaning of citizenship powerfully underscores the degree to which the terms of belonging have always been, if not defined, then ultimately enforced by the state. Citizenship is a pivotal category in this redefinition of collective and individual identities. In places like Chile and other countries of the Southern Cone, military dictatorships brutally severed the links that had held together states and civil societies in the post-World War II period. Increasingly, these links are being rebuilt, but in the framework of historical amnesia previously referred to, so that the pattern is no longer that inspired by the Economic Commission for Latin America, ACLA, and in use beginning in the 1940s. 19 Instead, economic liberalism is being used to reconnect the fabric of state-civil society relations. In the context of the imaginary discontinuities in previous modernization projects, citizenship now holds the hope of the recognition and self-recognition that we are not modern yet but that we are potentially capable of becoming modern, if and only if we rely on ourselves. Citizenship and civil society have thus become key words in the political grammar of many practitioners and observers of political liberalization processes in Latin America. This political grammar suggests a convergence, in form and content, of different practices. First, an important legacy of the practices of social movements during the last 2 decades has been the tendency to highlight the centrality of the question of identity in politics. The meanings and practices of citizenship suddenly mattered. A second strand refers to the activities of newly minted civilian governments in Latin America. These civilian governments are increasingly legitimizing their public and social policies in terms of a discourse of modernity pivoting on the key issues of autonomy, accountability, and responsibility. These refer to the qualities expected not only of bureaucracies but also of citizens and of civil society in general. A third strand refers to the growing trend in international aid to bolster democratic politics in the region by emphasizing decentralization and active, economic, citizenship. 20 For example, a cursory exploration of recent funding for national governments and NGOs provided by philanthropic European and North American agencies, as well as by multilateral agencies such as the World Bank, suggests an increasing commitment to projects that aim to strengthen civil society and promote citizen participation. 21. I want to draw attention to this convergence as an active process of articulation of existing discourses, experiences, and quite literally of bodies, the outcome of which is a shifting of the matrix, or material and discursive framework, that defines the quotidian world in which we are constrained to live. Sayer 1994, 375. It is important to keep in mind, however, that although state forms define and impose, what people and groups do with these forms is another matter. There is no telling beforehand, for example, what form the identity of today's marketized citizen may take, or in what contexts such an identity may be deployed by different social groups. The point, however, is that the terms in which citizenship may be adopted, contested, and struggled over are predetermined. This is another way of restating the point that although people obviously contest and struggle, their struggles are not entirely of their own making. A crucial step, then, in coming to terms with the revolutionary dimension of changes associated with neoliberal modernizing projects is understanding the construction of new state forms. It is this process of laying down the new forms, as it were, that relies on what is already there, to which I now turn. I argue in the following pages that, in the Chilean case, a confluence seems to have been established between the activities of women's movements, namely women's struggles to define new political identities and thus to expand the notion of citizenship, and the project of constitution and regulation of identities and subjectivities by a neoliberal state form. Indeed, this Chilean modernizing project has come to depend on the many activities of professionals and activists working for NGOs, universities, and independent research institutes, a majority of whom are women. From the margins to the center? Women in the new Chilean democracy. Since the elections of 1990 and the apparent general demobilization of Chilean social movements, the women's movement seems to have lost its visibility and has, in fact, been pronounced transformed, paralyzed, or even dead. 22 The end of dictatorship has eliminated the obvious enemy that once united myriad, heterogeneous groupings and organizations. Indeed, the transition to democracy, or to normal politics, has exposed the real differences and tensions among women that were latent in the past. A fundamental divide exists today between those feminists who feel that the struggle for women's greater equality must be fought from within party politics and the state, informally known as the politicas, and those who insist that this stance will lead to a loss of autonomy and hence of the transformative emancipatory potential of the movement, the autonomas. Already in late 1988, the creation of two new coordinating bodies with very different goals, the Concertación de Mujeres por la Democracia and the Coordinación de Organizaciones Sociales de Mujeres, heightened the tensions between these two basic positions palpably. The Coordinación de Organizaciones Sociales de Mujeres brought together feminists who chose a strategy of action beyond what the parties and the state were capable of, in the name of preserving the autonomy of the women's movement. On the other hand, those well-known feminists who joined the Concertación de Mujeres por la Democracia belonged to the center and leftist parties that formed the Concertación por la Democracia, the first civilian government after 1989. This women's coalition was formed with the express purpose of presenting women's demands to the new civilian government. 23 Those women who took part in this initiative insist, no doubt accurately, that, without the pressure they exerted as a group and without the pressure exerted subsequently by the few feminist parliamentarians and politicians elected in 1989, the Concertación government would not have had a women's program, Programa de la Mujer. 24 Clearly, the Concertación de Mujeres por la Democracia represented the doble militancia, feminists who are also members of political parties, who chose to work for change within the parameters established by the political mainstream. As such, it excluded those who, while not choosing to marginalize themselves from this process, opted instead to play out their double militancy in the Communist Party and the movement of the revolutionary left, Mir. 25. Despite ongoing debates among feminists about the status of the women's movement, a cursory exploration of the perpetual networks that constitute the movement reveals important continuities and changes. A number of independent women's research institutes, for example, Centro de Estudios de la Mujer, SEM, its splinter group Instituto de la Mujer, CEDAM, and ISIS Internacional continue to operate, as do a number of NGOs working with women's issues as well as women's centers, including the first center to have opened in Santiago during the dictatorship, Casa de la Mujer La Morada. In addition, the women's radio station, Radio Tierra, and a number of feminist bulletins, journals, and a newspaper continue to inform and educate the Chilean population about women's issues. Yet recent developments suggest that whereas the Chilean women's movement continues to operate, its strategies are changing. Two recent examples of new mobilizations come to mind: the campaign to vote more women into parliament, mounted during the last parliamentary elections, and the widespread discussions and meetings organized in preparation for the Beijing Conference on Women in September 1995.26. Furthermore, two Redes de Mujeres, women's networks, have been created. One mobilizes women around issues of health and reproductive rights, and the other focuses on issues of male violence against women. These networks are sustained by NGOs and women's organizations, and their achievements to date suggest that, at least so far, the former has been more successful than the latter. For example, the health-related network has successfully organized public discussions on abortion, inaugurated the International Day of Women's Health, and, as a consumer watchdog, conducted an exposé of the widespread use in hospitals of an unauthorized, experimental drug to treat women. Beyond these questions of strategy and practice, however, there is the question of the cultural impact of the women's movement on Chilean society. The movement's important legacies are evident in the socio-political transformations that have taken place since 1990. Perhaps the most conspicuous achievement is the creation of the Servicio Nacional de la Mujer, National Women's Bureau, or SURNAM. The creation of this government agency in January 1991 was in response to the demands expressed by the Concertación de Mujeres por la Democracia during the negotiations among various opposition groups for a coalition, eventually resulting in the Concertación por la Democracia and paving the way for the elections of 1990.27. SURNAM has a limited operating budget, and, in fact, it relies heavily on foreign funding to develop and implement its programs. 28 It has a director with the rank of Minister of State who is directly accountable to the President. In addition, SURNAM has directors in each of the country's 13 regional governments, and within these regions it is represented in a number of local and municipal governments, often through Oficinas Municipales de la Mujer, municipal women's bureaus, or OMMs. SURNAM's explicit aim is to design and coordinate public policies at sectoral and interministerial levels. 29 In other words, this ministry-like institution acts primarily as a watchdog. It was created to oversee all other ministries' policy-making activities in areas directly affecting women. Beyond this advisory role, SURNAM has the power to propose legislation to Parliament, to promote society-wide educational campaigns, and to design and implement specific social programs. How much SURNAM is actually able to accomplish obviously depends on the broader context in which it operates. Two major factors limit the institution's range of actions. First, there is often a considerable amount of resistance to SURNAM on the part of government ministers and their teams of experts. It would be naive, therefore, to assume that just because this institution was established, all other ministries would follow SURNAM's mandate and start implementing programs that favor women. A refusal on the part of male ministers and their policy experts to consider the gendered dimension of key policy areas like health, education, and particularly labor is often cited as a limiting factor for SURNAM, and it is something that women at all levels in and out of government simply refer to as the high degree of machismo. A second limitation originates in the composition of the institution. SURNAM reflects the proportional strengths of the different political parties that make up the concertation government. The Christian Democratic Party is the strongest of the parties in the ruling coalition. Thus, SURNAM operates under what some critics dub a straitjacket, because the strong links between the ruling party and the Catholic Church render certain areas of legislation and policy difficult, if not impossible, to address. In a context in which the Catholic Church rules de facto over issues that are presumed to directly affect the moral life of the national community, including sexuality and family issues, the concertation government, and Suriname by extension, will in all likelihood not propose legislation on, for instance, divorce 30 or abortion. 31. Despite these limitations, Suriname has succeeded in pressuring Parliament to consider gender-specific issues such as changes to the Civil Code, which has not been revised since the 19th century, including legislation that discriminates against women in areas such as marriage, property rights, and labor. Some of these initiatives have, in fact, resulted in new legislation. For example, the new Lei de Violência Intrafamiliar, law against family violence, now makes spousal physical abuse a punishable act. Effective implementation of such laws is, of course, another matter. Recent rulings in family violence cases suggest that judges continue to emphasize the integrity of the family, not the rights of abused women. In one case heard in a Santiago court, for example, a woman who withheld sexual relations from an abusive husband was deemed by the judge to be suffering from a sexual dysfunction and was ordered to undergo sex therapy. The husband got off scot-free. 32. Another important organization, as far as poor women are concerned, is PRODAMU, Fundación para la Promoción y Desarrollo de la Mujer. PRODAMU was established in 1990 as a private foundation created and controlled by the Christian Democratic Party, and works for women's promotion and development. It is headed by the president's wife and a 7-member national council. In effect, the executive vice president directs and administers the institution with the help of a team of professionals. PRODAMU operates throughout the country, working in coordination with different levels of government: municipalidades, gobernates, gobernaciones, and intendencias, as well as with other public and private institutions. The work is carried out by professionals and volunteers, as well as by a sizable group of monitores, or workshop instructors, who are paid a nominal sum. The explicit targets of PRODAMU are women living in conditions of poverty or extreme poverty, whether organized or unorganized, homemakers or participants in informal economic activities. PRODAMU was established to fill the vacuum created during the transition to civilian rule in the area of volunteer work helping poor women. Central Relacionadora de los Centros de Madres, CEMA, in Chile, the institution inherited by Pinochet's wife from earlier incarnations, which coordinated and oversaw mothers' centers, was not dismantled at the time of the transition. In fact, through a legal maneuver introduced at the 11th hour, military wives maintained their control of CEMA Chile. A great number of centers opted out of CEMA Chile and were thus left in search of a new coordinating organization. It is as such a coordinating agency that PRODAMU feels it can most effectively address women's programs and activities. In fact, the leaders of grassroots women's organizations who are associated with PRODAMU, and even those who are not and who cannot distinguish this coordinating body from CEMA Chile, typically refer to PRODAMU as a CEMA Democrático, PRODAMU 1993, 48. Since 1990, the organization has been heavily involved in providing technical and educational support to neighborhood-based organizations of women who are predominantly homemakers. The institution relies heavily on the contribution of its virtual army of workshop instructors. These monitores are a group of poorly paid, mostly poor, lower middle-class women with an exceptional degree of commitment to their work. Many of these women taught handicrafts in workshops during the dictatorship, either for CEMA Chile or for opposition NGOs working with women in poor neighborhoods. 33 They are required to travel long distances to the poor communities where workshops are held, often at considerable personal risk. Presently, PRODAMU is in the process of redefining its areas of action. This development coincides with the inauguration of a second concertation government, this time with the majority presence of the Christian Democratic Party. In this context, PRODAMU has officially identified two broad national objectives in relation to which it aims to frame its own programs. These are the Programa Nacional de Superación de la Pobreza and the Plan de Igualdad de Oportunidades para las Mujeres. Initially, Prodamu's collaboration with Suriname was tenuous, although such collaboration seems increasingly to be at least a goal of the organizations. In fact, Suriname officially recognizes coordination in some activities. The overall goal of Prodamu to date has been to teach handicraft skills to women that they can use in strategies of self-consumption, autoconsumo, as well as for the benefit of their families. To this end it has developed a number of programs and enlisted the services of approximately 2,500 monitores. This stated goal of Prodamu, not to mention the work that flows from it, reveals that the institution has learned important lessons from the activities of NGOs sensitive to women's conditions. Emphasizing self-consumption over family concerns in the context of a Catholic-based institution is an interesting undertaking. It suggests a recognition of women as independent subjects rather than as mere appendages of their families. In this appropriation, and transformation, of the link made by earlier feminist-inspired activities between economic necessity and empowerment, Prodamu has achieved a happy marriage between women's autonomy and the market. Its handicraft workshops aim to empower women as economic subjects. The expanding networks of the women's movement in Chile. Understanding both the state and civil society, and the relation between them, entails first and foremost making sense of what people who work in settings such as government agencies, institutes, NGOs, and grassroots organizations actually do. 34 Even a cursory exploration of what has happened among feminist professionals in Chile in the past 5 years reveals an important trend. 35 Many social scientists, sociologists and economists as well as social workers and educators mostly employed in NGOs during the dictatorship, have joined the various ministries and agencies such as the Instituto Nacional de Estadística or the INE, National Statistics Institute. A significant number of them have moved to middle-level positions in Suriname. In addition this government presence, feminist professionals continue to be found in NGOs and independent research institutes. They are increasingly also found in universities, where in some cases they have succeeded in establishing courses in women's and gender studies. These moves should not be seen as permanent, as there appears to be a constant migration of professionals in and out of government agencies and more generally between the non-governmental and governmental sectors. An important reshuffling of personnel, affecting the positions of women professionals, took place after the election of the Christian Democrat Eduardo Frei in 1994. However, such movements often result from microphenomena, such as disagreements over certain programs or policies, at times leading to the resignation of entire teams or simply the termination of a limited contract at the end of a specific project. The nature of the work of professionals at NGOs is also changing. 36 Since the late 1980s much of the aid from bilateral, mostly European, agencies and private foundations has declined. Ostensibly this aid has been diverted to other, presumably needier, parts of the world. Although this may be so in some cases, a more plausible explanation can, no doubt, be found in the changing relations of these agencies to their own national governments. European governments are in the throes of a restructuring process in response to global restructuring and are steadily withdrawing support from their official and voluntary aid sectors. In addition, the events of 1989 and afterward in Europe, namely, the emergence of Eastern Europe as a target area, are no doubt contributing to the diversion of funds away from countries like Chile. 37 Most of the remaining funding from European donors has been redirected to support the social programs of the civilian governments. The first concertation government, headed by Patricio Aylwin, was instrumental in insisting that all funds be channeled through the government. Funds are still reaching the NGOs, but the direction of funding is firmly in the hands of the government, and the non-governmental beneficiaries are those organizations who increasingly act as the executors or evaluators of government social programs. 38 One prominent example is FOSIS, Fondos de Solidaridad y Inversión Social, the experimental program of social assistance initiated during the Aylwin government, which relies extensively on the work and knowledge base of NGOs. FOSIS is the Chilean version of similar solidarity investment funds found in other parts of Latin America, whose aim is to soften the extreme social effects of structural adjustment policies, and of the neoliberal development model more generally. The goal of these projects is to help the poor and marginalized access the market by financing small social and economic infrastructure programs. Hence they represent a sort of social adjustment strategy that, as the World Bank readily admits, are politically motivated because they seek to guarantee political support for neoliberal economic reforms. FOSIS relies heavily on foreign funding. In this respect, the predicament of Chilean, and more generally Latin American, NGOs parallels that of NGOs in Europe and in North America. Canadian NGOs, for example, are being wooed by provincial governments for innovative forms of program delivery, or what critics call the downloading of government responsibilities. In all cases, an emphasis on the responsibilities of citizenship, as opposed to mere rights, is the new ideological linchpin. A key difference between the cases of Chile and Canada is that in the former, although some NGOs seem reluctant to follow the trend, the majority have either acquiesced to, or willingly embraced, their new roles. This has led critics to refer to these NGOs as parastatal organizations. In Canada, however, the NGOs' reluctance to transform themselves into agents of government restructuring programs still seems to predominate. 39. Surinam's programs are almost entirely funded from abroad. For example, the Women's Resource Centers, CIDEMs, a centerpiece Suriname program and presumably the initiative through which the institution keeps an ear to the ground, are heavily funded by a grant from the Swedish Development Agency. Often, NGOs are put in the position of having to compete directly with Suriname for funding, as occurred recently with money from the Swedish Development Agency earmarked for strengthening civil society by sponsoring the activities of approximately 500 women's NGOs. The money, it turns out, was given to Suriname for administration. When the director of the agency turned down this responsibility, another government agency undertook it, much to the discontent of the NGOs. As a result of these changing priorities of foreign and domestic funding agencies, most women's NGOs, and indeed most local or community-based NGOs, are either scrambling to survive or disappearing altogether. Those that remain are increasingly dependent on government-funded projects to survive. More generally, government agencies actively recruit professionals from NGOs to develop and implement, as well as evaluate, social programs. Needless to say, theirs is not an easy relationship. A common complaint on the part of the NGO professionals is that their approach to social programs highlights process, while the agencies emphasize outcomes and products, for example, the number of streets paved, or the number of women trained in a particular skill. Ultimately, however, to survive, NGOs must adapt to this commodification of their purposes and to the impact of these changes on society. Winners and losers are emerging from this scramble to survive. Among the winners are those NGOs that can retool themselves to offer either unique expertise in specific areas of work with the poor or alternatively a knowledge base that can be tapped for the design, implementation, and evaluation of projects. For many women's NGOs, this means having to abandon the kinds of projects they closely associated with their feminist commitments, for example, projects that promote consciousness raising through a feminist curriculum, the various workshops on topics such as sexuality, women's rights, and leadership training. The big losers are activist NGOs that are closest to the grassroots. These organizations, predominantly run by working-class women, may have neither the professional skills such as general expertise or specific skills in project writing or bidding nor the certification increasingly required of them. It is through these transformations that class becomes relevant in NGOs. Often, demands for professionalization and certification are acting to exclude individual working-class women or entire groups. In one instance, an NGO that has managed to retool itself and act as an executor of government social programs in poor communities is running into difficulties because its most experienced and skilled community organizer is a working-class woman without a professional certificate. This NGO is increasingly under pressure to address this irregularity in its personnel composition. Sometimes entire groups lose out in the bid for projects because of the members' lack of professional credentials. Such was the fate of the Coordinadora de Mujeres of San Joaquim. This long-standing local organization is made up of leaders of women's groups from a number of poor neighborhoods, poblaciones, in the commune of La Granja, in the southern periphery of Santiago. The Coordinadora presented a proposal for a small-scale women's leadership training school to the local municipal women's bureau. This proposal included the by now recognizable feminist curriculum, handicraft workshops, workshops in personal development, desarrollo personal, and a number of leadership training workshops. The women relied on their own experiences over a period of 10 years as volunteer workshop instructors and developed the proposal in consultation with Tierra Nuestra, a locally based women's NGO. Their proposal was turned down by the Municipal Women's Bureau because the group did not meet the professional certification criteria. Moreover, the person in charge of the bureau subsequently designed a similar project. The women from the San Joaquim Coordinadora insist that it was a copy of their plan and invited the organization to teach the handicraft workshops. According to the rules governing these funds, only qualified professionals were considered competent to teach leadership and personal development workshops sponsored by the local government. Point 40. NGOs and local organizations run by working-class women also lack the long-standing contacts with the smaller network of professional women regularly tapped by government agencies. The urgency of having the right connections is made evident by the descriptions of women in NGOs of their relations with Suriname. Typically, project ideas and evaluations of existing projects are commissioned by the agency not by inviting NGOs as organizations, but rather by inviting individuals within them. Often, those who are outside the known circles, like women from NGOs based in the poblaciones, are not even aware of the projects in question. Thus, vital information circulates in a network that is highly stratified and that has expanded to include women in government ministries and other agencies, at the same time marginalizing others who are closer to the grassroots. These popular women's NGOs are quite literally struggling to survive. Despite the tensions generated by its heterogeneous composition, a broadly based women's movement flourished during Pinochet's regime. Its demands were summarized in the slogan "Si la mujer no está, la democracia no va." Without women, democracy won't happen. 41. With the return to normal politics, however, superficially solid alliances among women in their struggle for an inclusive conception of democracy are coming undone. The lesson taught by these recent years is that class does matter as far as women and their struggles are concerned. In a capitalist, liberal democratic context, the political integration of some women is occurring at the cost of the marginalization of others. Struggles for the articulation of women's rights within the state involve women differently, and empowerment and autonomy, two key elements associated with an active, liberal citizenship, are not translating into equality for different women. Poor and working-class women who were at the forefront of struggles against the Pinochet dictatorship are losing their public visibility. The much reduced public visibility of organized poor and working-class women is widely recognized, although the view that this change can be explained by women having returned to their homes is not. One explanation equates this loss of visibility with the recent economic gains of the poor in general, and of poor women in particular. Having succeeded in correcting the conditions that led them to organize in the first place, poor women, according to this explanation, are returning to their homes, a phrase that came up frequently in my discussions with feminists. This takes for granted Maxine Molyneux's model of women's politics based on different kinds of needs. Molyneux distinguishes between those needs that lead women to organize around their practical needs and those that lead them to organize around their strategic needs, involving a more general, gender-based, i.e., feminist, analysis of the roots of their oppression, 1986, 283-285. The reduced visibility of poor and working-class women is clearly evident in the activities of Suriname. The grassroots organized through what one popular women's NGO worker refers to as a veritable ants work are being tapped by the Municipal Women's Bureau and other state institutions in their efforts to implement an array of social programs for poor women. The official view of poor women is that they are potential economic subjects in need of help in accessing the market. Thus, they are being invited through programs appealing to specific, newly created categories of persons such as Hafaz de Hogar, women heads of households, and empresarias, women engaged in so-called self-help economic activities. These programs are, in effect, reorganizing the relations between women at all levels. Although the programs may be designed by women professionals attached to government agencies like Suriname as well as to NGOs, they are being implemented at the local level, with the collaboration of women working both in the local government and in the neighborhoods themselves. Indeed, it is ultimately those working in neighborhood councils who must attempt to fit between their needier neighbors and the categories of a particular program. Clearly, there is also room for creative manipulation of such categories at the grassroots level. As two women leaders of neighborhood councils from adjacent neighborhoods in a población of Santiago's southern periphery confided, when they consider women heads of household in their neighborhoods, they include not only those who are visibly alone and in charge of their families, but also those with good-for-nothing husbands, usually meaning alcoholics who do not contribute a cent to the household. Having said this, the two leaders also pointed out that privileging some women and not others, in a condition of generalized poverty and lack of opportunities for women, creates tensions and anger among those who are excluded. This reorganization of the relations among different women, and more specifically the new content being given to the clientelization of only certain poor and working class women by state agencies including the Municipal Women's Bureau, is shaping the parameters of these women's political practices. As I have argued elsewhere, being a client of feminist-inspired programs is a double-edged process leading to unintended consequences. This process is expressed in the declaration presented by the Movimiento de Mujeres Populares, Movement of Popular Women, or MAMUPO, at the National Feminist Encounter in Valparaiso in November 1991. In these past years we learned to appropriate feminism as an approach to make sense of our lives. We know and understand the discrimination which we suffer, and this leads us to feel an internal strength and solidarity, a rebellious need to be women who want to liberate ourselves from this structure of power concentrated in men which is patriarchy. We assume our struggle against gender injustice, in solidarity with all women, without distinctions of race or class. However, in these years we have also learned to assume that feminism entails different processes depending on one's class. In the case of pobladoras, this process generated a number of doubts, conflicts, and discussions over the feminist discourse. MAMUPO 1991. The same document identifies the dilemmas faced today by popular feminists, as working-class Chilean feminist activists identify themselves. We see a great danger in social policies aimed specifically at the so-called extremely poor sectors being implemented by treating women as isolated individuals, without allowing for the creation of collective spaces where women can articulate and present their own demands. MAMUPO 1991. This concern highlights a central issue in the transformations taking place in women's politics in Chile today. The clientelization of some poor and working class women, carried out by others in the name of advancing the cause of women, is in effect undermining the possibility that poor and working class women will come together to articulate their own needs. The ultimate question is, who has the right to define the terms of women's struggles? The Chilean women's movement's challenge to traditional femininities and its struggle to promote new forms of citizenship for women has taken the very concrete form of working with women in neighborhood-based organizations and offering a feminist curriculum aimed at consciousness raising on matters such as female sexuality, women's rights under Chilean law, parent-child relations, and leadership potential. 42 That feminist curriculum resolved to subvert dominant forms of sociality and promote alternative female subjectivities. More broadly, it sought to empower women. Here workshops on rights and on leadership training were crucial as political actors. Thus, without calling it such, the women's movement was engaged in undermining Chile's authoritarian political culture by promoting a redefinition of citizenship and more generally the concept of the political. Given the important feminist dictum that the personal is political, it is fair to say that in Chilean society, where acceptable forms of collective and individual identity traditionally positioned women as extensions of their families, incursions into the private, such as those embodied by the feminist curriculum of NGOs during the dictatorship, have made a difference, if not in how most women live their lives then at least in what they desire for themselves. Consequently, the days when women could be appealed to by political parties and government programs alike as homemakers, wives, and mothers and their votes bought with a kilo of sugar, some tea, and cooking oil, a practice still prevalent 3 decades ago, are gone. Women in Chile today are appealed to as individuals, selves with their own needs and rights. To this extent, the dominant discourses of exclusionary political forms have been transformed. Point 43. A measure of this cultural effect of the women's movement is that, as many politicians and practitioners readily admit, they can only appeal to women directly as individuals rather than as members of, or extensions of, their families. The offers to women by government programs, party-based foundations, and other related initiatives all contain a version of the curriculum first developed by NGOs. A cornerstone of this curriculum is the concern with female selves and female bodies captured by the category personal development. Needless to say, the content of personal development varies from program to program, but the call embodied in it to change and/or improve the individual self does not. More indirect legacies of the women's movement have been taken up. The distinctive methods of consciousness raising that emerged and evolved during the period of dictatorship in Chile have come to be recognized as a central component of work with women. Suriname identifies these methods as a key first step in the project of integrating women into development, Servicio Nacional de la Mujer 1994. Even Christian-based foundations like Prodamu have identified methods of consciousness raising as a fundamental element in their work with women. The key component of this curriculum is personal development, here defined with reference to a series of workshops that supposedly tap directly into women's senses of self. Through these forms of social intervention, in the name of active citizenship and through the implementation of strategies to improve the self, attempts are being made to hierarchically integrate poor and working-class women. These women are, in effect, being repositioned, and are repositioning themselves, as new types of clients of administrable needs, as people who are being fashioned into certain kinds of individual subjects who will develop their individualism through the marketplace. Point 44. The degree to which these attempts succeed in integrating women is, of course, another matter. For example, many women are making sure to qualify for, and are entering into, the new programs with the express purpose of gaining access to the goods offered. Women are also deliberately using, or abusing, the programs for their own purposes. Thus, examples such as that offered by the 2 neighborhood council leaders discussed above suggest that some women may indeed be empowered by the new forms, that they are creatively adapting to them and using them. Moreover, it is undeniable that some individual women are faring well through these programs. They may in some cases, thanks to daycare centers built in their neighborhoods with the support of new funds, be enabled to work as temporeras in nearby fields without worrying about the fate of their children. Alternatively, they may, for the first time in their lives, have access to dental and other health services offered to them in connection with new employment training programs. At the same time, however, the concern expressed by MAMUPO leaders seems to be borne out in practice. While women who were active in organizations during the dictatorship may not be returning home as some would want us to believe, neither do they seem to be participating in neighborhood-based women's organizations. Instead, when they are not leaving the neighborhoods to work many as temporeras in nearby fields and in other forms of flexible work or to pursue job training through one of the many schemes that are offered, increasing numbers of women are busy in their neighborhoods taking part in a plethora of social programs designed to teach them individually and collectively to pull themselves out of their own condition of poverty. Thus, the power of new state forms works in the case of individual poor and working class women in the way it forcibly organizes, and divides, subjectivities, and thereby produces and reproduces quite material forms of sociality, Sayer 1994, 374. Conclusions. One could argue, with the Chilean case in mind, that what we are witnessing today is the positioning of some women in emerging neoliberal democracies as successful players, committed to making the identity of liberal citizenship, as a subject of rights, available to all women. The conceptual forms being produced by the network of professional women in NGOs, research institutes, and government agencies like Suriname are defining a political identity for all women. Those who fail to see themselves as belonging to this community, but are nevertheless included, resent this. Among them, some have conceptualized their own versions of what women need. These alternative versions are informed by finer distinctions differentiating them from, for example, middle-class feminist others. Such women recognize the specificity of class, for example, as a determinant of community. Yet, paradoxically, these cleavages are manifested through what seems like a common language of rights. The process through which this became possible is linked to the legacy of the activities of the women's movement during the authoritarian regime. In critically exploring the ambiguous and contradictory legacy of the Chilean women's movement, I have questioned the neat separation between state and civil society that is made, or implied, in much of the literature on social movements that focuses on cultural questions. I have also argued that it is very difficult to determine once and for all either the proper terrain for assessing the cultural-political legacies of social movements or the character of such legacies. In short, we must beware of a tendency to fix the gains of social movements in time. Chapter 5. The explosion of experience, the emergence of a new ethical political principle in popular movements in Porto Alegre, Brazil. Sergio Gregorio Bael. Urban popular movements in the changing landscape of Brazilian politics. In this chapter, I will analyze the relationship between political culture and citizenship, based on the recent experiences of urban popular movements in Porto Alegre as well as in other Brazilian cities. My objective is to contribute to a revised analysis of these movements as strategic spaces wherein different conceptions of citizenship and democracy are debated. Urban popular movements are understood here as the conjunction of forms of action and the construction of collective identities involved in struggles for access to the city and to citizenship. Although recent Brazilian political history reveals a growing representation of organized workers in the formal political arena, legislative and executive, as well as a more complex associational fabric, there has been a growing perception, especially in the academic sphere, that social movements have lost their dynamism. The facility with which urban popular movements have gravitated toward the arena of government action is notable. Thus, since the inception of the so-called New Republic in Brazil in 1985, many scholars of social movements have focused on institutional and technical levels of political action as key spaces for social transformation, generating studies, projects, and miraculous plans within what has come to be called the field of institutional engineering, Jacobi 1989. In the most extreme interpretation, one could not hope for active citizenship among sectors that have been traditionally segregated from mainstream economic and political life. These sectors must be transformed by the power of the state, first as clients, so that they might then become citizens, Rees 1990. Along a slightly more sophisticated line, some scholars maintain that capitalist modernity has rendered the utopia of participatory democracy impossible. The basic argument here is that organized popular sectors represent a very small parcel of the population, which is flawed by internal contradictions. Even these organized sectors are unable, due to their corporatist characteristics, to reach a level of action aimed at society as a whole and to propose objective and effective solutions to the problems afflicting large metropolitan areas such as São Paulo, Cowrick and Singer 1993. Despite the appraisal that social movements now find themselves in crisis due to their militaristic instrumentalist profile, Perfil Aparelista Milita, Abreu 1992, their reducibility that makes them to be in order not to be, Oliveira 1991, their inability to find their niche, their entrapment between Leninist and movementist logics, their rejection of political and party mediations, Castagnola 1987, their reproduction of contradictions they had sought to overcome, Cardoso 1987. Or, still yet, the endurance of a process of deconstruction, Tells 1988, an alternative paradigm must be proposed. In spite of the academic massacre sealed by the postmortem of many analysts, Brazilian popular movements are alive and constitute an important element in the configuration of democratic processes in Brazil. Popular movements, especially when one takes into account their enormous conceptual limitations, are moving Brazil toward a political model of participatory democracy, Ottman 1995, 188. From the perspective of urban popular movements, this process is revealed through an expansion of their web of actions and mediations, Alvarez 1997, and by the construction of a public non-state sphere of social control or accountability for the production and management of certain social policies, Genro 1995. This new political culture is guided by a new ethical political principle, collectively constructed by breaking with the authoritarian paternalist tradition of appropriating popular demands. Neighborhood associations, which had a pivotal role in organizing these movements, have progressively given way to broader chains of mediation. This trend is apparent in the construction of thematic movements, organized around health, housing, education, and so on, movements with a focus on issues beyond their relationship with the state, such as gender, ethnicity, religion, and sexual orientation, and, more recently, institutions that monitor state activities, such as neighborhood unions, popular councils, municipal and state councils, centralized coordinations of movements, centrais de movimentos, and national forums. The definition of rights begins to find spaces and languages for its institution through practices legitimized by this emerging civil society, Tells 1994. The tendency toward pragmatism, still predominant among urban popular movements, has been interpreted in most of the academic and activist literature as an expression of fragility, neighborhoodism, demandism, or immediatism. Nevertheless, if one attempts to deontologize social movements, Melucci 1986, one can interpret this tendency as the essence of common sense given the recurrent history of clientelist traditions in Brazil. In my view, the tendency toward pragmatism is a political phenomenon with a more complex significance, the absence of hegemony. Here I use the term hegemony in a Gramscian sense, as a specific mode of the exercise of power that is based on active consent, Dagnino 1989, see also Dagnino, in this volume. The absence of hegemony does not imply a classic case of revolutionary rupture from societal domination through increasingly frequent outbreaks of urban violence. Instead, I am referring to a crisis of alternatives, which leads to an ethical political crisis. This crisis generates both a civic movement to redefine public spaces with new bases of support, such as the movements for direct elections, constitutional forums, ethical politics, the impeachment of President Collor, and the creation of sectoral councils, as well as a predatory culture that sustains and legitimizes privatist and violent policies of sociability and social protection, subcultures and micro-societies of more or less open crime, on one side, and a conjunction of privilege and favoritism in the distribution of public benefits on the other, Ribeiro 1994, 277. This is the paradox of the present conjuncture, the growing inconsistency or even the abandonment of socially integrative projects on the part of dominant classes in a context in which formal democratic institutions are being rebuilt, an increased voter base, regular elections, the liberty to organize and demonstrate, competition among political parties, and parliamentary and voter-elected governments, and in which the civic associational fabric, especially in the large urban centers, is growing. In a certain sense, we can say that politics, beyond constituting a struggle to realize interests, consists of processing conflicts generated around the construction of identities and the definition of spaces for the expression of these conflicts. Defined as such, politics incorporates, in its paramount moment, the social construction of interest, which is never given a priori. For example, although mainly a project organized by the discourse of liberal democracy, the transition from military authoritarian rule in Brazil cannot be read as merely a slow and gradual restoration of the democratic rules of the game, as the unidirectional reading of neoliberals and social democrats of the recent past would suggest. The transition revealed a conjunction of conflicts concerning the very definition of the quality of citizenship and of the democracy to be reconstructed. Not only did these conflicts reveal different options for a resolution of civil society-state relations, they were developed through recurrent political and social crises. That is, these conflicts occurred in a terrain that was relatively open to experience, a experiencia. If we break with the militaristic notion that social movements are teleologically geared to grow and overturn the capitalist state, it is possible to understand within the networks in which the movements operate the struggle over diverse meanings of citizenship, established in the practices and structures wherein the collective identity of subaltern classes is constructed. On the one hand, this implies a historical political conception of movements, in which they cease to be a given fact and constitute themselves as trajectories of options and reactions within fabrics or networks of political interaction and through structures that are revealed in their practices. This conception diverges from the idea of an inherent purity to social movements, Evers 1984, as well as from a structural determinist conception, Castells 1983, Lodjakin 1981. On the other hand, this interpretation opens the way for a strategic conception of citizenship, which recognizes and emphasizes the intrinsic character of cultural transformation in democratic construction, Dagnano 1994, 13. Political crisis and new notions of citizenship. In Brazil, the proclamation of the Republic, November 15, 1989, did not establish a republic of citizens. To the contrary, during the military coup, the people, bestialized, looked on, o povo assistiu a tudo bestializado, Carvalho 1989. As a reaction to social tensions, which accumulated in the post-slavocratic order, the appropriation of liberalism did not alter the logic of excluding the subaltern classes from the political process. The nature of the relationship between the subaltern classes and the formal world of politics alternates between indifference, pragmatism, and violence, if not debauchery and carnivalization. This is not about rupture from, or legitimization of, order, but is perhaps an articulation of both on another level. A logic of ruffianism, logica de malandragem, seems to prevail, in which parity on one hand and aptness, jaitinho, on the other generate a strong sense in the popular imagination that formal public spaces are not public at all. The neighborhood, the market, the church, and the tavern are public. The formal spaces of politics, government and parliament, appear as the private spaces of the educated and privileged, os estudaries. The significance of this popular perception of what constitutes the public is that, although subaltern classes have been identified as part of the irrational side of Brazilian city-making, they remain the undeniable face of the character of urban society. While the logic of profit prevails in urban settings, it is obliged to coexist with and adapt to land occupations and to political pressure from inhabitants of substandard housing for more space and for the recognition of their organizations. Despite half a century of government action to repress and eradicate illegal housing settlements in all large Brazilian cities, these settlements have only increased. In Porto Alegre, for example, almost 30% of the population today lives in substandard housing, compared to 10% in 1970 and 15% in 1980, due to the absence of basic services and the poor quality of construction, that is, due to the skewed nature of land and property. In a substantial effort to address this situation, the municipal government of Porto Alegre has increased its public infrastructure investments in recent years, 1989 to 1996. The municipality has expanded urban services such as water, which now reaches more than 90% of the population, trash collection, sewage, street paving, public transport, and education. Overall, this effort has occurred in a context of recurrent economic crisis, with the concomitant deterioration of salaries and job opportunities, and has less than compensated for the growing impoverishment of the urban working class. Policies of forced displacement, intensified in the years immediately following the military coup of 1964, and the effort to create a European city through legal mandate as proposed by the Urban Development General Plan of Porto Alegre, with wide streets, evenly spaced lots, and artificial planning, elaborated in 1979, were unable to impede or control the various logics with which the subaltern classes interfered in this development of the city. There was a very simple reason for this: subaltern classes also are subjects, they occupy spaces, move, and speak. And they have been demonstrating this for more than a century. Today, these subjects, so often cursed and silenced, have begun to reelaborate part of their subaltern logics and penetrate some arenas of public policy making, no longer accepting equal rules for the unequal, or the official separation between the real city and the legal city. After 1930, the citizenship of the subaltern classes in Brazil gradually ceased to be a police matter but continued to be bargained with the state, which offered social protection on the one hand and political subordination on the other. Eradicating the political autonomy of the working classes in exchange for social rights, the state managed the concession of such rights in a hierarchical and clientelistic fashion. Santos 1979. It is important to recall that, until recently, only formal sector workers with signed work cards, Carteira de Trabalho Assinada, had the right to public health services. Curiously, the universalization of the right to health, which does not guarantee its implementation, social security and education, was to happen only under the shield of the military regime, 1964 to 1985, within a quasi-social democratic conception. Yet the governance of social policies occurred in a technocratic, statist manner that excluded any possibility of autonomous participation in the administration of these policies by their putative beneficiaries. After 1980, this entire framework began to be redefined in the wake of a twofold crisis: on the one hand, a crisis of the expansion of the political arena, O'Donnell 1982, sparked by the emergence of sectors previously excluded from the game of alliances played by the military regime, and on the other hand, a crisis of the mode of regulation, Boyer 1985, triggered by the external stranglehold on the economy and the state's inability to maintain investments and absorb the costs of the external debt. The adoption of the Washington Consensus, Fiore 1993, by the dominant classes, in the faith that no salvation outside of structural adjustment is possible, was consolidated by the election of Fernando Henrique Cardoso in 1994. Although the triumph of the Washington Consensus within the transnationalized corporate arena was supported by the mass media, the question regarding the lack of expansion of the system's social-political base remains unresolved. From the point of view of the question of citizenship, different alternatives emerge and compete in this field open to experience. The organic conception of citizenship, identified with state trade unionism, has endured since the Vargas era, Boito 1982. In this alternative, society is partially absorbed by the state apparatus, and access to social rights is structured in a way that privileges workers in the formal economy. In a competing, residually social democratic conception, by contrast, the citizen is confused with the consumer, who seeks to satisfy particular needs. This view of citizenship implies that demands become collective only from the vantage point of individual cost-benefit analysis through the market, through the sale of individual labor, and through the periodic exercise of voting rights. The public obligation to provide social services or the state's role in their administration is only justified for sectors of the population pushed beneath the poverty line, Draby 1988. An example of this conception is the current reform proposed for the federal social security system, which eliminates an entire hierarchy of rights and replaces it with only minimal guarantees and which remains tied to the level of individual contribution. This kind of legislation reveals a re-emergence of populism, only now of a neoliberal kind. In this context, the proposal that the government dismantle the state could end up by adopting the seemingly progressive feature of redistribution, even though subsequent facts, that is, the concrete results of neoliberal administrations, reveal the falsity of this appearance, says 1994, 48. In yet another competing vision, which we could classify as Christian democratic, citizens are people who need to have their social rights redeemed. Participation is identified mainly through collective projects, o mutiro, that is, by the volunteer efforts of organized civil society to integrate the marginalized, such as through the creation of programs to supplement income, and through the provision of services for the needy population. The most recent example of this vision is the campaign for Citizen Action for Life, Against Hunger and Misery, led by the sociologist Herbert de Souza, Betten-Ho. Questioning the distinction between the citizen who is a bearer of civic and political freedoms and the citizen who has social rights, there is a fourth conception of citizenship that also struggles for space in Brazilian society. Understood as the right to have rights, citizenship is here constructed by the direct and indirect participation of citizens, as political subjects, not only in solving their problems in public spaces where collective decisions can be made but also by engaging in a process of democratic radicalization aimed at transforming the very order in which they operate. In the federal realm, examples of the foundational role played by popular movements would include the health councils tied to the federal health care system, which have most influence at the local level, and the sectoral councils in the production sphere. Obviously, the more revolutionary experiences, which have generated a new political culture, have been limited due to the balance of forces at the local level. Examples include the Forum do Precis, forums created in the first administration of Jarbas Vasconcelos in Recife, 1986 to 1988, which permitted popular participation in the administration of urbanization projects in special zones of social interest, Funipes Comunitario, a fund redefined in the administration of Lusa Arundina in São Paulo, 1989 to 1992, which supported self-built cooperative housing initiatives, and the participatory budget process, Orçamento Participativo, which encouraged popular participation in the definition of priorities and criteria for municipal budgeting in cities administered by popular coalitions including the Workers' Party. It is irrefutable that these examples represent a rich historical accumulation of experience with an articulation of popular identities. These examples challenge the dominant model of development, with its social policies that have produced with or without a stable currency nothing more than an expansion of social apartheid. The participatory budget movement in Porto Alegre, 1989 to 1996. In the principal urban centers in Brazil, urban popular movements began to assert demands through organized actions in the mid-1970s, which pivoted around land occupations and demands for access to urban services. These actions would ultimately translate into an affirmation of a culture of rights, tells 1984, the consciousness that responding to these demands is not a favor on the part of the state but a state responsibility according to the basic rights of citizenship. This consciousness entails a fundamental change in the relationship with the state. In place of a submissive beggar, a new character emerges, Sader 1988, who challenges the traditional order, who is capable of initiating collective land occupations, barricades in the streets, physical confrontations with the police, and demonstrations in front of public buildings. These kinds of actions, which occurred from 1975 to 1985, had an immediate repercussion in the mass media and were integrated by the political opposition as acts of protest against the military regime. The movements of this period did not, however, radically question the prevailing delegative and clientelistic institutional and organizational formats, which historically had informed the dynamics of neighborhood associations, Associações de Moradores, and societies of friends of the neighborhood, Sociedades de Amigos de Bairro. The emerging culture of rights, although incipient and limited, contrasted with the tradition of neighborhood associations in Porto Alegre. In Rio Grande do Sul, and also apparently in Rio de Janeiro, the surge of neighborhood associations was preceded by the formation of state federations. In Porto Alegre, this process was based on the populist Labour Party administrations of the 1950s, especially during the administration of Leonel Brizola. The process involved state efforts to articulate and politically mobilize the movement in order to radicalize the national developmentalist political bloc. Preventing the construction of autonomous social movements, the state appeared as a potential protagonist of social transformation, as an instrument in the struggle against imperialism, or as the guardian of the subaltern classes. The clientelist distribution of keys in housing projects, as occurred in Vila dos Industriais, IAPI, in Porto Alegre, Schner 1990, was accompanied by the organization of neighborhood organizations, the principal role of which was to provide links to the government. It is worth noting, however, that the ties to the populist administrations, constructed under a vision in which the state was to organize society and establish criteria of access to citizenship, constituted an effective trade-off with the popular sectors. In opening pathways for permissible participation and the satisfaction of basic urban needs, spaces were also created for the attribution of alternative meanings to the marching orders coming from above. These pathways would become particularly important when clientelistic chains of command were broken by force, after 1964. In the climate of opposition to the military regime, neighborhood associations became a refuge for persecuted militants and subsequently a space of political reaffirmation. Given the violence with which the military regime descended upon the urban shantytown populations, banishing thousands of people to distant peripheries with no infrastructure, in Porto Alegre the program was entitled Eradicate to Promote. It is not difficult to understand urban movement's sympathy for the opposition. A more explicitly political response from the military regime took shape only after the mid-1970s, due to the regime's need to effectively compete in elections, Fruit 1991. Thus, a series of social and housing programs were created to depoliticize the neighborhood associations, which were proliferating rapidly by the late 1970s and early 1980s. In Porto Alegre, the primary tactic utilized to depoliticize the burgeoning organizations was a designation of disputed urban lands as public domain in areas that were illegally occupied. As these areas, in general, were in locations unsuitable or improper for housing, along streams, nestled against hillsides, or in environmentally protected areas, and had insignificant market value due to urban zoning prohibitions, their subsequent purchase by the state proved quite profitable for all parties concerned. At the same time, the populations living in these areas began to encounter in the municipal administration either a great ally or a great enemy, with the threat of eviction riding on good electoral behavior. With a large number of neighborhood associations gravitating toward opposition parties, municipal authorities sought to create a base of support. Mayors began to be elected again only after 1985, operating in a mode similar to even the populist labor parties of the 1950s, distributing much land and agreeing to negotiate only with neighborhood associations created by them or tied to them. These were different times, however. In most large Brazilian cities, by the late 1970s and early 1980s an intense process of popular mobilization had evolved, which we denominate here as the practice of confrontation, a process that systematically questioned the authoritarian model of the relationship between the state and popular organizations. This period was rich in experiences of articulation between workers' organizations and neighborhood organizations. The civil construction workers' strike in Porto Alegre in 1979, for example, brought entire families to the downtown streets to participate in the collection of a strike support fund, publicly revealing situations of poverty that usually remained hidden. Guaresca 1980. The return of multiparty competition in 1979 permitted the construction or renewal of links between popular organizations, uniting them in struggles against the military regime and in massive protest demonstrations. It seemed to many observers that a significant social transformation was within arm's reach. As Vinicius Fagundes Almeida, from the Estrada dos Alpes Neighborhood Association in Porto Alegre, recalled, the meetings took place in the Catholic Church, in the chapel, but we invited evangelicals, people from all religions, so that they would participate. It was one of the most beautiful moments of our community struggle, because we knew that we were fighting, we had an enemy in common, and we visualized that enemy. So, we combated it. It was the dictatorship. Interview with author, 1991. The left's enthusiasm for the growth of popular mobilizations led many activists to work directly to construct the movement, a unitary subject under a vertical hierarchy of command, whose priority would be to overthrow the military regime. The field of urban popular movements was thereby articulated through a contradictory conception. It was oriented, on the one hand, toward the idea of dual power, in the creation of popular Soviets in the various regions of the city, and, on the other, toward communitarianism, with the remaining differences between these orientations being hidden under the dusty carpet of backroom deals and tactical alliances. The founding of the Municipal Union of Neighborhood Associations of Porto Alegre, União Municipal de AMS de Porto Alegre, or UMPA, in 1983 was a primary example of the effort to reconcile these apparently antagonistic conceptions of popular mobilization. The break in the traditional monogamous relationship between the neighborhood associations and the state occurred principally within an instrumental conception of demands for access to the city and to citizenship. This new conception of citizenship led to a series of emerging themes such as the construction of alternative proposals for public policies, the development of cooperative enterprises, the formation of women's groups, the alliance with labor movements, the dissemination of cultural groups, and political education. All paths were to lead to the overthrow of the military regime, but what would happen after it was overthrown was left to the imagination of each component of the anti-authoritarian bloc. For business sectors, generally organized around the media, room for dissent would not extend much beyond the reconstruction of formal democratic institutions, ensuring that the political and economic crisis would be handled under their close supervision. For social movements, the meanings of the transition were multiple, ranging from the pragmatic belief that the overthrow of the regime would immediately improve living conditions to the more idealistic notion that it would lead to the utopia of a revolution commandeered by organized workers. As the left's democratic centralism was melded onto traditional organizational and representational forms, a delegative conception of power and a pattern modeled on trade unions were largely preserved in the neighborhood associations, as reflected by the monopoly of representation by place of residence and the tendency toward legalism. Given the urgent need to expand the opposition's popular base, the definition of who represents whom and what, stemming more from a bureaucratic conception than an organic one, ended up generating a series of semi-artificial federative structures without real power of representation, functioning more as firemen running after fires and seldom able to take a leading role as organizer or constructor. The popular organizational results were, in the neighborhood, the neighborhood association; in the municipality, the union; in the state, the federation; and at the federal level, the confederation. It was as if territories could be occupied by being named, and as if the proper name, ad hoc, would forge the framing of the subjects subordinated to it. UMPA embodied, in truth, the apex of the practice of confrontation among diverse leftist political tendencies, and 2 years later an identity crisis began to plague this federative organization. If the command was supposed to be unitary, which tendency would exercise control? And how could that tendency be made to prevail? How could association members live with political differences without translating those differences into diverse practices and institutions? With the end of the military regime in 1985, the ties that had sustained the anti-authoritarian bloc were dissolved. Often considered a school for leftist political activists, the urban popular movements were torn apart by the different articulations of forces that had constituted them, finally breaking the enchantment of common unity. To the extent that opposition parties began to assume positions within the formal political arena, their differing proposals for the reconstruction of democratic institutions and for social transformation became more explicit. In Porto Alegre, for example, with the Democratic Labour Party, Partido Democrático Trabalhista, or PDT, holding the mayorship from 1986 to 1988, a new effort to redefine the populist labor organic conception of citizenship was revealed. Certain municipal agencies attempted to constitute themselves as the cupola of popular organizations. the proposal to create a popular council tied to each municipal department, always promised and never put into practice, with the participation of representatives from neighborhood associations, collapsed the roles of political parties, the state, and social movements into a single role. For example, the PDT administration employed neighborhood inspectors who were in fact nothing more than the PDT's neighborhood political brokers, cabos eleitorais, and who were contracted by the Municipal Department of Urban Maintenance to represent neighborhoods vis-a-vis the government, seeking to annul the region's own representative mechanisms. At the state and federal levels, the Party of the Brazilian Democratic Movement, Partido do Movimento Democrático Brasileiro, or PMDB, deployed a residual conception of citizenship that fused social democratic and Christian democratic conceptions. Social services were selectively offered to poor sectors of the population, and at the same time their participation was encouraged, but only at the level of policy implementation and not in the formulation of policies or in the distribution of resources. The most explicit example of this was the distribution of milk coupons during the Sarney government. The coupons were generally allocated, in insufficient quantities, to neighborhood organizations, which in turn assumed responsibility for directly distributing the coupons to the needy population. This school of hard knocks, educação pela pedra, experienced by the urban popular movements translated, on the one hand, into the growth of pessimism and pragmatism with regard to their relationship with the state, but, on the other hand, created opportunities for the strategic reconstruction of urban struggles. This reconstruction entailed the development of innovative practices such as participation in national, state, and local constitution drafting processes, as well as a redefinition of the advisory role of NGOs, the eschewal of a unitary conception of the movement, and the expansion of the banner for urban reform. From this new emphasis on the instruments of urban intervention, an emphasis on democratic administration evolved, breaking with the statist and technocratic conception of planning. This emphasis entails the acknowledgement that no single vision of the future can prevail in a city produced by a multiplicity of subjects with differentiated interests. Because of this, planning should be more than a model of the good city, it should be an institutional space in which movements of transformation can be interpreted by society. Rolnick 1990, 18. The administrations of the Popular Front, 1989 to 1996, in Porto Alegre were in principle oriented toward popular participation, the idea to govern in partnership with the popular councils, understood as autonomous instances of the articulation of diverse popular movements by city region, initially expressed a conflict between the Soviet model and populist appeal, between the conceptions of a government of the workers and a government for all of the city, which was in part resolved by the following formula: govern with the workers, but for all of the city. Harnacker 1993. A product of multiple subjects, the participatory budget process, Orçamento Participativo, or OP, was constructed in a period of permanent tension between the municipal government's degree of openness to civil society's projects and the degree of society's institutional learning, especially among the urban popular movements. This does not mean that some optimum balance cannot be reached, but rather it implies that the process is a game, the permanence and quality of which always depend on the will of both sides to continue playing. The OP process began in 1989 as an immense participatory research project, involving the municipal administration and organized communities in the sweeping consolidation of popular demands and priorities. The first difficulty encountered was the representational structure of the urban popular movements. The city's general plan divided it into only 4 zones, and these zones did not coincide with the divisions in the organizational structure of the urban popular movements. Therefore, it was necessary to augment the number of regions to arrive at the current number of 16, some of which are now also subdivided into microregions. This new organizational structure implied a radical redefinition of representation of the community leaders. Forced by successive authoritarian and populist governments to conform to the definitions of official acknowledgement and political clientelism, Community organizations succeeded in obtaining a space of legitimacy no longer dependent on the strength of their connection to the state apparatus but based on their effective capacity to mobilize and persuade. It was no longer enough to be president of a neighborhood association, it had now become necessary to debate proposals in plenary session assemblies open to participation by the most varied types of organizations and by individual citizens. The second problem encountered was one of method. Although the OP was oriented toward determining priorities by region, the process generated a volume of demands far greater than the municipal administration could meet either financially or operationally. Under political pressure, the government was forced to carry out fiscal reforms in order to increase revenues and reduce its debt to a level of less than 10% of the annual budget. This reform liberated funds for new investments. Concomitantly, to ensure that the investment decisions were made via the Council of Participatory Budgeting, Conselho do Orçamento Participativo, or COP, the government through the creation of the Planning Cabinet, Gabinete de Planejamento or GAPLAN, and the Coordination of Comunitarian Relations, Coordenação de Relações Comunitárias, or CRC, tied the execution of planning and investment decisions directly to the mayor's office. This strategy partially breaks with the traditional prominence of municipal department heads, secretarios, and the formation of clientelist fiefdoms centered in those departments. The COP currently comprised of 46 members, 2 from each region, 2 from each of 5 thematic plenary sessions, 1 from UUMPA, 1 civil service employee, and only 2 from the government, who do not have the right to vote, established a systematic criteria for establishing budgetary priorities such as the level of poverty of each region, the number of people who would benefit from a particular budgetary allocation, and the level of participation in a regional assembly. These systematic criteria enable participants to accompany and discuss even the calculations by which particular resources are allocated to meet specific demands. For example, as illustrated in Table 5.1, the COP can verify, for the year 1995, the distance in meters of asphalt that is due to each of the city's regions. After 1994, with the goal of involving people and organizations tied to other movements, such as cultural, trade union, women's, black, and other movements, thematic plenary sessions were created, focusing on transportation, health and social assistance, education, culture and recreation, economic development and taxation, and urban development. Although the OP has become a central axis of popular grassroots participation in Porto Alegre, there is an interrelation between its dynamic and the whole fabric of other open spaces for direct and indirect participation in the sphere of municipal public power. To contemplate the future of the city, for example, the constituent city, Cidade Constituent, was created in 1993, an assembly with annual publications that articulates the most diverse social sectors with the aim of collectively establishing future directives for city planning. Some of these directives are being incorporated in the reformulation of the general plan, including participatory planning with respect to popular territorialities, decentralization, including urban administration, the struggle against real estate speculation and spatial segregation, with an incentive to construct popular housing, and the articulation of the city as a technological pole. This effort to think of the city as a whole has as its foundation the participation of citizens, based on sectoral councils that were institutionalized in the early 1990s. Examples of these sectoral councils include the councils on education, health, housing and access to land, transportation, children and adolescents, and women. The councils facilitate a decentralized approach to the administration of specific public policies. Councils that address children's issues, in which the council members are chosen by direct vote of the population and are responsible for proposing policy alternatives to problems involving street children and instances of violence against children, have also been established in the city's regions. Similarly, in partnership with the courts, a grassroots paralegal program has been created by a feminist NGO, THIRD-WORLDISM, in collaboration with municipal authorities to train poor and working-class women to advise neighborhood women on issues that concern them. Local health commissions, Comissos Locais de Saúde, have also been established, involving the direct participation of beneficiaries and health professionals. School councils, Consejos Escolares, involve the participation of students, parents, teachers, and state employees and are engaged in selecting school administrators and setting local educational priorities. Table 5.1 Asphalt Appropriations for Porto Alegre's Municipal Regions, 1995. Although dynamic and ever-changing, the structure of the OP involves an annual cycle constituted by 4 basic movements, 2 rounds of regional and thematic plenary sessions promoted by the municipal administration in conjunction with delegates and council members, the elaboration of the actual budget, and its approval by the city council. In the first round plenary sessions, the previous year's investment plan is subjected to citizen scrutiny in a public rendering of accounts. What was and was not accomplished is evaluated, and the principal problems in the fulfillment of the agreed-upon timeline are identified. This evaluation is the culmination of a series of previous discussions carried out in the citizen forums described earlier, assembled by regional and thematic OP representatives and by interested citizens to monitor a given public work or service. In these forums, government employees responsible for the works or services in question are obliged to clarify or re-examine specific projects in that area. Also in this first round, regional and thematic delegates are chosen, in accordance with the number of participants present respecting criteria of proportionality, which are in turn reconsidered each year. This continuous discussion of criteria has the objective of avoiding, as much as possible, the occurrence of stacking, hinchacos, or of bringing people to the meetings to simply vote with so and so, fulano, and not to effectively participate in the debates. It is in these intermediate plenary sessions that organized segments of the population identify and define their most pressing needs and select the demands and themes to be prioritized in the municipal budget, such as street paving, sanitation, land regularization, housing, education, health, public transit, and culture. In the second round of the OP, participants of each plenary session deliver their budgetary priorities to the government and choose council members for the COP. After this process, regional and thematic forums of delegates of participatory budgeting, FROPs, are also formed. The elected council members are charged with proposing, monitoring, and deciding on all subjects related to the municipal budget, from discussions about revenue and spending, the long-range plan, and the law of budgetary directives, ley de directrices or comentarias, to the actual execution of the budget. The COP is coordinated by a commission made up of the 2 government representatives in the council and 2 representatives from among the popular council members, elected by their peers. Beyond this commission, there is also a tripartite commission made up of 6 members, 2 from the government, 2 from the COP, and 2 public servants, which deliberates the contracting of municipal employees. Council members cannot be re-elected to the COP for more than 2 consecutive years. Also, councillors are not remunerated for their activities. The regional and thematic delegates, in turn, demand responsiveness from COP council members, disseminate discussions about investments underway in their particular area of thematic interest, and maintain the power to dismiss council members from plenary sessions if they are found to disregard the decisions of the FROP. The third step of the cycle entails the production of the budget itself. In this phase, all the municipal secretaries and government representatives who previously met with the COP are involved in discussing the policies pursued by their sectors, the public works and services proposed, and the cost as well as technical and juridical viability of particular policies. These debates also have repercussions in the FROPs, which are thereby able to better prioritize their demands. On the basis of COP and FROP inputs, the government creates a detailed draft budget proposal and submits it to the COP for evaluation before drawing up the final version. Although there has been no instance in which a COP decision was not respected by the government, the mayor, according to the COP's internal guidelines, has final veto power. Because the mayor depends on the support of the COP in seeking the city council's approval for the budget, he has a built-in incentive to reach consensus with the COP. After COP approval, the municipal budget is sent to the city council for a vote. Although this moment is always tense as many council members have their own projects they wish to see deliberated, the pressure from the OP delegates and COP members is very strong, which generally results in almost the entire budget proposal being approved. COP members have begun to use cameras and tape recorders to register the opinions of the city council members, threatening to reproduce any damning evidence in working-class neighborhoods, villas populares. Although this tension can be read in different ways, it is not exactly a zero-sum game but is rather more of a dispute between blocks of forces that is articulated both inside and outside the legislative arena. No longer able to function as privileged dispatchers, many city council members are perplexed by the OP process. In 1996, for example, some of these members attempted to amend the COP bylaws. Although popular participation in the elaboration of the municipal budget was enacted into law in 1990, considerable polemics continue regarding the advantages and disadvantages of regulating the functioning of the COP. Some city council members believe that only a percentage of resources, say, 50%, should be allocated by the OP process. Others believe that the COP should only be assigned decision-making power over investments in the peripheral, poor neighborhoods, while the city council should decide on questions of more global interest to the city as a whole. In fact, city council members retain these prerogatives in approving the budget. Still, some opposition members feel constrained by the power and participation of organized segments of the population. The experience of the Popular Front government has triggered a fundamental learning process. This learning did not occur because the state imposed a particular vision of democratic participation on society. Rather, learning was possible because the state opened up the public space in which organized popular sectors could appropriate local policy making, revealing that the process of appropriation could be enacted by multiple, rather than unitary, subjects representing a wide array of social and political forces. The municipal government no doubt played an active role in constituting this multiple subject, but the government's actions were themselves shaped by the popular sector's autonomously constructed interests, now articulated in their own spaces of civic action. The type of social contract established by the OP, Potsdam 1995, with its roots in the political culture of the citizens of Porto Alegre, it is estimated that more than 100,000 people are directly or indirectly affected by the OP process, although only 10,000 people involve themselves annually in the plenary sessions, has begun to transform itself into a public, non-state sphere of control, wherein public power, the state, establishes a space of co-administration, debating its proposals for the city with organized sectors of the population. This concept serves as an important instrument for the analysis both of neoliberal proposals to shrink the state apparatus as well as of the statist tradition of historical socialist experiences. This non-state public sphere has to do with establishing respect for a collectively constructed will by reconstructing the role of the state on grounds clearly distinct from the authoritarian tradition that has historically characterized the presence of the state in Brazilian society. Even the Congress, for example, did not emerge in Brazil as an effective public space that was open to societal participation. To the contrary, its configuration as a type of club of notables only very recently has begun to be transformed. The OP process begins to approximate a more genuinely democratic conception of the public sphere. Although constituted as a sphere of municipal public control, and therefore still limited by the boundaries of municipal public actions, the OP enables the emergence of popular sectors as active subjects of citizenship, as producers of opinions and public decisions. The success of this experience and its rapid transformation as an international reference implies, however, important strategic challenges for urban popular movements. In truth, urban popular movements in Porto Alegre remain contradictory today. Although these movements are now structured within a network of organizations and people with the power to intervene in multiple spaces of municipal government, they have difficulty moving or articulating their demands beyond the guidelines and parameters of this governmental sphere. For example, with the establishment of OP plenary sessions in the regions, the space of the OP began, in a certain sense, to be confused with the actions and efforts of neighborhood-based popular councils. What is the difference between a meeting of FROP and a popular council when the leaders present are often one and the same? The popular council meets autonomously, while a regional coordinator of participatory budgeting, CROP, an employee of the municipal administration charged with coordinating each plenary session with diverse governmental sectors, is always present in the FROP plenaries. In many regions, one no longer speaks of popular councils, and these differences are diluted. Thus, the construction of popular interests has begun to occur in some regions, mostly in the spaces of co-administration, in the public sphere of control of the municipal budget. This does not mean that popular subjects have lost their autonomous critical perspective, as evidenced by the militant tone of demands articulated in regional plenaries of the OP, wherein CROP takes on a role subordinate to the collective. Yet the absence of differentiation certainly represents a problem for the urban popular movement's organizational autonomy. On the one hand, the questions debated tend to concentrate almost exclusively on the actions of the municipal administration. On the other, because the development of this new political culture implied in the democratic structure of the OP has not been consolidated strategically, it has also not been translated into practices that would more effectively and systematically confront the many existing tensions within and among popular movements. There is a certain consensus among the leaders of the 16 regions of Porto Alegre on the limits of UUMPA to fulfill this articulatory role, but other alternatives have yet to emerge. Furthermore, with the increasingly complex structure of representation of the OP, difficulties are emerging in the relationships among the multiple spaces for participation that today are involved in the OP process. The greatest difficulty today is how to encourage the COP and the FROPs to effectively address questions of more global interest, such as the reform of the city's general plan. The demands of council members' local constituencies continue to focus on localized region-specific interests. This situation enhances the relative autonomy of the council members when they have to vote on more global policy questions. Individual autonomy can promote a learning process but always runs the risk of not adequately translating the interests of the members' constituencies. Here resides another conundrum. The fact that a channel of participation has been opened does not eliminate, in itself, the social division of labor or the unequal appropriation of strategic information. In a context in which the government sector can withhold prime information, even a council member may feel uncomfortable voting on certain proposals, but it is difficult to vote against the government position if the member cannot construct a consistent counterargument. As council members only meet in the official spaces of the COP and have little contact with one another in other spaces of negotiation or even in seminars, educational events, or parallel debates, their positions on global planning issues tend to be all the more fragile the further a particular policy in dispute is removed from the specific demands of their regional or thematic plenary sessions. Social movements and the emergence of a new ethical political principle. Despite the embryonic character of urban popular movements in Porto Alegre, their unequal distribution of experience, and the gap in strategic information, the experience of the OP points to the emergence of a new ethical political principle. What is fundamental is the emergence of a new type of citizen, a new relationship between the public and the private, constructed as a countercurrent to the capitalist modernization of Brazil, which for its part is creating deprivation, massification, exclusion, and the privatization of social life and the public sphere. The rupture from state tutelage and the remaking of processes of representation and construction of interests express a demystification of politics and a qualification of democracy. Citizenship ceases to be looked at by the state only in terms of public works and services, because more than responses are at play here. What is at stake is a redefinition of politics itself and of the institutions that formulate responses. More than taking power, what these new citizens question, radically, is the mode in which power is exercised. It is imperative to consider critically the alleged incapacity of the urban popular movements to think more globally, to move beyond fragmentary, particularistic, localized, and parochial conceptions of the city. We must also understand that the capacity to view the public interest more globally, although empirically relevant, entails a learning process. It is part of the history of the dominant classes, but it is a novelty for the subaltern classes. In Porto Alegre, through the OP, an important change is occurring in this regard. If in the first years of the OP the principal problems addressed were centered on regional demands and criteria, more recently, in thematic discussions, key questions such as land regularization, changes in the city's general plan, and the construction of economic alternatives have begun to be debated. Furthermore, in the FROPs as well as the COP, proposals directed at other governmental levels, federal and state, are also now emerging, such as ballot initiatives to approve state and federal budgets with the goal of expanding the available resources for health and education in the city. In sum, I are not speaking here of an abstract citizenship ruled by moral imperatives. The ethic that has developed, understood as a radical democratic rationality, is the fruit of political education over very concrete policy issues. The people do not meet just because they like to gather together in a gesture of Christian solidarity, although this is in itself a valid reason. They meet because they need to, because they have needs, and it is in discussing their needs that they construct collective interests, discover causes and consequences, learn to speak, to listen, to plan. Their actions produce concrete changes that improve their lives. The collective consciousness of knowing how to be the author of transformation in their streets, in their neighborhoods, and in their city is a fundamental tool through which this new ethical political principle is forged, structuring a social and rationally designed solidarity. This is nothing magical or unprecedented in the contemporary world, and much less does this text have the pretension that it contributes to a new myth, but experiences such as those of Porto Alegre, in Brazil, can only emerge at the eve of the turn of the millennium. The election and the re-election of the Popular Front, 1988, 1992, and 1996, were not electoral accidents but a continuing expression of a need for political space by the urban popular movements and other sectors. The Workers' Party, which leads the Popular Front, is itself a type of social movement, composed of thousands of militants with active political lives who learned, through the construction of the party, to elaborate their internal differences through democratically constructed rules. The experience of the OP enables us to begin to deconstruct what we can call the state paradigm, with the aim of exhausting and defeating it, a paradigm informing both the technocratic environment that produced capitalist modernization in Brazil before and after the military regimes, as well as many sectors of the left, which are still wedded to the notion that the solution to social questions can only be found in an increase in the regulatory capacity of the state apparatus. The very notion of the state separated from society is in question here, to the extent that the public debate around societal interests impedes the conception, for example, that the economy is a sphere with no subject, or the subject of which is entirely determined by capitalist logic. The conservative project is characterized by an effort to reduce or impede a politicization of traditionally neutralized areas of the social, of 1985. If, in the post-industrialized countries, the question facing social movements is the politicization of private spheres of life and of economic civil society, then in countries like Brazil these new perspectives of action and collective identity are founded in the necessity of the political construction of the nation. In this sense, the idea of citizenship acquires a dual significance in the present conjuncture. This dual significance of citizenship includes both the exercise of rights from the state and the self-governance and autonomy of society. Drawing on Turan, 1989, one can perceive that urban popular movements join historical movements with movements that are also increasingly more social. They not only search for their integration into a given societal project but seek to critically interact with this process, developing a foundational practice and identifying allies and enemies in the process of gaining knowledge and consciousness about lived social relations. Part 2. The Cultural Politics of Ethnicity, Race, and Gender. Chapter 6. Ambiguity and Contradiction in a Radical Popular Movement. Jeffrey Rubin. In discussing contemporary leftist movements in Mexico and Latin America, scholars and activists often criticize Leninist strategies and praise the less hierarchical, more identity-based politics of recent social movements. At the same time, observers of social movements often wonder whether such decentralized, autonomous, and plural efforts can forge successful challenges to broad structures of domination. Calderone, Piscitelli, and Reina 1992, 27. For example, in contrast to expectations of broadening alliances and increasing political clout on the part of Colombian social movements a decade ago, Falsborden 1986, observers paint a bleak picture of the Colombian left in the 1990s. Mark Chernick and Michael Jimenez document the simultaneous failures of Colombian guerrilla movements, characterized by unambiguous vanguardism and an unarmed left weakened by fragile mobilization and violent repression, 1993, 73-74. In another context, Amrita Basu contrasts the weaknesses of radically democratic grassroots organizing in the Indian state of Maharashtra with those of the Leninist politics of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, which governed the state of West Bengal. After promising beginnings for each form of opposition, grassroots organizing in Maharashtra could not sustain itself and splintered over issues of gender and political strategy, while the communists in West Bengal promoted only very limited reforms. As a result, Basu argues, if a political strategy is to be radical, it must maintain a creative tension between guided spontaneity and organizational discipline. 1992, 237. This chapter will examine the internal characteristics of a radical grassroots movement, the coalition of workers, peasants, and students of the Isthmus, or COSI, one which has successfully mobilized peasants and workers on the basis of just such creative tension in the Zapotec city of Juchitán, in southern Mexico. COSI sustained militant grassroots activism and electoral participation in Juchitán through 15 years of regime-sanctioned killings and military occupation, eventually gaining the right to govern the city of 100,000 in 1989. In contested and changing ways, the path from polarization to democratization brought fair elections, opposition government, new opportunities for alternative linguistic and cultural elaboration, spaces for dissent and democracy in labor unions and community associations, and protection for small-scale agriculture. In describing COSI, I will argue that its endurance and strength derived from the creative tension Basu recommends, and that the source of this creativity lay in the numerous axes of ambiguity and contradiction within the movement itself. COSI's success in mounting continual challenges to local and national authorities in the face of violence occurred in large part because Juchitecos transformed their neighborhoods, workplaces, and fiestas into sites of intense political discussion, redefining the meanings and alliances of their culture in the course of recurring daily activities. It was this fostering of a new and hybrid political culture, see this volume's introduction, 8-9, that enabled COSI to secure its power even as neoliberal economic restructuring and the demobilization of popular movements dominated policy-making elsewhere in Mexico and Latin America. Like the Zapotec political movements and cultural practices that preceded it in Juchitán, COSI forged alternatives to the discourses of nationalism and economic development through which outsiders characterized the city and sought to intervene there. By making use of these local capacities for cultural resistance and appropriation to construct an organized movement and gain formal political power, COSI brought about an enduring form of regional democratization. This democracy includes, but is not limited to, free and fair electoral competition and the transfer of municipal power. In addition, COSI's cultural politics mobilized deconstructions of individuals, rights, economies, and social conditions that cannot be strictly defined within standard paradigms of Western modernity. Point 2. As a result of these alternative constructions, poor Juchitecos in the 1990s had greater voice, and could hold those with power more accountable, in more arenas of their lives, than they could in the 1960s and 1970s. Furthermore, the militancy and disruption that fostered democracy in Juchitán were themselves facilitated by difference. Democracy occurred in Juchitán not because Western practices had proceeded apace there, but because Juchitecos exercised control over the cultural and economic borders linking them to the outside. Point 3. As a result, much of the normalization characteristic of Western development was avoided in Juchitán, and the intersection of Zapotec and Mexican cultures produced a hybrid form of modernity. Garcia Canc Lini 1989, unusually open to innovation as well as to dialogue with Western discourses of democracy. The success of Kosei's activism shows that the process of unsettling dominant cultural meanings, see this volume's introduction, 8, through collective action is simultaneously one of constructing and reconstructing unstable meanings within movements. Thus, rather than portraying a social movement as an internally coherent set of beliefs and practices, I make use of my experiences of daily life among Kosei supporters to focus on the blurred zones in between what were once seen as the crystalline patterns of a whole culture, Rosaldo 1989, 209. These blurred zones within Kosei include ambiguity with regard to social and political forms, such as violence, democracy, and gender, and contradictions concerning people's claims about their own and others' experiences, such as between the accounts of Kosei leaders and ordinary Jichitecos, and between those of men and women. Both of these phenomena illustrate the ongoing presence within Kosei of different and at times opposing forms of discourse and practice. In addition, Kosei's experiences demonstrate that a politics based on vanguard leadership, dogmatic Marxist analysis, and often confrontational stances can be successful and also contain spaces for the production of meaning by ordinary people, for alliance and accommodation, and for internal contestation over representation and mobilization. What Michel de Certeau calls tactics and strategies, 1984, 19, coexist in Kosei. As a result, the improvised, tactical manipulations that people perform in their daily lives can take on, through Kosei's own actions, the more coordinated, strategic power of the regime. However, as a result of the hierarchical process through which Kosei determines its strategies, ordinary Jichitecos experience impositions not only from the state but from their own movement as well. These forms of control occur through what Nestor Garcia Cancellini has called deductivist economism and inductivist folklore, 1988. Kosei leaders and intellectuals assume both homogeneous class interests that Jichiteco peasants and workers share a common class position and corresponding material interests and inherent Zapotec identity that all Jichitecos are and know themselves to be members of an indigenous culture, the attributes of which remain fixed through time. Garcia Cancellini argues that the prevalence of such essentialist assumptions explains why so many popular projects for transformation do not manage to alter the social structure, 1988, 484. However, Kosei's experiences indicate that Garcia Cancellini overemphasizes the extent to which essentialist discourses necessarily constrain collective action and social transformation. Point 4. Indeed, Kosei's successes demonstrate that the transformative potential of collective action lies in its balancing of different sorts of internal practices rather than in the prevalence of one or another set of relatively homogeneous practices. The ambiguities and contradictions within Kosei show how characteristics praised by new social movement theorists such as internal democracy, nonviolence, and participation by women appear in complex interaction with other, less obviously praiseworthy attributes. Point 5. In the case of Kosei, these include threads of violence in imagery and action, militant and hostile stances toward a variety of others, and the relative absence of internal democracy. In addition, many of Kosei's historical claims contradict the experiences of ordinary Jichitecos, and, despite Kosei's extensive promotion of images of women's activism, women are excluded from positions of political leadership and artistic innovation in the movement. My understanding of Kosei and the sorts of contradictions to which I am most sensitive grew out of my own position between Kosei leaders and supporters during my field work. Although Kosei leaders treated me cordially for the most part and tacitly accepted my presence in Jichitan, they refused interviews, except during my 2 visits to Jichitan with reporters, before the initiation of my field work. My fieldwork, in contrast, consisted primarily of participation in daily activities and rituals, along with much discussion and questioning, in extended family courtyards in Jichitan's poor neighborhoods as well as in the central market. Point 6. From this position, it was apparent that Kosei's internal characteristics differed from those of conventional portraits of leftist grassroots movements, including many portraits of Kosei itself. Such conventional descriptions, which emphasize congruence between the claims of leaders and the experiences of supporters, are captured in straightforward representations of COSI leaders and members as children of the pueblo fighting against oppression. In contrast, COSI in its daily functioning and Jichitecos in their daily lives exhibit multiple and conflicting representations and strategies with regard to violence, militancy, internal democracy, economic change, disorganization, gender, and culture. Point 7. Leaders as children of the pueblo. One of the primary sources of COSI's power was the way in which COSI leaders and the movement itself were consistently viewed, across classes, as having grown from within the pueblo. Straightforward representations of this relationship appeared repeatedly in the speeches and writings of COSI leaders, in journalistic and scholarly accounts, and in the responses of COSI supporters to questions about the movement. Writers in El Satellite, the local newspaper, made such claims throughout the 1970s, thus the combative and nonconformist spirit of the Jichitecos has awakened in the coalition. And it was the children of the pueblo who led this process, beginning at the moment when its youth broke the silence to raise the banner of total liberation. El Satellite hereafter es, October 27, 1974, May 9, 1976, February 12, 1978. Furthermore, COSI was consistently perceived as paying close attention to what people needed and as acting strictly in the interests of the poor. Por esto, July 16, 1981, p. 50. COSI achieved this by combining radical goals with practical short-term objectives and by interweaving processes of consciousness raising and mobilization. COSI 1983, 4. This description of the origins and practice of radical politics, which resembles many portraits of popular movements in Latin America, suggests a one-dimensional notion of mobilization. Poor people rallied in support of a radical movement with which they identified, and which fought to rectify commonly perceived oppressions and injustices. The complexity of Jichitan's regional history demonstrates why this view of politics oversimplifies the connections between past and present. Rubin 1994. The discussions of COSI's internal characteristics that follow will similarly complicate and modify the notion of unified, self-sustaining mobilization as a response to oppression. However, the explanations presented by political leaders and observers correspond to the ways in which most poor Jichitecos described their relationship to COSI. Along with many other things, poor Jichitecos understood and experienced politics in this way, and as a result acted to transform the world around them. Regime violence and the threat of indigenous explosiveness. Violent repression contributed directly to the development of class consciousness and to the rootedness of COSI in people's daily lives, as ordinary Jichitecos experienced and recounted instances of harassment, shootings, and massacres of their family members and neighbors. COSI made this connection explicit in its public images and speeches, and writers in El Satellite observed the link between violence and mobilization as well. In this city, with the direct and indirect intervention of the authorities imposed by the PRI, many of our fellow Jichitecos have been assassinated. E.S., May 13, 1979, October 23, 1977. In this context, the manipulation of boundaries between violence and nonviolence constituted a key element in COSI's own, predominantly nonviolent, political strategy. A national PRI official in Jichitan, interviewed by reporters in August 1983, used the phrase threads of violence to characterize what he interpreted as COSI's quasi-savage nature. In virtually all of its mobilization activities, COSI made explicit use of such threads of violence, forms of the Zapotec language perceived as violent or inciting violence, explicit threats of violence, the selective use of violence, and references to an inherent potential for violence on the part of Jichitecos. Indeed, it was by appearing to threaten the existing order that the movement was able to pressure authorities to grant concessions. When it formed in 1973, COSI explicitly rejected guerrilla tactics, which had been employed by opposition movements in other southern regions of Mexico since the 1960s. COSI's mass activities operated in the area of the illegal but politically tolerated, and at the margins of nonviolence. In practice, This meant impassioned, angry demonstrations, occupations of buildings, the sequestering of buses, the painting of slogans on walls, and occasional looting, in addition to strictly legal activities through official channels. Threatening the existing order meant not only pressing the borders of nonviolence but doing so in a way that made use of beliefs about the dangerous character of Indians. When COSI supporters occupied public buildings or blocked highways, they were not just poor Mexicans, but fierce Indians whose tempers could not wholly be trusted to respond appropriately to the unwritten rules and language of secular Mexican politics. Indeed, COSI leaders inspired Jichitecos in demonstrations and marches in a language, Isthmus Zapotec, that state and national officials, as well as some prominent local business people, could not understand. Even politically moderate members of Jichitan's middle and upper classes, most of whom could understand this language, feared the violence to which COSI leaders referred. These moderates insisted that violence would lead to chaos and the end of family stability, and they observed that some COSI supporters chose language that was out of the ordinary, e.s. March 10, 1974. In seeking to keep COSI within the realm of the acceptable, moderates counseled the movement to avoid extremes and proceed with care. You are fighting in the middle of a lagoon where there are thousands of poisonous animals that from one moment to the next can jump out, and you won't know from where. Use your intelligence and don't go crazy. Because the extremes are disastrous, e.s. March 10, 1974. COSI's ability to manipulate its stance just inside or outside the cultural border between the ordinary and disastrous extremes enabled the radical movement alternately to gain support from moderates and threaten them. In the face of the elite's perception of the proximity and danger of extremes, it was precisely COSI's threats and threads of violence, including its real ability to bring together angry crowds, that complemented COSI's identity as the legitimate children and champions of the pueblo. The fears and angers that made possible such a politics, furthermore, were not simply turned on or off as a political tactic. Rather, the very unruliness and complexity of emotion that empowered radical politics and that originated in large part outside COSI were consistently central to the nature of the movement itself and the context in which it operated. In describing the practice of liberation theology in Nicaragua, Roger Lancaster observed that ordinary people's visions of radical politics were tormented by demons and motivated by dreams, and that the Jehovah of the poor is the wrath of the people incarnate. Lancaster 1988, XXI. COSI's discourse of violence, along with its practices of militancy and hostility, indicate that such demons and wrath were an integral part of mass mobilization in Jichitan. Militancy. Along with its threads of violence, COSI adopted a militant public posture that engendered considerable criticism on the part of some middle-class and elite sympathizers as well as opponents of all classes. Despite instances of flexibility in their private negotiations with regime officials, in public COSI leaders consistently employed radical Marxist rhetoric, derogated leftist political parties, expressed extreme hostility to outsiders, and dealt with local opponents in confrontational rather than conciliatory ways. 8 In several of these areas, the public positions and private beliefs of leaders differed from the language and experiences of COSI's peasant and worker supporters. This did not elicit comment or criticism from most of these supporters, however, as different conceptions of politics and daily life appear to have coexisted easily and fluidly. Rather than weakening the movement, COSI's militancy, like its manipulation of violent action and imagery, strengthened the movement's ability to rally supporters and challenge the Mexican regime. Political ideology and political parties. COSI leaders explained international relations, Mexican politics, and regional economic development in parsimonious Marxist terms, though with an explicit cultural component. U.S. imperialism dominated Latin American economies and politics. The PRI ruled Mexico in the interest of the Mexican economic oligarchy and international capital, and the state promoted economic development in the isthmus in order to achieve large-scale, capitalist production and marginalize or destroy indigenous culture. In the words of Daniel Lopez Nilio, a COSI leader, the Zapotec race is oppressed by a whole economic system, the same as the working class, and the Benito Juarez Dam, was meant to systematically destroy Zapotec culture. Lopez Neilio 1993, 235, 233.9. In defending this culture, COSI leaders opposed political parties throughout the 1970s, characterizing them as corrupt and dedicated to their own institutional needs. E.s. October 6, 1974. In the COSI leaders' view, direct mobilization of the people in acts of protest was always the central and most important activity of an opposition movement. Punto Critico 1977, Martinez Lopez 1985. During the Ayuntamiento Popular, the period of militant COSI government between 1981 and 1983, COSI leaders reaffirmed that theirs was not an electoral organization, that there could be no viable opposition through parliamentary means, and that radical goals necessitated demonstrations and popular mobilizations, including illegal acts. Waterhouse 1983, 87-92. COSI opposed the national electoral strategies of the Mexican Communist Party and the Unified Socialist Party of Mexico, as well as those parties' criticisms of COSI for not establishing internal democratic procedures and for not distinguishing between COSI as a political movement and COSI in office. According to Howard Campbell, COSI leaders responded to his questions about downplaying ethnicity and regionalism in order to forge larger political alliances by mentioning their local accomplishments and by asking the question, why shouldn't the national left conform to our way of doing things? Campbell 1990, 350. Outsiders. COSI's militancy included ongoing hostility to most outsiders, a category that in practice applied to people who had not been raised in Jichitan. This hostility was not uniform, and where it existed it often originated in the behaviors of the outsiders themselves. De la Cruz 1993. However, in contrast to a position of openness exhibited by grassroots movements elsewhere, COSI chose a public and private position of hostility and harassment toward even sympathetic outsiders that paralleled its ongoing, public condemnation of political parties. COSI's stance toward the Jichiteco middle class and elite is another, and probably the most consequential, example of the movement's confrontational political style. Despite the presence of a discernible moderate discourse in support of COSI, and despite the commonly held beliefs that many priistas, fed up with corrupt government, had voted for COSI in the 1980 and 1981 elections, Jichitecos who did not identify with COSI felt themselves to be harassed and mistreated throughout the Ayuntamiento Popular. They cited patronage practices on the part of the COSI municipal government, protested the harassment of opposition supporters in the streets and complained of the transformation of the symbolic center of the city into a center of radical political culture. 11 In addition, business people as well as Communist Party members who claimed to be supportive of COSI complained of the organization's refusal to seek accords with the private sector. This does not mean that critics would have supported COSI if the movement had pursued its radical demands in conciliatory language or through democratic procedures. Rather, it demonstrates that COSI leaders repeatedly chose to advance a dogmatic political ideology and to maintain hostile public and private stances toward leftist political parties, outsiders, and local priistas. Such a practice contrasts with the more tolerant and open stance attributed to contemporary popular movements generally and indeed exhibited by some militancy and ordinary Jichitecos. COSI's militant stance also contrasted in a number of ways with the political language and approach of ordinary Jichitecos. Little of the dogmatic analysis used by the leadership appeared in popular political discussion, which was much more grounded in description of local experience. In addition, COSI supporters generally did not advocate a return to subsistence agriculture or speak nostalgically about a past, and present, of unpaved roads and oxen, despite the glowing terms with which a variety of COSI leaders and intellectuals described these matters. Lopez Neilio 1993. COSI's militancy toward the local middle class and elites also diverged from the attitudes and behavior of ordinary Jichitecos. In part, there was common ground. COSI supporters rallied behind the movement's attacks on local landowners and businesses and generally approved of the harassment and biased treatment about which priistas complained. On the other hand, COSI supporters were members of family networks that generally included some priistas, poor or not so poor, and ritual events tended to bring COSI and PRI activists into the same courtyards. Both groups found ways to bridge the political hostility and establish cordial and even respectful relations, at least in some contexts. Some families made banter and disagreements about politics a form of daily interaction and pleasure. The members of one COSI family, for example, gleefully provoked their tia Ramona nightly for her allegiance to the PRI, and she responded, in stereotypical Jichiteca fashion, with robust tales of her zealous activity in support of her party. In the midst of heated argument, they nevertheless all agreed that people join together with those they like to hang around with and that one is at home in one's party. Interview, Summer 1986. In another case, a family of PRI supporting moderates expressed interest in and respect for the way in which COSI had won over their schoolteacher and through union activities. Dona Mariana, an elderly midwife, attended equally to the deliveries and overall health of PRI and COSI women in Jichitan, despite her overt skepticism of COSI's intentions and competence. Revealingly, it took a year and a half of relatively close relations before Dona Mariana revealed to my wife and me that she had come to see value, late in life, in a habit she had often roundly criticized, the habit on the part of many poor Jichitecos of eating with their hands. In a similar fashion, I suspect that Dona Mariana may also have had some understanding and sympathy for the political behaviors she criticized. These examples indicate that Jichitecos, through their complex and close-knit personal interactions, developed understandings and relationships considerably more nuanced than those expressed in the public stances of their leaders toward a variety of others, foreign political groups, Mexican political parties, outside visitors, and local PRI supporters. COSI's strength derived not only from its ability to evoke emotions of anger and fear, acting politically at the margins of violence, but also from its leaders' success in fostering hostile and militant actions that were at odds with key aspects of Jichitecos' daily experience. Democracy. In the minds of both COSI leaders and supporters, the advance of peasants' and workers' interests did not require procedural democracy. Rather, it required the kind of attentiveness and trustworthiness that was demonstrated repeatedly in the direct action campaigns of the 1970s. Although COSI participated in a variety of elections, pressing for adherence to formal procedures and seeking to gain control of local associations and government through votes, the ideology of the organization did not favor democratic procedure over other forms of organization and decision-making. COSI activist Carlos Sanchez offered a view of democracy in keeping with Leninist and Maoist practices of democratic centralism. The leadership of COSI did not change by way of democratic elections but through the incorporation of new leaders from among those who participated. This, according to Sanchez, was a democratic process not because of elections but because it naturally produced a vanguard to lead the struggle of the pueblo. Interview, August 1983. COSI supporters understood democracy to mean participation and responsiveness, with electoral procedures constituting one useful means of participation among several. Families in Jichitan's poor neighborhoods emphasized repeatedly that COSI leaders knew them, listened to them, helped them, and acted faithfully in their interest. From this perspective, measuring democracy in terms of shifting combinations of responsiveness, accountability, and elections, Fox 1992, COSI can be characterized as exhibiting a significant but limited degree of internal democracy. However, in terms of allowing and promoting expression, recognizing difference, establishing spaces and procedures for autonomy and debate, and indeed incorporating voices and suggestions, my observations and interviews in Jichitan suggest that COSI leaders, despite their responsiveness and despite instances of accountability, exhibited considerable disregard for internal democracy in theory and practice. Point 12. Nonetheless, COSI's most innovative strategic move in the 1970s, in terms of its interaction with both Jichitecos and the regime, was its decision to participate in municipal elections and to place considerable rhetorical emphasis on its democratic claim to municipal sovereignty. Beginning in 1974, soon after its formation, COSI fielded independent candidates with little chance of officially recognized victory at a time when virtually all Mexican radical movements rejected such participation. Haber 1993, 218. In 1979, COSI leaders debated whether to participate in the first national elections following a much heralded political reform, as well as whether to gain legal status in the 1980 municipal elections by allying with a national political party. Emphasizing the dangers of party politics and ignoring COSI's own immersion in municipal elections, the dominant elements within COSI insisted that the important work of radical politics could occur only at the margins of elections, e.s. July 22, 1979. The debate, however, illustrated the ambiguous location of these margins and itself represented a dividing line between two different leftist positions. Before 1979, COSI participated in elections in practice but rejected them in theory, and its participation occurred overwhelmingly in the regional context. Beginning in 1980, COSI not only participated in municipal elections but engaged directly with national political actors in the process, allying with a national party, competing in national and state legislative elections, and, later in the decade, advocating such engagement as a leftist strategy. By changing its electoral discourses and practices on the ground, COSI thus forged a path that would be recapitulated by much of the Mexican and Latin American left, from grassroots politics at the margins of elections to grassroots politics directly engaged with national electoral processes. In the 1980s, when it participated in elections, governed, opposed military occupation and repression, and governed again, COSI relied on the rules of democratic procedure in advancing its claims. In so doing, COSI constructed what Evelina Dagnano characterizes as new and broad forms of citizenship, including the invention and creation of new rights, Dagnano, in this volume. In the course of the 1980s, Jichitecos gained the rights to speak out in agrarian agencies and labor courts, solve local problems by local means, use their own language in official proceedings, gain access to complex networks of information, and maintain their own ritual practices and standards of beauty. However, COSI leaders did not describe these capabilities in terms of citizenship. Rather, like activists in the organization of black communities of the Pacific coast of Colombia, Crusoe, Rosero, and Escobar, in this volume, they emphasize cultural autonomy and the right to be who we are and have our own life. Project 13. COSI's lack of internal democracy, the changing nature of its participation in elections, and the multifaceted rights it achieved for Jichitecos demonstrate that powerful electoral and non-electoral political practices coexisted in the movement, with neither leaders nor supporters appearing to find this situation problematic. Like the coexistence of divergent approaches to Marxist ideology, to outsiders, and to local priistas on the part of COSI's leaders and supporters, and like the movement's alternating strategies of nonviolence and violence, the issues of democracy and citizenship illustrate COSI's multiple and even contradictory political understandings and approaches. Furthermore, the convergence between the views of COSI leaders and moderates within the PRI about the limited value of procedural democracy suggests that COSI's non-democratic beliefs and practices did not necessarily arise from democratic centralist convictions, as critics often claimed, but rather from the history of beliefs and practices about democracy in Jichitan. In the course of this history, procedural democracy was one strand among many political forms that safeguarded or endangered different people's interests and goals. Economic change and political activism. Jichitecos' clear sense of themselves as exploited, together with the absence of descriptions of economic threats to their physical survival, suggest that the relationships between the process of economic transformation, the development of consciousness, and the formation of a radical political opposition were less direct than COSI leaders and outside observers suggested. This is another, and perhaps the most striking, example of the coexistence within COSI of contradictory understandings about the experiences of Jichitecos. COSI leaders claimed that their coalition had originally formed in response to a direct threat to peasant survival, because of the construction of the Benito Juarez Dam and the adjacent irrigation district. Scholars and COSI leaders alike attributed this result not only to land monopolization but to an oil-led, dual economy and the untrammeled expansion of capitalism and the central state. Binford 1983, Campbell 1994, COSI 1983, Privat Chapera and Riviere d'Arc 1986. In this view, faced with losing their land, their income, and their way of life, peasants rebelled. One of the most interesting and perplexing aspects of my fieldwork in Jiquitin was the fact that a wide range of ardent COSI supporters did not describe their families' economic histories or their present lives in terms compatible with those of the researchers. They spoke, rather, of gradual changes and piecemeal adaptation, of changes in family economies, not of threats to survival. These included politically active and committed COSI supporters who were astute at describing instances of economic exploitation and evaluating the political interaction between regime and opposition. Although it may be the case that many people did not perceive the whole picture, as it was understood by leaders and researchers, Jiquiteco's descriptions of their family situations indicate that matters were considerably more heterogeneous than observers claimed and that economic transformation was not a uniform or life-threatening process. People continued to have land 20 years after the construction of the dam, just less of it, and jobs were available in the urban economy to make up for lost agricultural income. Furthermore, although COSI spokespeople presented peasant life in the mid-1980s as a uniform continuation of past oppressions, COSI supporters often expressed satisfaction with aspects of their present economic lives. In 1985, for example, Antonio Rodriguez and Ana Maria Diaz, two articulate and committed COSI activists, commented with satisfaction on the recent sorghum harvest and the prices for the crop, as well as on the sugar crop and the functioning of the nearby state-run sugar mill. According to Annie Bowl, a young COSI supporting farmer, agricultural credit was helpful in securing machinery and insurance, and it was readily available. In addition, though he grew corn at the time, Annie Bowl said that friends had been trying to convince him to plant sugarcane, and that this sounded like a reasonable idea to him. In contrast, COSI was at this time particularly critical of pressures on farmers to grow alternative crops such as sorghum and sugar, and the movement also censured the exploitative and inefficient functioning of the sugar mill. In this discussion of his agricultural experiences, Annie Bowl mentioned neither COSI's role in securing credit for peasants nor the organization's critique of the sugar mill. How can these apparent discrepancies be explained? For one thing, it is likely that poor peasants and workers were relatively satisfied with aspects of their economic lives in 1985 precisely because COSI had fought so successfully to defend and support local family economies. In addition, it is not necessarily contradictory to express satisfaction and identify exploitation. Jiquitecos may well have been pleased, in a context of extreme exploitation, to be doing as well as they were. However, there still appears to be a contradiction between the kinds of views expressed by Jiquitecos and the explicit and militant claims of COSI leaders and intellectuals, as well as of outside observers. The Jiquitecos I have quoted actively supported one of the strongest and most radical grassroots movements in Mexico, and they had done so, at the time of my discussions with them, over the course of the preceding 13 years. However, these same Jiquitecos did not remember the Ejido land conflict on which many of COSI's early mobilizations, and most of the coalition leaders' claims to early legitimacy and success, were based. These Jiquitecos did not speak of their survival as having been threatened by economic transformation in the 1960s and 1970s, they expressed some satisfaction in the 1980s with the agricultural institutions that COSI harshly and uniformly condemned, and they did not qualify their satisfaction by observing that these institutions dealt with them fairly because of COSI's mobilizations. These contradictions, like those regarding violence, militancy, and recent economic changes, demonstrate that COSI's leaders and intellectuals made use of, and perhaps themselves held, a uniformly critical understanding of local political and economic history that was at odds with many of the experiences of COSI's peasant and worker supporters. COSI's success in confronting the Mexican government suggests that its militancy, in analysis and action, was an extraordinarily powerful means of threatening the regime, withstanding repression, and achieving sustained negotiation over a period of 20 years. Furthermore, COSI's success in maintaining steadfast mass support among poor Yucatecos and the absence of comment or criticism regarding the apparent discrepancies between the supporters and their leaders' representations of recent economic experiences indicate that ordinary Yucatecos did not find these discrepancies troubling. This may be because they understood their leaders' beliefs and claims to be political strategies, and in fact extraordinarily effective ones. It may also be the case that Yucatecos agreed with the statements of COSI leaders, even when those statements contradicted some of the details of their own daily lives. Either way, the economic experiences of COSI supporters indicated not only that exploitation was uneven and contradictory but that the multiple discrepancies between the discourse of COSI leaders regarding economic change, the experiences of ordinary Yucatecos, and the ways in which Yucatecos speak of these experiences like other contradictions regarding the movement's violence, militancy, and democratic practices constituted a prominent characteristic of radical political mobilization in Yucatan. Disorganization and backward vision. In addition to its use of violent imagery, its militant stance, and the multiple discrepancies between the views of leaders and supporters, another prominent characteristic of COSI was its lack of institutionalization. COSI was very well organized in the sense that it had identifiable leaders and supporters, participated in elections, negotiated with regime officials, and carried out numerous local projects such as the creation of health centers, squatter settlements, and markets. In addition, one of COSI's most important strengths was its ability to coordinate mass rallies involving thousands of people from diverse neighborhoods and towns. Yet there was also a disorganized side to COSI. For example, many COSI supporters didn't vote, even in the most important elections. Voting had multiple meanings in Yucatan, and COSI leaders made only limited efforts to shape these meanings in the direction of widespread participation. The young women in one family spent hours getting dressed up to vote and then cast multiple votes. Voting in this case was simultaneously an important social activity and a strategic effort to combat fraud with fraud. In other families, in contrast, COSI supporters commented that they lacked voting identification cards or simply did not intend to vote, and COSI did little to change these decisions. In another example of disorganization, COSI supporters in one town who began campaigning for a local health center knew little of the coalition's successful efforts to establish the same sort of facility in another town several years earlier. Sympathetic critics in Yucatan argued that COSI had not established vehicles for discussion and education that could have kept its supporters informed. Critics also blamed COSI's disorganization for what they saw as an even more significant flaw in the coalition's approach, the absence of what they called a forward-looking plan for regional economic development, Zermino 1987, 79-88. Instead of developing such a plan, COSI rhetorically praised the subsistence maize economy, took steps to ensure the survival of small-scale production through credit and insurance, and acted to defend peasant and worker claims within existing economic arrangements. COSI leaders appear to have chosen a flexible style of mobilization, promoting centers of activity without necessarily coordinating them. They chose to let the movement follow ebbs and flows of political intensity, to accept that sometimes radical politics would disappear whereas at other times it was everywhere, in people's greetings, words, and daily affairs. Alberto Melucci describes grassroots organizing in this fashion when he states that collective action assumes the form of networks submerged in everyday life. The movements emerge only in limited areas, for limited phases and by means of moments of mobilization, 1988, 248. Such an understanding of collective action coincided with the ways in which ordinary people were willing to become involved in politics, with COSI leaders learning this aspect of grassroots mobilization in part from Yucatecos themselves. Kosei's rootedness in Zapotec history, art, and daily life fueled the disorganized and insurgent aspects of the movement. 14 Kosei was strong because it indeed responded directly to the needs people felt, to the language they spoke and the humor and puns with which they spoke it, and to the varying rhythms of their lives. In its strategic battles, Kosei was able to draw on fierce tempers, on the unpredictability and changing locations of political passions, on the quick movement and militancy enabled by the absence of internal democracy, and on the fear of insurgency that could be elicited by images of indigenous violence. Furthermore, Kosei's disorganization amidst organization, in the way it respected people's own preferences and the changing demands of their lives, provided a protection from the dangers to grassroots activism posed by people's exhaustion. It made possible what Melucci characterizes as experimentation with and direct practice of alternative frameworks of meaning, on which the networks of collective action themselves are founded and live from day to day. Melucci 1988, 248. Rather than imposing a set of demands and an ideology, Kosei's looser relationship with individual Jichitecos enabled people to live in partial autonomy from formal politics, an autonomy from which people could be rallied, or could rally others, time and again in the course of 20 years. Thus, despite discrepancies between public ideology and local belief, Kosei was strong precisely because it indeed took popular experience and popular culture seriously. Instead of promoting a particular economic project, Kosei responded continually to people's economic lives as they existed. Instead of sponsoring campaigns for cleanliness, as did reformist members of the PRI, Kosei celebrated local cultural practices. Kosei did not challenge people's commitment to their work as small agricultural producers, market vendors, artisans, fishermen, or midwives. Nor did the movement challenge people's ability to be successful in these activities. At the same time, in defending the rights of peasants and workers to the guarantees provided by the Mexican Constitution and Mexican law, Kosei indeed undertook the radical act of constructing new forms of citizenship, ethnicity, gender, and cultural projects. From its inception, Kosei conducted its activities in Zapotec, speaking to people in their courtyards and addressing meetings, demonstrations, and marches in the local language. During the years of the Ayuntamiento Popular, Zapotec became the language of schools and government offices. Campbell 1990, 358, differentiating Kosei's administrative practices from those of the PRI. According to Kosei intellectual Victor de la Cruz, the young Kosei administrators begin to feel that the pressure of Zapotec is much stronger when they have municipal power. Up in City Hall, they yell, tell jokes, collect taxes, and administer justice in Zapotec. De la Cruz 1984, 23, quoted in Campbell 1990, 365. Humor was an important aspect of the Zapotec character of Kosei speech and was one of the ways in which Kosei leaders established intimate forms of communication with supporters. Also from the beginning, Kosei carried out its public activities with the customs and adornments of Zapotec ritual. These ceremonial practices involved the active participation of women, who attended demonstrations in the embroidered blouses and long skirts reserved for fiestas and distributed food and gifts much the way this was done in ritual celebrations. In addition to playing a role in public events, ethnic identity contributed to the content of popular thinking and provided specific pathways of language and social life through which people could respond to the ideas and activities of Kosei. Jichitecos brought to their politics shared memories of 19th and early 20th century rebellions, when Jichitecos took up arms to resist the political and economic encroachments of the state capital. In the 1970s, they began to connect the present to this rebellious past in new ways. They not only characterized themselves as poor but identified the individuals, private enterprises, and state agencies that exploited them economically and denounced the political impositions that denied them self-government. These discussions, conducted almost exclusively in Zapotec, occurred in market stalls, local bars, and family courtyards, the physical and social locations that had been constructed by, and in turn contributed to the reelaboration of, local cultural beliefs and practices. Family courtyards were particularly important places for discussion and mobilization, and their gender and class characteristics provided fertile ground for rethinking politics and getting people out into the streets. Such courtyards generally included several branches of the same extended family. As a result of the economic changes of the previous 20 years, the members of these families frequently did different types of work. In contrast to many other urban environments in Mexico, however, an increase in a family's economic resources in Juchitán did not usually lead to leaving the family courtyard or abandoning Zapotec identity and ritual. For this reason, COSI's attention to the needs of any one occupational group, in the context of its championing of Zapotec identity and political sovereignty, was generally seen as support for all. Gender, cultural elaboration, and radical organizing. Through their control of family courtyards, the central market, and neighborhood marketing networks, Juchiteca women played a key role in the development of political consciousness and grassroots mobilization. This process often began in the market in the early morning, where the previous day's news would be disseminated, and continued throughout the day during the preparation and selling of foods and goods in the central market and in casual discussions in the streets and family courtyards. The market itself was a crowded, expanding, disorderly place. Though its two-story structure occupied an enormous city block, vendors crowded into the surrounding streets, and women with their wares in baskets or on blankets found places in front of or between the larger stalls or circulated through the market on foot. In addition to providing multiple, mobile public spaces, the market offered the still fully visible but more private spaces behind the tables on which the products were displayed. This area behind the tables was where the vendors stood or sat as they sold their wares, talked with each other or with family members when business lagged, and ate meals. In my own work, I was introduced to the difference between the spaces in front of and behind the market stalls in a dramatic way. In front of the stalls, I casually engaged in banter about prices and gossip and caught up on the events of the day. 6 months later, seated on the vendor's side of the stall, I was told, as a prelude to a detailed interview, people came by here and said you were a spy. Are you a spy? The circulation of information in Juchitán also occurred during communal planning and preparations for fiesta activities, which brought women and their families across the city from one neighborhood to another. Juchitán's urban character ensured that this communication took place within dense personal and occupational networks that relied not only on gossip but also on local and national newspapers, magazines, and radio stations, many of which routinely repudiated official government positions. Juchitecas used this information and their convictions about the events of the day literally to get their families out into the streets to attend neighborhood meetings, participate in demonstrations in the center of the city, and register and vote. Men and women played distinct roles in perpetuating the vibrant Zapotec culture that was arguably the single factor most responsible for COSI's power. Men monopolized formal artistic culture in Juchitán: painting, poetry, and songwriter, along with certain forms of craftsmanship and the less formal singing and philosophizing that occurred in local cantinas. Campbell, 1994, 179-189, has shown these activities to be essential components of COSI's elaboration of culture and dissemination of ideas. However, the success of COSI's radical political efforts hinged as much or more on the production of an engaged, creative culture of daily life in courtyards, neighborhoods, and markets by women. The activities of women in Juchitán have focused more on shaping and contesting aspects of life in these daily domains, whereas men have been more involved in establishing a formal narrative of that life. In this sense, men's cultural activities are closer to the ideological, militant stances that have been described above as characteristics of COSI's public politics and that have been developed and practiced by COSI's young male leaders, whereas women's cultural activities are more directly related to the daily experiences that have been shown to contradict or modify those public stances. Shoshana Sokolov's research, 1993, on the relationship between midwives and doctors in Juchitán supports this observation. Sokolov notes that male COSI leaders, in accord with their essentialist representations of Zapotec culture, portrayed midwives as native to Jichitan's poor neighborhoods, practicing an art that had been passed down for generations. In contrast, Sokolov found a variety of backgrounds, linguistic abilities, and types of training among midwives. Dona Mariana Galán, for example, who was known throughout Jichitan as the mother of us all, was born of Spanish parents in another part of the state, had been trained to deliver babies by her brother-in-law, a Japanese doctor, to spite her mother, and spoke only rudimentary Zapotec. In contrast to most Third World encounters between midwives and Western doctors, Sokolov found that Jichitan's midwives had not been replaced by outside practitioners but had interacted with them on very much their own terms. Whereas male narratives about midwifery reinforced Kosiai's cultural project and militant stance, it was the daily activities of women, as mothers and midwives, that achieved the practical work of keeping Zapotec cultural practice alive and strong by achieving a trustworthy, Zapotec way of delivering babies in an urban setting. As with their romantic view of local midwives, Kosiai's male leaders adopted a view of feminism that was at odds with women's actual social and political roles. Kosiai leaders spoke repeatedly about Jichitan's egalitarian gender relations and about the equal participation of women in the movement. In political events and widely disseminated photographs, Kosiai featured proud-looking women in festive Zapotec attire, and Kosiai artists and writers highlighted the strength and exoticism of local female sexuality. 15 However, despite women's central role in the work of cultural adaptation, as well as in developing political consciousness and mobilizing family members, women did not hold positions of leadership within Kosiai and generally did not participate in the artistic and literary activities that were central to the movement's cultural project. Furthermore, Jichitecas suffered enduring forms of exploitation and subordination on a day-to-day basis, including sexual double standards, limited educational opportunities, responsibility for both household and money-earning activities, and domestic violence. Zapotec culture in Jichitan exhibited forms of ambiguity regarding male gender roles that were also absent from Kosiai's artistic and political narratives. Males who were publicly identified in both Zapotec and Spanish by the Zapotec word mux played a prominent role, distinct from those of both women and other males, in economic and ritual activities. Boys often took up this identity in adolescence and went on perform economic roles associated with women. Mux also played specific public roles in the division of labor at fiestas, where they sat among women and danced as women while exhibiting body forms, dress, and adornment that mixed common male and female characteristics. The public prominence of an alternative male gender role in Jichitan illustrates in yet another way the richness and inventiveness of the Zapotec culture that supports political radicalism, as well as the prominence of ambiguity within that culture. This characteristic also underscores the fact that in its depictions of women and sexuality, as in its militancy, its claims about the origins of political activism, and its disorganization, Kosiai promotes representations of local life that correspond to some aspects of the worldviews of Jichitecos, while at the same time coexisting with, and relying on, quite different, less homogeneous, and far more contested daily practices. Despite the harms and costs of its misrepresentations such as the continuing exclusion of women from positions of political power, the lack of attention to women's domestic and occupational subordination, and the exclusion from artistic discourse of a prominent form of male social life, Kosiai achieved its ongoing strength, including gains valued by women and MOOCs, through its ability to balance these representations with respect for the autonomy of daily practice. Kosiai's cultural project. In the course of its 20-year history, Kosiai has developed a unique and far-reaching cultural project. This project includes an influential role in the activities of the government-funded Casa de la Cultura, Cultural Center, the promotion of painting, music, poetry, and Zapotec language studies among young Jichitecos from all classes, and the nurturing of a prominent group of young male artists. These artists formed the nucleus of what Campbell describes as an active local bohemian subculture, 1990, 377 to 385. As a result of these efforts, large numbers of Jichitecos began to compose ballads and poems in honor of Kosiai martyrs, revive disappearing arts and crafts, collect oral histories, write their memoirs, photograph local sites, and improve their ability to speak Zapotec. Additionally, Jichitan became a town where 19-year-old indigenous youths discussed political philosophy and new trends in the art world as well as the fine points of their own historical and cultural traditions. 389. COSI's cultural project involved the elaboration of a narrative of Jichitan's history in political speeches and newspapers. This discourse also developed through the production of literary texts and artistic representations, historical and political analyses, and posters and T-shirts. Since 1975, COSI intellectuals have published a sophisticated literary magazine, Gukachi Reza, Zapotec for Sliced Open Iguana, whose title evokes Jichiteco's sense of identity and distinctiveness. Now, what is our concern? That our children know how to speak Zapotec and play in Zapotec. This is our concern. Why? For the continuity of our history and so that in 100 years or 3 centuries, we can continue eating iguana. Lopez Nelio 1993, 235. COSI's cultural project bridged cultural and class distances with fluidity and eclecticism, while at the same time its public stances reinforced class divisions and sought to keep various outsiders out. COSI thus maintained control of its cultural borders by combining essentialist representations with boundary-crossing restrictions. COSI not only revived and recreated a Jichiteco Zapotec identity and history but did it in a way that connected young people in poor neighborhoods to a local cultural institution, to the imagery and practice of radical politics, and to national artists and intellectuals. These connections encouraged Jichitecos to look outward, much as the midwives looked outward, not to embrace the foreign as different and better but to make appropriate use of that which came from outside in elaborating the local. Jichitan's artistic connections to the outside also attracted outsiders in, reinforcing Jichiteco's own sense of autonomy and importance as well as developing allies at the national level. COSI's cultural project, like other aspects of the coalition's ideology and political practice, was based on numerous discrepancies between pasts claimed and pasts experienced. COSI's historical account ignored such phenomena as the subordinate position of women in Jichitan, the mistreatment of neighboring ethnic minorities, long periods of accommodation to outside authorities, critiques of local power relations from within the PRI, and unpublicized meetings in which COSI representatives negotiated several of the terms of its existence with state and national authorities. COSI's cultural representations also ignored the ambitions of poor Jichitecos to advance economically and participate in the national consumer culture that surrounded them, as well as the continuing presence in Jichitan of peasants and workers who supported the official party rather than COSI. Yet COSI's strategic essentialism enabled the movement to wrest control over public cultural display and experimentation from local elites and make use of its own sources of energy and talent to establish a new artistic arena and reinvigorated historical narrative. 16 COSI's cultural project went beyond making use of existing historical memories or ethnic mechanisms for the purposes of political mobilization. Rather, the coalition succeeded in developing a powerful regional presence and keeping the Mexican regime at bay in part by claiming cultural activities for a poor people's movement and making use of them not only to represent and define but to empower and give pleasure. Such an explicit cultural project is without parallel in contemporary Mexico. It is a rare affirmation not only of the value of indigenous life and culture but of that culture's ability to sustain and reinvent itself and to appropriate the outside from a position of equality and power. Conclusion. COSI exhibited ambiguity with regard to violence, political division within families, electoral practices, levels of organization, and gender roles. Similarly, the claims of its political and intellectual leaders contradicted those of ordinary Jichitecos with regard to outsiders, past and present economic experiences, and the social experiences of women. Together, these ambiguities and contradictions suggest that it is the coexistence of multiple forms of difference that animates a radical social movement. This coexistence of differences in Jichitan has significant negative consequences, such as the continuing violence toward and exclusion of women, the rejection of political moderates, the inability of COSI leaders to speak the language of groups outside Jichitan and thereby make alliances, and the absence of internal democracy. However, the coexistence of differences also provides new spaces for the production of meanings, Escobar 1992a, 82, that mobilize, impose and threaten and thereby create new political forces and transform formal politics and daily life. This understanding of radical politics calls into question portrayals of leftist movements as consisting of, or moving toward, unified and homogeneous consciousness and action. It supports Mary-Louise Pratt's call for ways of theorizing heterogeneity as well as for recognizing that what looks like fragmentation to those in dominant positions can be both integrating and empowering to subordinate actors in social movements. Indeed, COSI's internal characteristics and the multifacetedness of democracy in Jichitan in the 1990s indicate, as Pratt suggests, that democratic processes produce heterogeneity. Pratt, in this volume, the ambiguity and contradiction within COSI challenges claims about the presence of internal democracy, gender equality, and other praiseworthy characteristics in grassroots movements. In his work on Nicaragua, Roger Lancaster argues that popular religion played a central role in the radical consciousness of Sandinista supporters. The contradictions Lancaster identifies within popular religion and the distances between religion and the formal aspects of Sandinista politics parallel the discrepancies in Jichitan between practices of daily life and COSI's public positions. In Lancaster's analysis, radical consciousness in Nicaragua was in significant part a place of hidden spaces and semi-private discourses absent from the official voices of Sandinismo and liberation theology, 1988, 143-144, 162. Power, in this context, is an ongoing negotiation between macro and micro discourses, between official narratives and private rumors, Lancaster 1988, 162, much as COSI's power resulted from negotiations between Jichiteco's own understandings of their experiences and COSI's public claims, and between women's reshaping of daily procedures and men's formal artistic narratives. The resulting social movement can successfully reproduce itself, not only despite, but because of, the pervasiveness of complaint and conflict, Lancaster 1988, 162-163, emphasis in original. COSI illustrates a radical politics characterized by flexible and changing mixtures of Leninist and new social movement political practices. COSI's leaders chose over the course of 20 years to maintain and elaborate the distances between the discourses of the movement and those of its supporters because the resulting political strategies were extraordinarily effective in wresting concessions from the state and maintaining organizational cohesion. Similarly, ordinary Jichitecos' tactics for describing and adapting the practices of daily life were effective in fostering survival and pleasure in workplace and courtyard, as well as in the more formal locations of radical politics. In its mixture of these two sets of activities, COSI maintained multiple locations of complaint and conflict and indeed reproduced itself in the face of formidable opposing powers. COSI's striking success in fostering cultural autonomy and in creating a political voice for indigenous people suggests that essentialist class and ethnic discourses, when combined in ambiguous ways with other forms of belief and action, can simultaneously reflect people's experiences and be of considerable strategic use. It is precisely within such spaces of ambiguity, the distances between militant confrontation and neighborhood accommodation, between Marxist analysis of development and daily work experience, between nonviolence and violence, that ordinary people act as agents of culture in process, Fisk 1990, 86, reforming and adapting their own practices and beliefs to those invented by others. This is where ordinary Jichitecos as well as their leaders at times in tension with one another perform an art of making that proceeds by manipulating imposed knowledges and symbols at propitious moments, Escobar 1992a, 74, drawing on Deserto. In family courtyards, neighborhood committee meeting places, cantinas, and schools as well as in the many activities of the city's Casa de la Cultura, Jichitecos forge justifications for and limits to violence, reinterpret the meaning of their labor, cajole and defy political opponents, and reinvent ritual and art through a discourse of political opposition. In this way, they give life to a political movement that can challenge existing relations of power. Chapter 7. Indigenous Movements as a Challenge to the Unified Social Movement Paradigm for Guatemala. K. B. Warren. Chantal Mouffe and Echo Beto Laca argue that the urgent political work for this historical moment is the quest for radical and plural democracy. They advocate diverse routes for individuals to pressure democracies for wider social, economic, and environmental justice. In their view, this is a post-Marxist project. The dramatic collapse of state socialism and the apparent exhaustion of its appeal in much of the world painfully confirms the limits of ideologies that construct a political subject focused primarily on the politics of class conflict or on universalized revolutionary struggle. Yet these theorists would not for a moment free democracy from criticism, given liberal capitalism's crisis with growing gaps between the rich and poor and the persistence of systems of rights that have been constituted on the very exclusion or subordination of rights of others. Mouffe 1993, 70. The proliferation of progressive social movements in many countries signals the unfinished business of politicizing these economic and jural tensions and reflects the panoply of issues and identities salient to individuals in their daily lives. Point 1. As this analysis will show, however, the definition of what is progressive is highly contested in Guatemala, given alternative framings of community and participation. As in much of Latin America, Guatemala is involved in its own blend of transitions. 3 decades of military rulers who repressed social movements have given way since 1985 to a series of civilian governments that have struggled with the legacy of a highly militarized nation-state. After the failure of the armed insurgency to topple the state in the 1980s, grassroots organizations such as Comité de Unidad Campesina, Committee for Campesino Unity, or CUC, Coordinadora Nacional de Viudas de Guatemala, National Coordinator of Guatemalan Widows, or CONAVIGUA, and Grupo de Apoyo Mutuo, Mutual Support Group, or GAM, all with strong ties to the left, rededicated themselves to press for a substantial role in national politics and, more recently, for wide-ranging reforms during the peace negotiations, which have involved the government, military, guerrillas, elites, and many national interest groups. This essay argues that, over the last 20 years, the movement of oppositional politics from the class antagonism paradigm, the struggle of labor versus capital that informed the insurgency, and diverse leftist movements with their own histories of organizing specific sectors of the population in Guatemala toward a more heterogeneous politics of social movements has been complicated by widespread intolerance of indigenous activism and its distinctive political agenda. Point 2. What has been the character of this ambivalence? What does it reveal and obscure about the practices of indigenous activists, and those of its antagonists? How are critiques of indigenous mobilization deployed by a variety of political interests? Specifically, this analysis pursues the strong reactions that different political sectors have to the ethnic-based goals of the Pan-Mayan movement, which seeks culturally to unify indigenous Guatemalans across language divides, and the alternative it presents to what I will call the unified social movement paradigm, which guided important elements of the grassroots left through the early 1990s. Point 3. The goals of this essay are fourfold. First, I will introduce a Guatemalan movement that does not fit the dominant grassroots paradigm in order to argue for a widening of the range of movements social observers see as progressive in the face of Guatemala's social inequities and injustice. The Pan-Mayan movement seeks recognition of cultural diversity within the nation-state, a greater role for indigenous politics in national culture, a reconsideration of economic inequities, and a wider distribution of cultural resources such as education and literacy in indigenous languages. Second, I will challenge the proponents of the unified theory of oppression by exposing some of the assumptions that guided their early dismissal of other forms of dissent and alternative struggles for social change. Third, I will describe the ways in which movements with antagonistic histories nevertheless continue to influence each other's sense of purpose and to collaborate on issues of common concern. This has certainly been the case through the period of the peace negotiations and has caused some analysts to argue that the recent convergence transcends these movements' divisive histories. Finally, I will consider the ways in which Pan-Mayanism raises important issues for how social scientists conceptualize class, capital, and politics. My argument is that a practice-oriented and relational view of social movements reveals a more textured sense of struggle and addresses participants' subjectivity, what they find critical to confront in their lives both on and off the official agendas. A cultural framing of social movements, rather than a linear sense of struggle against an external monolith, is the goal of this inquiry. As will become evident, cultural framings of research on social movements add new dimensions to analysis, a concern with the interplay of class, ethnicity, and culture in ongoing movements, an examination of the specific sorts of cultural capital produced by social movements, and a scrutiny of the choices different analysts make when they include certain movements under the progressive umbrella and exclude or mute others. Fissures in the popular model for grassroots organizing. The 1991 Segundo Encuentro Continental de Resistencia Indígena, Negra y Popular, which was held at the dusty fairgrounds just outside Guatemala's second city, Quetzaltenango, was an example of the assertion by the Latin American popular left that diverse social movements, including class-based, indigenous, Afro-Latin American, women's, and human rights, could be successfully encompassed by the reigning popular paradigm that called for the grassroots organization of the masses by sectors. 4 through its leadership and working documents, the International Congress argued for a unified theory of oppression, the continued relevance of class as the master inequity, and the capitalist world in the guise of Western neoliberalism as the prime engine of oppression. Some indigenous participants, however, found personal and political dilemmas in this framing of social conflict. North American anthropologist Charles Hale captured the double bind for some of the Mayan participants in the following terms. Indians who identify as populars generally have chosen to emphasize the demands that unify them with subordinate mestizos. This does not imply a loss of Indian identity. Culture loss is a problematic term in any case, but it does tend to involve either a shift in priorities away from demands specific to Indian cultural roots, or to a difficult commitment to struggle for those demands from within a predominantly non-Indian political movement. 1994, 36. Some indigenous Guatemalans have made their peace with this model and have pursued long careers of activism. Others have found elements of the popular movement unresponsive to their personal politics. One could not fault the courage of those attending these meetings, which took place in a highly militarized Guatemala, where the severe repression of political activists continued in the early 1990s. From countries throughout the Americas, some 300 delegates, all with impeccable political credentials, as one participant assured me, attended small work groups and plenary sessions that were held in a huge hall. An estimated 30,000 community activists, the majority of whom were impoverished rural women who did not participate in the Congress itself, marched for hours through the city's streets in the final public demonstration of support for the grassroots left and the goals of the Congress. Rigoberta Menchú, who was yet to be awarded the Nobel Prize, sought to guarantee the safety of the participants through the international monitoring generated by her press conferences at the meetings, and by all accounts she was successful in heading off government reprisals. As many observers noted, however, the Segundo Encuentro was only partially successful in channeling culturally based dissent. Nationally prominent Mayan leaders shared their complaints with me in conversations between sessions. They had been invited as observers only at the last minute and found themselves marginalized by the rigid structure of the meetings, which allowed only 2 official representatives of Pan-Mayan organizations in a national delegation of 40 representatives. Nevertheless, around the edges of the official program, Pan-Mayanists met privately with indigenous representatives from other countries, and, after the Congress, some went out of town for an indigenous retreat, closed to others. This was not the first time indigenous leaders from across the Americas had created opportunities to discuss common concerns and compare strategies. Rather, it was another moment in what some have termed the Indian Awakening in Latin America. 5. Skeptics of the Congress suggested that the popular left included the word indigenous in the conference title and documentation largely for pragmatic reasons, that is, to tap into the anti-quincentenary fervor throughout the Americas in order to reassert the viability of popular movements after the Cold War. Although popular politics may need renewed support elsewhere in Latin America, in Guatemala activism has been diverse, successful, and championed by the international solidarity community in the face of continuing repression in the 1980s and 1990s. Cultivators, migrant workers, students, urban workers, widows, families of the disappeared, and refugees have been organized by the movement. Popular leaders have been highly supportive of the ongoing negotiations to bring the guerrilla counterinsurgency conflict to a formal end and to spur reforms such as the dismantling of the system of civil patrols in rural communities and the return of refugees displaced by the war. In 1995, popular leaders directly participated for the first time in national elections through their new coalition party, the New Guatemala Democratic Front, FDNG, or El Frente, and won 6 congressional seats. Who were the dissenters at the Segundo Encuentro, the indigenous leaders who were alienated by an international Congress intended to include their interests? Why do they now find themselves uncertain whether El Frente is the solution to the absence of indigenous issues in national politics? How have dissenters and populars been incorporated into the peace process through the Asamblea de la Sociedad Civil? The Pan-Mayan movement in Guatemala, an overview. Since the mid-1980s, educated Mayas have worked to create a social movement focused on indigenous cultural revitalization. Mayan teachers, development workers, linguists, social scientists, and lawyers, combinations of professions and cultural identities that rarely existed before the early 1970s, have been involved in their own research centers for the production and dissemination of materials for a variety of education projects. Most have been schooled in Guatemala, a handful studied in the United States or Europe. Over the years, Mayan intellectuals and writers have circulated counter-histories denouncing the racism of national histories, searing critiques of foreign research practices and scholarship, texts to promote Mayan language retention, criticisms of Western models of development, and political psychology to counteract internalized racism. Through this activist research, Mayan intellectuals condemn colonialism and racism as an ongoing situation rather than a moment of sociogenesis that occurred 5 centuries ago during the Spanish invasion. Mayan studies scholars assert that there is a Mayan way of knowing, a subject position no one else can occupy and political interests no one else has to defend. This essentialism is tactical and situational. Mayas are arguing the essentialist position to claim their own unique authority as social critics. Their goal is clear: to undermine the authoritativeness of Caxlan, non-Mayan, accounts put forward by Guatemalan Latinos or foreigners which until their recent activism and resistance had monopolized the representation of Mayan culture and national history. The early years of the movement were focused on issues of cultural origin and self-definition. Who are we if we are not the negative stereotypes we have been taught? In short, on essentialist issues. One activist put it such that Indians were like street children who did not know their parents and therefore could not plan for the future. Echoing these sentiments, a recent Pan-Mayanist poster, showing Guatemala's verdant hills in the background and a Mayan couple in the foreground, is remembered for the following message: Un pueblo que desconoce su pasado no tiene un futuro, a community/people that doesn't know its past doesn't have a future. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, publications in Mayan studies by Demetrio Rodriguez Guajan, 1989, Demetrio Cajedi Cuxil, 1991, and Luis Enriquez Samcalip, 1991, were preoccupied with these issues. By the mid-1990s, however, debates in the movement had refocused on future directions for Mayan nation building and concrete priorities in education, legal issues, and self-administration. Along these lines, conference proceedings and collaborative projects on Mayan schools and customary law have been published by the Centro de Estudios de la Cultura Maya, SECMA 1992, 1994, Esquit and Ochoa Garcia 1995. Cajedi Cuxil's publications on Mayan rights culminated in his volume Políticas para la Reivindicación de los Mayas de Hoy, 1994, which summarized explicit demands on the state for reforms in language policy, regional administration, the military, economics, education, communication, and respect for Mayan ceremonial centers. Victor Rancanaje, 1994, has used Mayan hermeneutics to generate a revisionist history of pre-colonial society and to argue for the revitalization of early models of authority and leadership in the new social order he hopes will be established. The issue at hand for Mayan leaders is now longer-term planning of their agendas prepared in 20-year increments to reflect the Mayan calendrics rather than the year-to-year planning called for by development funding agencies. The production and circulation of Mayan studies is not an ivory tower enterprise, given that virtually all Pan-Mayanists come from rural backgrounds. Some have stayed in their home communities working as farmers, teachers, or extensionists in development organizations. Often, they are regional and grassroots leaders in the agricultural cooperative movement, religious groups, or local development efforts. Others have relocated to urban centers to pursue professional training and higher education, working as academics, bookstore owners, publishers, social workers, administrators, teachers, and professionals for non-governmental organizations, NGOs, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and government development programs. On weekends, during vacations, and for major events, professionals often return to their home communities, where some maintain their own immediate families and work on local development projects. Over the last 20 years, Pan-Mayanism has emerged institutionally. Pan-Mayanists analyze indigenous languages, produce educational materials, host workshops for teachers, organize grassroots language committees, establish Mayan schools, and support Mayan community leaders, from mayors to midwives to Mayan priests, through groups such as the Proyecto Lingüístico Francisco Marroquín, PFLM, 6 Academia de Lenguas Mayas de Guatemala, ALMG, Centro de Documentación Maya, CEDIM, 7 Centro de Estudios de la Cultura Maya, SICMA, Oxlajuaj Quij Maya Ajtsabat and the Asociación de Escritores Mayenses. 9 Through the Coordinadora Cachical de Desarrollo Integral, COCADI, 10 activists promote Mayan calendrics, elders, and ecologically sensitive strategies for development, and critique Western development ideologies as neocolonialist. Survey research has been conducted at the Centro de Investigaciones Sociales Mayas, CISMA. Research findings are exchanged through the Seminario Permanente de Estudios Mayas, SPEM, 11 and the widely attended annual Taller Maya 12 conferences. A variety of educational materials have been published and distributed through Mayan presses such as Editorial Colsamaj and Nawal Waj. 13 textbooks and teaching guides have been produced through Mayan Ladino collaborations at the Instituto de Lingüística 14 of the Universidad de Rafael Landivar. The Consejo de Organizaciones Mayas de Guatemala, COMG, was created in the late 1980s as an umbrella group to facilitate communication among Mayan organizations and publicize cultural rights demands. 15 Other less formal groups of students and community members constitute themselves for particular activities and then disperse to their home communities. While diverse in histories, agendas, and politics, research and educational centers share a common concern with promoting Pan-Mayan loyalties and revealing the ways in which Guatemalan racism and U.S. neocolonialism have politically marginalized and impoverished indigenous populations. The resulting scholarship constitutes a field of cultural studies that crisscrosses Western disciplines and social theories as it seeks to create its own paradigmatic understanding of social life with its own hermeneutics. 16 Cultural centers are attempting to unite Mayas across language groups and communities to build a national movement. To do so, scholars and activists have sought to transcend internal differentiation and localized identifications to create, through their informal educational efforts and other activities, an encompassing imagined community of Maya. 17. It would be short-sighted to dismiss this cultural revival as primordial or marginal to modern politics. Social analysts such as Hobsbawm and Ranger, 1983, have pointed to the re-emergence of tradition precisely at times of discontinuity. Wallace's early historical work, 1972, and Clifford's Postmodernism, 1988, have taught us that revitalization is a process of political articulation and cultural hybridizing, not inevitably a nostalgic escape to the past. Gellner, 1983, Fox, 1990, Chatterjee, 1993, and others have noted the important role that public intellectuals play in social movements and raise important questions about the class composition, culture, and politics of nationalist movements. Mauve, 1993, has warned against essentialism, against the positing of unitary constructions of identity politics. The following analysis touches on these issues for the Pan-Mayan movement. Mayan indigenous identity has always had local and translocal manifestations and transformations, from its diverse Olmec roots over 3,000 years ago to the present. The resulting transcultural formation has striking regional continuities, local variations, and very different colonial and contemporary histories in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. Today the lived reality in local communities echoes the heterogeneous interplay of cultural continuities and local elaborations, divergent state histories, regional economic specialization, migration flows, waves of Catholic and Protestant evangelism, and political movements that have challenged the status quo. 18. Public intellectuals, historical continuities and transformations. By publicly seeking to represent the collective interests of all Mayas and speaking out on national politics, Mayan public intellectuals represent an astounding change in Guatemala. The presence of intellectual activist leaders is best understood, however, as a variation on a theme that has its own social and political history. 19 Since the breakup of pre-Hispanic states and the colonial resettlement of indigenous populations, traditionalist intellectuals, the Kamal Bey of the civil religious hierarchy and the Ajk-IJ shamans focused their efforts on the creation of localized moral spaces for the celebration of the unique connection of individuals with their local community. Their ancestors, and their indigenous religion, which worshipped the earth world, Ruwakulu, nature and the wider cosmos as sacred. 20 Through a subversive syncretism of Mayan religion and 16th century Catholicism, these leaders promoted a view of the world not wholly shared by Ladino neighbors and their Christ-centric theology, which was simply unaware of Mayan spiritual transcendence in the sacred earth world. They were also unaware of the hidden transcript of denunciations of racism and complicity kept alive in veiled religious language in localized saint societies, cofradias, which had been introduced by the colonizers. 21. Newer generations of public intellectuals are the legacies of this cultural formation and the transgenerational struggle of Mayan families to seek education for their children. In the 1950s and 1960s, religious groups such as Catholic Action and U.S. supported development projects such as cooperative federations offered non-formal adult education and urged parents to keep their children in school. The Catholic Church created high schools and short-term educational programs in urban centers for indigenous students. Many of the Pan-Mayanists in their 40s and 50s working in the fields of development and linguistics received at least some of their education through these programs for indigenous youths. The growing numbers of Mayan leaders and their involvement in a variety of local struggles was overwhelmed in the late 1970s and early 1980s by a catastrophic war between the Guatemalan army and the leftist guerrilla forces that had united under the umbrella of the Unidad Revolucionaria Nacional de Guatemala, Guatemalan National Revolutionary Party, or URNG. 22 State terrorism was directed at civilian populations to punish any incipient interest in oppositional politics. Guerrillas sought recruits and civilian support and punished class enemies and government collaborators. Mayan organizational leaders, traditionalists, Catholic catechists, development workers, teachers, secular youths, and grassroots sympathizers became suspect just for being in positions of authority or influence. Many were hunted down and killed. Popular groups, such as CUC, were forced to operate clandestinely in the countryside. Whole communities were slaughtered during this genocidal violence, which left 80,000 dead, 1/5 of the national population displaced from their homes, and hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the country. Montejo and Acab 1992, Mans 1988. The guerrilla counterinsurgency war created a sorrowful conjuncture for new political possibilities. It exposed the broken promises of a guerrilla movement unable to take over the state in the name of socialism and the limits of existing ideologies: revolutionary Marxism, liberal Catholicism, radicalized theology of liberation, or economic development through agrarian cooperatives to chart the next step. Since the de-escalation of widespread warfare in the mid-1980s, the challenge has been to democratize Guatemala in the face of the continued intervention of the armed forces in civilian life and the corruption it has engendered, the internalized violence of communities where individuals war against each other to establish who is most powerful, and the displacement of so many people from their homes and fields. Another challenge has been to turn national attention to urgent development problems: demographic pressures, poverty, illiteracy, the lack of schools and health facilities, unemployment, and the land crisis. Popular groups became active at this juncture to protest forced military recruitment, to meet the needs of widows and families searching for the disappeared, to protest continuing human rights abuses, and to aid internal and international refugees. Religious groups, particularly the evangelical missions, intensified their efforts in congregation building. And the Pan-Mayan movement emerged to articulate demands for the recognition of collective cultural rights for indigenous Guatemalans, who by some estimates make up 60% of the population, in 1994. To disseminate their concern for self-determination in the democratic opening of the late 1980s, Pan-Mayanists created educational programs and rural-urban networks through which public intellectuals inspired leaders to work for cultural resurgence in hundreds of communities. Behind these demands was a sense of a genocidal dimension to the war, that indigenous communities were singled out for destruction and that indigenous teachers and community leaders were tortured and killed because they were culturally, and even ethnically or racially, different. Many indigenous leaders felt that local Latinos were shielded from military violence because they were automatically identified with the state. The Pan-Mayan movement and its educational projects. As one nationally prominent Mayan leader put it, this wave is not granite, rather, it defines a certain tendency. There is great variation within the Movimiento Maya. Some are more radical in Mayan religion, others in language, others in politics. It is difficult to characterize a movement as institutionally diverse, polycentric, and dynamic as this one, and it is impossible to capture its variegated practices in an overview. On the cultural revitalization and education fronts, however, Pan-Mayanists have given priority to the following projects: language revitalization, literacy training in Mayan languages, and local language committees. Point 23. The revitalization of Mayan chronicles of culture, history, and resistance to the Spanish invasions, such as the Popol Vuh and the Annals de los Caciques. One of the most striking characteristics of the movement is its historical consciousness, its multiculturalist sense of the ways Mayas were written out of national history, and its urgency to imagine new histories. Point 24. Eurocentric histories of Guatemala and school textbooks have been critically re-examined. There is great cosmological interest in the Mayan shape of time, including Mayan calendrics and numerics and their profound associations with historical astronomy. Glyphic texts have also been studied. The production of school texts and teacher training materials for use in special programs for high school students and in Mayan elementary schools. Point 25. The revitalization of Mayan leadership norms, specifically councils of elders in rural communities and Mayan shaman priests on local and regional levels. Point 26. The development and dissemination of a discourse of indigenous rights, focusing on recognition and self-determination, which gives shape and international legitimacy to Mayan cultural revitalization. The movement envisions a transformation of Guatemalan politics to accommodate a pluricultural nation with decentralized state services such as courts, schools, and local administration run by Mayas in regional languages. Point 27. Early on, the movement sought to make candidates for national office more accountable to indigenous voters by holding public candidate forums before elections. The movement seeks cultural autonomy, yet the full extent of this quest for self-determination is still an open-ended issue. Pan-Mayan projects that flow from these priorities currently operate throughout the Western Highlands where most of the country's indigenous population resides. Although the movement has received support for particular projects from diverse sources including European NGOs, UNICEF, U.S. foundations, universities, and the Guatemalan government 28, it has also attracted intense skepticism. Now it is time to turn to Pan-Mayanism's detractors, who in the 1990s have increasingly made their opinions known through the mass media. Critics of the Pan-Mayan movement. Almost from its inception, the Pan-Mayan movement has been disparaged by the right and left in Guatemala and beyond. Critics, including Latin Americanists at U.S. universities, were quick to dismiss the movement in the 1980s, despite the paucity of information on its goals or activities. The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and Guatemalan business elites have been highly critical of the movement, which, although market-oriented, stresses collective as opposed to individual rights to development resources. The Summer Institute of Linguistics, an arm of the Wycliffe Bible translators, repeatedly clashed with the movement over language issues and control of the dissemination of publications in indigenous languages. Ladino intellectuals, many of whom were deeply invested in anti-imperialist struggles, were militantly opposed to ethnic-based organizing. Local Latinos have generated their own charges of reverse racism and fears of Indian rebellion. 29 European and Latin American development professionals working in unsponsored human rights projects have also expressed serious reservations about the movement. Regardless of their politics, detractors of the Pan-Mayan movement have tended to draw from a common pool of images. The movement is accused of separatism, ethnic polarization, and the creation of a potential for violence, in light of examples of ethnic nationalist movements elsewhere in the world. The movement is accused of violating the local grounding of identity in place and community. The very attempt to create a transcendent sense of indigenous identity is seen as an inauthentic act culturally and a manipulative act politically. The movement is seen as not appropriate for the country because some regions are populated predominantly by a single indigenous language group, some regions are mixed with different proportions of indigenous groups and Latinos, and other regions are predominantly non-indigenous. Return refugee communities are not infrequently a mixture of a variety of cultural backgrounds and may speak of themselves as campesinos, not Mayas, or indigenous peoples. That Ladino culture includes indigenous elements, Mayan culture has been Latinoized, and all of Guatemala has been drawn into the globalization of popular culture is seen as further erasing the relevance of ethnic-based organizing in favor of mestizage and hybridity. Building on language as a key basis of revitalization, activists are seen as stressing language group endogamy and seeking to prohibit marriage across language groups. Mayan leaders and participants are seen by some critics as neither indigenous nor Latinos but rather as a third ethnicity because these Mayas are not agriculturalists. As such, they are seen as not rightfully representing their people. In addition to the foregoing, criticism from the popular as well as the U.S. left has added the following issues. The movement is condemned for dealing with cultural issues rather than with more urgent, material concerns such as poverty and access to land for farmers, which are serious concerns given the rapidly growing rural population and the skewed ownership of farmlands that leaves many agriculturalists virtually landless. The movement, which has decided not to label itself political and avoids the term activist, is devalued for dodging the real politics of Guatemala. The measure of success of a social movement is its ability to achieve mass mobilizations and public protests. Pan-Mayanism, with its focus on education and scholarship, is judged as not passing this basic test of demonstrating mass appeal. Pan-Mayanists dispute these criticisms, which they see as tactical mischaracterizations designed to disempower the movement and attack the intentions and legitimacy of its leadership. 30 From their point of view, the right and the left in Guatemala have either wanted to absorb Mayas nationally or to use Mayas as shock troops, as facades for their particular political agendas. 31 While they are willing to work with both sets of structures, Pan-Mayanists are clear about having their own distinct agenda, which in their view is simply not translatable into the agendas of other groups. In the 1990s, critiques of Pan-Mayanism have received intensive coverage in all major Guatemalan newspapers. The pressure has been relentless, especially recently, with opinion pieces by prominent commentators appearing almost every week. Among the most prolific and controversial of these journalists is Mario Roberto Morales, who has written for Siglo XXI and Prensa Libre. He is currently finishing his PhD in literature at the University of Pittsburgh. Morales's tactic is to use strategies from cultural studies to deconstruct and delegitimize panmayanism. Although his academic advisors may not know this, he has cleverly appropriated a method associated with the cultural left in the United States to provide conservative and other readers with political ammunition in Guatemala. His pieces employ images of globalized popular culture, hybridity, mimesis, culturally fabricated otherness, and mestizage to argue against the existence of separate cultural groups in Guatemala. In a theoretical vein, this is a provocative, contemporary argument, elements of which many cultural observers would agree with, at least aesthetically. Latin America is a dynamic and fluid cultural field in which identities are being continually reconstituted, and international mass media and many foreign consumer products are now taken for granted in even remote areas. Morales adds a political economic dimension to this argument by asserting that panmayanism is not a local creation but rather is being externally promoted by outside forces, international bankrollers whose agenda is to expand global markets, inequities, and exotic others for tourist consumption. Once again, one might agree at least in principle with the importance of interrogating the interests of foreign support for national development initiatives. However, Morales's reductionism and polemicism become apparent when he argues that cultural resurgence is only play-acting by Latinoized Mayan intellectuals serving as willing, if cynical, facilitators for those seeking to widen their markets. My problem with this argument is not that Morales wants to question the personal motivations of panmayanists but rather that his framing of the issue simply avoids engagement with the politics within Guatemala to which this movement is responding as it struggles for rights that have been denied much of the national population. Morales began his career on the left as a teacher at the University of San Carlos and a supporter of the Fuerzas Armadas Rebeldes, FAR, guerrilla group before leaving to join another splinter group. 32 He presently configures himself as a leftist critical of the URNG, the guerrilla umbrella group active since the late 1980s in the peace negotiations, the Panmayanists, and the current governing party, the PAN. Morales has written extensively about social issues in Guatemala. Other commentators, such as Carlos Manuel Pellicer, who writes for La Hora, are also former leftists, though Pellicer is from the generation of the 1950s revolution. By contrast, Mario Sandoval, a Panmayan critic who contributes to Prensa Libre, has been a leading organic intellectual on the right, associated with the Movimiento Nacional de Liberación, MLN, political party. The lack of Ladino columnists from the intellectual left who might offer positive readings of Mayan resurgence has resulted in ethnically polarized criticism of the movement. 33. Mayas have not been left defenseless in this public war of words. Estuardo Zapata has been a steady contributor on a range of subjects to Siglo XXI, Demetrio Cajedi Cuxil writes for Siglo XXI and El Regional, Luis Enriquez Sam Collop writes regular columns for Prensa Libre, Miguel Angel Velasco Bitsol is one of several members of SICMA who contributes to La República, and the novelist Gaspar Pedro González is a columnist for the magazine Tinamit. This is a highly educated, well-published group of Mayan intellectuals, several of whom have pursued advanced studies outside Guatemala. 34 Cajedi Cuxil, Sam Collop, and González are elder statesmen of the movement and have published widely in their own right. Their journalism has a secondary circulation to Mayan organizations through Rutzagel, the Mayan news clipping service, which reprints in bi-monthly collections national news stories about Mayas from a variety of political perspectives and which includes its own collective editorial responses to political issues. During 1996, as the hostility of Ladino columnists escalated and as newspaper editorials began to reflect this negative perspective, the heads of Mayan organizations met privately to decide whether they should respond in print. Their tactic in 1996 was not to denounce these critics directly and, instead, to continue the process of interpreting Pan-Mayanism and Guatemalan politics for the public. 35 For their part, nationally prominent Ladino intellectuals, who have long histories of popular support, grew alarmed with the crescendo of hostility and worried that it would only fuel ethnic antagonism and complicate dialogues for social reconstruction after the peace accords. That summer, progressive Ladino intellectuals began to meet privately to explore their personal views of identity and cultural difference and to pursue opportunities for off-the-record dialogues with Mayan leaders. Revisiting Material versus Cultural Dilemmas, Thoughts on Cultural Capital. What does this critical discourse reveal about the hopes of the movement and the fears of its critics? Implicit in the criticisms of Pan-Mayanism is a Guatemalan version of the race versus class debate about the real sources of unequal opportunities in ethnically plural, class-stratified societies. Rather than seeing class and ethnicity as politically and culturally interactive, critics from a variety of positions on the left have long argued that Pan-Mayanists have made the wrong choice in stressing their cultural identity. One can also see in these debates a reproduction of the material-cultural divide that continues to plague the social sciences despite the paradigm blurring of the past several decades. In this instance, material conditions are seen as more autonomous, real, and basic than anything else. But what about exploitation, is the critics' common reply, through which they seek to convey a materialist urgency that trumps cultural issues, no matter how worthy. The material world, in terms of land, labor, class structures, and ethnicity itself, is often conceptualized as if it were transparently free from cultural and social mediation by popular movements. There is little sense that these material demands are in practice politically advanced selective constructions, conveyed in fields of social relations that also define their significance. The alternative I wish to pursue would confront the cultural issues, and political interests, infused in the construction of materialist politics as well as the materialist concerns, and political interests, infused in cultural framings of politics. Furthermore, this paradigm blurring allows us to ask important questions of social movements, whatever their politics. How do activists structure the production and circulation of the social meanings crucial to their movement? How does the political vision advanced by activists organize the production, distribution, and consumption of the movement? How in practice do other participants consume this culture and produce their own meanings in the process? Movements may seek to adjust access to a variety of resources, both to attract participants and to pursue their political vision. The creation and redistribution of cultural capital, which in this setting includes the media, education, knowledge of the past and present, languages with which to interrogate the status quo, cosmological knowledge, models of community authority, experience in organizational cultures, and skills to communicate across language communities and through various technologies are other resources, differential access to which makes a material and cultural difference in people's lives. In this context, scholars of social movements might consider the utility of an anthropological notion of cultural capital. Unfortunately for the case at hand, analysts have conventionally understood cultural capital to be a monopoly of the mainstream. In an early psychological approach, Oscar Lewis's notion of the culture of poverty, 1966, condemned the underclasses for the poverty of their lived culture, by which he meant their lack of idealized mainstream norms, many of which, in fact and in practice, ironically elude the middle class as well. In a more sociological and structural vein, Pierre Bourdieu, 1977-1984, presented a formulation of symbolic capital and status hierarchies as singular ladders with high-status culture at the apex. More recently, Philip Bourdieu, 1995, by noting how inner-city entrepreneurs mobilize their own cultural and social capital in highly segregated social settings, has urged that the notion of cultural capital be historicized and made interactive. He remains astutely aware of the political and economic contexts in which this occurs. But although Bourdieu acknowledges the local deployment of different kinds of cultural capital, he largely dismisses their salience and impact on the wider society. Such approaches, especially when they are structurally generalized, tend to portray culture as bounded groups and communities rather than to pursue the polyculturalism that individuals in some marginalized communities have used to manipulate status hierarchies and widen their access to resources at the center and the margins. Along these lines, I would argue for a concept of cultural capital that identifies the ways in which specific cultural formations in their larger contexts give distinctive shapes to the cultural capital they find relevant, recognizes the circulation and distribution of non-material and non-quantifiable cultural resources as an additional issue for social movements, and draws our attention to the changing forms of capitalist production in this moment of transnational intensification and the global flow of knowledge, information, and people that make transculturalism and certain media especially important and powerful. Note that in this formulation there is no simple link between cultural capital and economic capital, rather, specific links need to be problematized in particular situations. 36 In fact, many Pan-Mayanists have access to a great deal of cultural capital, from fluency in indigenous languages and shamanism to knowledge of the high-tech tools of the electronic age, yet the overwhelming majority live in modest economic circumstances. At work, for instance, Pan-Mayanists have been quick to push development donors for access to computer technology for their research and publication efforts. Specialized computer programs now facilitate their publication of educational materials and research on pre-Hispanic Mayan calendrics, historical astronomy, and glyphs. Public intellectuals have mastered the conventions of national and international meetings as public forums for their work. In sum, Pan-Mayanists have internationalized and hybridized Mayan culture to intensify and repoliticize the cultural differences between indigenous and Ladino communities at home. 37 How, then, are cultural capital and economic class related in the practice of Pan-Mayanism? The problem of culture and class remains a challenge for analysts, given the prominence in Latin American studies of structuralist frameworks such as historical materialism, internal colonialism, and world systems theory. Most analysts would agree, however, that classes are not theoretical abstractions, they are culturally and materially constructed in particular situations, as are other forms of stratification. High theory aside, class is not a separable domain but rather a multidimensional form of stratification that is in practice often gendered, racialized, and saturated with cultural difference. For instance, as a result of the genocidal civil war in Guatemala, impoverished rural widows became a distinctive political economic class, the result of Mayan family structure, agrarian sexual divisions of labor, and the violent repression that killed their husbands and left these women without a subsistence base. Courageously, Conavigua, the popular movement's widows' organization, brought women from this existentially gendered class together for crucial psychological, political, and material support. Thus, the forging of identification with a particular class-based identity by mobilizing groups around it is also a process of construction. It is a political process fraught with some of the same dilemmas, such as the standardization and displacement of local culture, that critics see in Pan-Mayan identity. The constructed nature of this identification does not diminish the vital way in which Conavigua has come to meet the needs of women and children who were scarred by the war's violence. When Mayan leaders assert that class conflict is not our issue but Western neocolonialism and racism are, one sees the heterodoxy and originality of the movement. On the one hand, they seek to build a cross-class movement, a new sort of Mayan solidarity that would include middle-class professionals and business people as well as cultivators, students, teachers, development workers, and rural shopkeepers. In fact, urban migration for reasons of employment or physical safety and new organizational involvements compel members of many extended families to have multiple class ethnic identifications, localized in different ways in rural and urban space. When Pan-Mayanists make charges of widespread racism in Guatemala instead of focusing on class conflict, they seek radically to reframe who is accountable to social criticism. For them, Ladino peasants, urban migrants, and the working classes are complicit along with others in the reproduction of prejudices that have destructive effects in everyday life. A wide array of public institutions are also implicated. The signal problem for social action, as the labor capital analysts would have it, is not limited to Guatemala's tiny economic elite, which shockingly owns 75% of the country's agricultural land. The problem also involves the more diffuse persistence of racism in national culture, where everyday life and the media are untroubled by open discussions that characterize indigenous people as not rightful participants in civil society and as not ready for jobs and education because of their ethnic inferiority. Moreover, antagonism is racialized in Guatemala for Latinos, who resent the mobility of Mayas and their demands for political space. Hale 1995, 1996. So far, this analysis has juxtaposed the language of movement critics with the social analysis generated by the movement. Now it is time to reorient the analysis in order to engage the movement from the perspective of the practices and the personal stakes of the Pan-Mayan leadership. Pan-Mayanists, upward mobility, and different ways of being middle class. Is Pan-Mayanism a social movement, or is it instead an emerging class ethnicity seeking to consolidate its power and privilege? If one widens the notion of class beyond models of agrarian and industrial production, something that is increasingly important in this age of information, communication, and dislocation, it becomes clear that Pan-Mayanists are attempting to design a novel social formation. They want the alternative of asserting a Mayanist that, while valuing agrarian work and spirituality, also opens employment options transgressing the mental manual divide that was colonially established through forced labor policies and maintained by commercial interests and Guatemala's oligarchy into the 20th century. To undertake development projects engaging indigenous adults and school children in the highlands, movement activists have created rural-urban networks of development professionals who share access to cultural and material capital far beyond Guatemala's borders. Educational pamphlets, books, videos, audio tapes, and computer discs that are locally produced circulate widely through these networks. Participants are continually on the move to attend and organize meetings to keep current with information and new organizational strategies, and international groups are tapped for financial assistance and external leverage in struggles for rights and cultural capital. From both the cultural capital and materialist points of view, a parallel middle class of educated indigenous employees has crystallized. 38 These individuals are proud of their achievements, which have been built on an older generation's commitment in the 1950s and 1960s to see their children and grandchildren get ahead, super-arse, and escape grinding poverty. The discourse of self-improvement and mobility was promoted by groups such as Catholic Action and the Cooperative Movement, which were trying to head off radical politics in the process. The achievement of this goal was a great challenge in communities where most indigenous workers were impoverished subsistence farmers or day laborers. Since there were few non-farming jobs in rural communities, and these were often monopolized by Latinos, the educated children of these families have been quick to pursue jobs in local and regional development organizations and the schools. Many have realized that non-manual employment calls them away from their agricultural communities to regional and urban centers. On the whole, today's Pan-Mayanists are not a class of petty merchants in the informal economy, but are rather individuals employed by development NGOs and state bureaucracies, including the school system, extension services, and the government-supported National Research Center, the Academia de Lenguas Mayas de Guatemala. In terms of cultural capital, that is, education, organizational access, ties to the production of culture, and status as bicultural knowledge brokers, these activists have consolidated an ethnic class blend that gives them access to specialized jobs, contacts, and transnational flows of communication. 39 Many of these Mayas are recognized as professionals in the sense that they are salaried workers with technical knowledge. Some have only 6 years of formal education but have become experts on the job through their own intellectual efforts and participation in non-formal education programs. Many are high school graduates who hope to be teachers, others have begun college, a long-term process for students who generally have young families to support. A small but growing number have college degrees, law degrees, and doctorates. Economically, most Pan-Mayanists who work for NGOs, research organizations, universities, and government agencies have lower middle class or middle class wages and poor job security. Changes in international development priorities or in national ruling parties can sweep away jobs in development fields. Development organizations are perennially in search of funding for new projects in order to support their professional and administrative staffs, overhead, and project development efforts. Many development experts are hired on a project-by-project basis by international organizations, which are under some political pressure to include national professionals and, following the dictates of neoliberal economics, under greater economic pressure to subcontract work to save money rather than to expand their permanent staffs. Universities operate under similar constraints, so most academic positions are part-time and poorly paid. The salaries paid by international NGOs and the UN are highly stratified and thereby reproduce the status hierarchy of international, national, and local spheres. International professionals from Europe, the United States, and Latin America earn 5 times what high-ranking national professionals receive from the same employers, while local office personnel receive conventional subsistence wages. 40 In practice, development work, even at its most lucrative, is short-term. Some international projects offer 6 months of excellent salaries for professionally credentialed principals, who thus are able to survive periods of unemployment between jobs, others only a month or 2 of part-time employment. Although a very few elite Panmaionists have achieved the financial success that would allow them to own urban homes and cars, most Panmaionist professionals live in marginal, overcrowded rental housing. In fact, their extended family residences back home may offer more space and better facilities. Thus, a singular materialist definition of middle class, which emphasizes consumer prosperity, does not fully capture the parallel middle class's standard of living, which in some respects is not much different from that of rural teachers, community development workers, general store owners, and small farmers with their own land. Furthermore, many urban-based Panmaionists must disperse their higher earnings among their own extended families of farmers, students, and urban migrants. These obligations are reinforced by Mayan kinship structures, which Panmaionists value highly. The Panmaionist emphasis on education makes sense given their commitment to home communities and rural development. The illiteracy rates for Guatemalans, which range up to 75% for rural Mayan women, demonstrate how much work there is to be done. The Panmaionist concern with racism reflects their difficult family histories of plantation labor and their current experiences with economic mobility and ethnic divisions of labor in the development industry, which rarely gives Mayas positions of authority over Ladinos or international professionals. Doubtlessly, one source of negative feelings toward Panmaionism is the growing competition for jobs in urban areas between the parallel middle classes. Middle-class Ladino intellectuals in the social sciences are caught in the same employment dilemmas as educated Mayas and now face a new source of direct competition for development work, academic positions, and state jobs. Interestingly, while Mayan professionals are aware of job competition, they argue that indigenous professionals bring to these positions specialized knowledge, especially fluency in indigenous languages, which few Ladinos have invested time in learning. What especially puzzles Mayan intellectuals is the ambivalence which they see as hypocritical of some international scholars and international development workers toward their achievements. 41 Clearly there is little direct competition in these cases. Like their counterparts in popular organizations, however, Panmayan public intellectuals can be legitimately asked questions about the internal politics of the movement, who speaks for whom, how hybrid class and cultural identities are constructed and standardized, what is taught as Mayan culture, who is being educated, and whose knowledge is authoritative. Panmaionists cannot escape exerting power as they decide what is published, how dialects within languages are standardized in written form, how one deals with issues of gender, class, religion, and locality, and which dimensions of self-determination are promoted or are sidelined for a later date. As one would expect, internal cleavages, heterogeneities of religion, gender, generation, and locale have not been left unaddressed by participants who, regardless of their common commitment to revitalization and rights, feel marginalized within the movement. For all the reverence expressed toward rural culture, indigenous cosmology, consensus politics, and Mayan elders, Pan-Mayanists operate with their own internal hierarchies, ideologies of difference, and plural identities. For instance, Mayan youths who see Christianity as a form of colonialism are ambivalent about the anti-racism struggles of their parents, who continue to teach and worship in Christian groups such as Catholic Action. Educated Mayas who revere shamanic rituals at their conferences wonder if neo-traditionalist shamans should be officially credentialed, as other experts are. And the older generation of Mayan leaders harbor complicated feelings about educating daughters who, in their view, should stay at home to reproduce Mayan culture in the next generation. Coalitional possibilities, defining common purpose across cleavages. Pan-Mayanists are making decisions about their movement among a field of other powerful actors which includes national authorities and elites, the popular movement with its international sources of support, the international development community, and the international indigenous rights movement, each with its own programs and politics. To create Mayan elementary schools, Pan-Mayanists pragmatically collaborate with Ladino universities, USAID, the UN, the European Union, and Norwegian NGOs. These accommodations are strategic. On the one hand, they have pressured the movement to stress decentralization as a tactic of self-determination for education and self-administration. In fact, decentralization, which is part of the package of neoliberal reforms promulgated by the international development community in the face of cuts in government bureaucracies and services mandated by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, appears to have become an alternative route to the movement's dream of a Mayan nation made up of regional language groups within the Guatemalan state. At this point, movement leaders imagine federalist models of cultural autonomy as the institutional vehicle for their cultural vision. Perhaps it is ironic that the Pan-Mayan movement, which has sought unification and standardization in the face of community microvariation, has embraced decentralization. But this may be inevitable given the regional character of indigenous languages, economies, and community leadership and the decentralized international development policies currently in vogue. On the other hand, one would expect continuing tensions between decentralization and centralization, and further debates about the significance of these terms in national politics and local communities. This has become the case since the December 1996 signing of the peace accords. European donors have demanded that Pan-Mayanists create broader organizations and a consensus on project priorities, or these NGOs will look to other groups. The divide between Pan-Mayanism and the popular movement, which some commentators have portrayed as unbreachable or irreconcilable because of ideological or class differences, is bridged quite frequently by individuals who are active in both camps or who borrow ideas from each other for their own uses. Thus, in practice there are many instances of cross-fertilization and frequent moments of common purpose between the Pan-Mayan and popular movements. Not all are convinced, however, that El Frente, the new grassroots coalition party, which has courted Mayan voters and has strong popular ties, will shed its leftist roots, push for the implementation of Pan-Mayanist reforms over other priorities, or develop wider electoral appeal. But most agree that the time is not right for a Mayan political party. Pan-Mayanists have widened their class analysis over time. They now see Ladino poverty as an important issue that needs to be addressed and recognize that the racism of the Ladino underclass is economically fueled. In their reflections on the multiple meanings of racism, they have drawn on Ladino scholars such as Carlos Guzmán Bachler and Jean Lou Herbert, 1995, who used an internal colonialism model to conceptualize domination and who discussed the unstable nature of Ladino identity. They have turned recently to the work of Marta Elena Casas Arzu, 1992, who wrote a powerful social history of Guatemala's oligarchy. Of special interest is her documentation of the genealogical reproduction of Guatemala's microelite, lineage by lineage, since the 16th century through tactical endogamy, intermarriage between these lineages, which controlled vast private resources and public powers, and the racist ideology of limpieza de sangre. In fact, many of these elite lineages see themselves as whites who stand totally apart from and above the indigenous Ladino divide. None regard themselves as having indigenous blood. For their part, Many intellectuals on the left have changed their views on indigenous issues over the years and moved away from total assimilation as the only future for indigenous communities. 42 Pan-Mayanists admire the courageous work of popular human rights activists who publicize human rights abuses at great risk to themselves. They agree on the importance of demilitarizing civilian life and disbanding civil patrols, which parents feared would socialize their sons into violence, corruption, and disrespect for the moral authority of their families. The activities of the grassroots organization Majawil-Qij and the widespread use of Mayan priests in public events from the Segundo Encuentro to the regional meetings of grassroots organizations are among the popular movement's contributions to activism in the name of Mayan culture. Moreover, Rigoberta Menchu's hosting of indigenous conferences and her collaboration with Demetrio Kajadi Kuxil at the 1995 Taller Maya Conference, where they jointly delivered a paper on Mayan languages, are high-profile instances of common concern. There have been important recent experiments in institution building across the Pan-Mayan popular divide. In 1995, before the elections, a low-key group called KMOL-BEY was formed to begin discussions about developing a Via Mayada Politica electoral. The idea was not to create a political party but rather a dialogue in which indigenous leaders from popular groups and the Pan-Mayan movement would play more than a token role and Ladinos would listen to their concerns. These discussions appear to have generated concrete results on both sides. For instance, the Fundación Rigoberta Menchu, which despite its name is primarily a Ladino-run institution, is now funding projects in Mayan education. Also, Demetrio Kajadi Kuxil has published with the Asociación para el Avance de las Ciencias Sociales en Guatemala, Association for the Advancement of Social Sciences in Guatemala, or AVANCSO, an important research center long associated with popular issues. Most significantly, the inclusion of indigenous cultural rights in the 1995 peace accord process through negotiations involving the government, the guerrillas, the military, and representatives of other sectors in meetings of the Civil Assembly marks the public recognition of Mayan culture by a variety of interests. A coalition of Pan-Mayan and popular activists came together for the accord process, working to voice Mayan concerns. The resulting organization, Coordinación de Organizaciones del Pueblo Maya de Guatemala, coordinator for the organizations of the Mayan people of Guatemala, or COPMAGUA, commissioned position papers from 14 sectors and through sustained discussion created a consensus about key issues in order to influence the deliberations of the Asamblea de Sociedad Civil. From the time of the Segundo Encuentro to the present, Mayas active in the grassroots left have become increasingly engaged culturally and ethnically, leaving some of their Ladino colleagues wondering about the impact of Mayan resurgence on the left and the possibility of new Mayan alignments across old political cleavages. In 1996, some Ladino leaders felt that indigenous populars could go toward a cross-movement alliance that would either include Ladinos or perhaps lead in an independent direction with other Mayas. In 1996, the missing Ladino voice, one that would publicly condemn Ladino racism and affirm Mayan cultural existence, was added to the calculus. Casos Arzu, the critic of elite hegemony and a member of one of the country's most prominent families, returned to Guatemala after years of exile for her radical politics in the 1970s. For her, this is a crucial historical juncture, an opportunity for Ladino-Mayan dialogue to work toward intercultural understanding and the dismantling of racism. Casos Arzu has worked with Demetrio Kajadi Kuxil to promote these dialogues. She argues that Guatemala must avoid perpetuating either the Nación Étnica, in which Ladinos continue to rule a homogeneous national culture, or the Nación Étnica Maya, in which Mayas seek a separate nation. Instead, her goal is the Nación Politica, which would recognize cultural difference and tackle racism but rule out the formation of separate ethnic nations. In her mind, these dialogues are absolutely crucial to avoid future violence. Do these lines of mutual influence and collaboration point toward a new unified paradigm, a new synthesis of movements? Or will a division of labor continue between cultural rights and education on the one hand and agrarian issues and human rights abuses on the other? The notion of a variety of social movements pursuing their own projects and coalitional opportunities is closer to some European, South Asian, and South African notions of social activism than to the unified paradigm approach which guided the Guatemalan popular movement through years of repression and the beginnings of a transition to a yet unfinished democracy. 43 The issues of forging wider unities and identifications, determining how they would be labeled, and deciding at whose expense they would be established has been very much on the minds of radical democracy theorists. Interestingly, there is still great nostalgia for the past in much of this political theorizing. As in the popular movement, it is marked by the dream of a radical and plural democracy as an enduring project of the left rather than as a novel set of struggles that are the legacies of many different histories. At this point, the Pan-Mayan movement uses a different language for transcendence, one that would promote ethnic politics as the highest measure by seeking an institutionalized voice for Mayas and structural reforms in power relations. In practice, the impulse toward separatism has been moderated by alliances with other groups to reform state and society, to transform the conventional processes of society, renegotiate the terms by which people live, and reorganize the cognitive structures that shape meanings and identities. See Trend 1996, 105, 110, 161. It is evident that Mayas want official recognition for their languages as part of the routine operation of the state rather than treated as special characteristics of minorities. This will involve raising issues such as the training of legal translators in different languages so that indigenous Guatemalans can understand court proceedings and act in their own best interests. It will also involve the production of government documents, such as marriage licenses, so that they will be available in the languages, common or distinctive, spoken by the newlyweds as well as in Spanish. Conclusions. The reaction in Latin America to ethnic and race-based organizing has often been highly charged. For example, Brazilian scholars have been critical of recent investigations of racism and race-based mobilization in their country. 44 Why, some critics ask, find racism where Brazilians including many Afro-Brazilians deny it? Guatemala would seem to provide a complicated contrast. Why deny indigenous populations, including an emerging parallel middle class, the chance to pursue the relevance of indigenous culture and racism in their social struggles and movements? This chapter has argued that taking a cross-class ethnic movement seriously will help broaden the understanding of culture and politics in countries seeking to institute participatory democracy. It might also undermine analyses that divide social movements into two streams, those that seek cultural affirmation and those that seek wider access to resources. By seeing the importance of recognizing and redistributing cultural capital, the Pan-Mayan movement reveals the real-world limits of such formulations. For the radical democracy theorists discussed in this essay, there are constructive possibilities in adversarial relations. To these debates, Pan-Mayanists contribute their critiques of the essentialisms of class identity and class conflict in popular discourse. Nevertheless, thinkers such as Mauve, 1993, would be quick to condemn Pan-Mayanists for their ethnic essentialism, its foregrounding of a singular and fixed Mayaness and its elevation of a Mayan way of knowing above other viewpoints. Her comments about feminism parallel her thinking about ethnicity. Feminism, for me, is the struggle for the equality of women. But this should not be understood as a struggle to realize the equity of a definable empirical group with a common essence and identity, that is, women, but rather as a struggle against the multiple forms in which the category women is constructed in subordination. However, we must be aware of the fact that those feminist goals can be constructed in many different ways, according to the multiplicity of discourses in which they can be framed: Marxist, liberal, conservative, radical separatist, radical democratic, and so on. Instead of trying to prove that a given form of feminist discourse is the one that corresponds to the real essence of womanhood, one should aim to show how it expands the possibilities for an understanding of women's multiple forms of subordination. 1993, 88. In the Pan-Mayan dialogue with the popular movement since the Segundo Encuentro, both parties appear to have expanded the possibilities of understanding the multiple forms of Mayan subordination. Further discursive theorizing may well occur in the new communities of dialogue between Ladino intellectuals and Pan-Mayan leaders. But for Pan-Mayans, the outstanding issue is taking effective action toward their agendas for change. Clearly, the post-peace accord period is crucially important to all these parties. In this analysis, I have argued that we need processual studies of social ideologies that treat the circulation of knowledge and culture as an issue not of formal ideology but rather of contextualized social practice. Anthropology's contribution is not to reproduce images of bounded essentialized cultures or ethnicities but rather to assist in understanding the production, distribution, and reappropriation of culture by all parties. It is too early to know what sort of impact the Pan-Mayan movement, based on education, language, cultural reaffirmation, and collective rights, will have on the regions of Guatemala where it is most active. There will be no demonstrations to count because this is not a mass movement that generates protest. But there will be new generations of students, leaders, teachers, development workers, and community elders who have been touched in one way or another by the Pan-Mayan movement and its cultural production. Knowing how important local and regional identities continue to be in the countryside, we can expect that rural Guatemalans will consume the cultural production of this and other movements in different ways. Local groups will continue to generate their own development agendas and projects independently of the Pan-Mayan movement, yet now in the name of Mayan culture and the language of rights. Clearly, it will be important to watch regional organizations and communities reweave the knowledge and social forms of both movements into local material cultural agendas. Perhaps the Pan-Mayan movement is like the Black Consciousness, BC, movement in South Africa, that is, a form of cultural production crucial to inventing a language that names and challenges the corrosive consequences of structural discrimination and diffuse racism. The BC movement's leaders argued that personal and collective affirmation was crucial to defeat the internalized racism of apartheid. Other groups criticized its cultural focus, and yet the movement served as a vital bridge to grassroots participation in a range of organizational structures and projects, some multiracial and others predominantly Black South African, Marx 1992. Perhaps the Pan-Mayan movement foreshadows a successful turn to education as a form of rural-urban grassroots activism and community involvement that will make the best of the national move to decentralize development initiatives. What is certain as the movement continues to take shape is that the cultural issues and rights Pan-Mayanists have defined as critical and the controversies they have unleashed will be extraordinarily important for Guatemala's future. Chapter 8. The process of Black community organizing in the southern Pacific Coast region of Colombia. Libia Grusso, Carlos Rosero, and Arturo Escobar. Ethnicity, territory, and politics. Since the end of the 1980s, Colombia's Pacific Coast region has been undergoing an unprecedented historical process, the emergence of collective ethnic identities and their strategic positioning in culture-territory relations. This process is taking place in a complex national and international conjuncture. At the national level, the conjuncture is marked by two events: the radical opening of Colombia's economy to world markets after 1990, particularly in the ambit of the country's integration into the Pacific Basin economies, and a substantial reform of the national constitution in 1991, which, among other things, granted the Black communities of the Pacific region collective rights to the territories they have traditionally occupied. Internationally, tropical rainforest areas, including Colombia's Pacific coast, have acquired a certain specificity in light of the fact that they are home to most of the planet's biological diversity. Confronted with the rapid destruction of these areas, the concomitant loss of species, and the potential impact of this loss on the future of humanity, scientists, environmentalists, governments, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, have thrown themselves with fervor into the task of preserving biological diversity. The emergence of collective ethnic identities in the Colombian Pacific region and similar regions in other parts of the world thus reflects a double historical movement: the eruption of the biological, the continuity of life as we know it, as a global problem, and the eruption of the cultural and the ethnic, as highlighted by the Colombian government's decision to recognize these concepts in its desire to construct a pluriethnic and multicultural society. This double eruption of the biological and the cultural takes place in the changing contexts of capitalism and modernity that scholars have attempted to explain in terms of globalization, Robertson 1992, Gonzalez Casanova 1994, Post-Fordism, Harvey 1989, or Ethnoscapes, Apatory 1991, and in which the multiple intersections of the local and the global are no longer analyzed in terms of polarized space-time categories such as tradition and modernity, center and periphery, but in terms of cultural hybridizations, Garcia Canc Linney 1990, The Local Processing of Global Conditions, Pred and Watts 1992, Alternative Modernities, and Post-Development, Escobar 1995. The Colombian Pacific Coast region, as we shall see, is defined by the local black and indigenous movements as a region territory of ethnic groups. Based on cultural differences and the rights to identity and territory, these social movements challenge the Euro-Colombian modernity that has become dominant in the rest of the country. Black and indigenous cultural politics, in this way, challenge the conventional political culture harbored in the practices of the traditional political parties and the state, unsettle the dominant project of national identity construction, and defy the predominant orientation of development. Forces opposed to the movement from local black elites to new agribusiness capitalists and narco-investors continue to adhere to the same definitions of capital, development, and the political that have become entrenched in the last 50 years with disastrous consequences on the social, environmental, and cultural reality of the country. Through their appropriation of the territory and their cultural affirmation, the social movements seek to resist the onslaught of capital and development on their region. This chapter describes and analyzes the emergence of the social movement of black communities in the southern Pacific Coast region of Colombia. Point 1. First, we analyze the national conjuncture of the constitutional reform of 1991 that propitiated the structuration of the movement, focusing on the negotiated elaboration of the Law of Cultural and Territorial Rights for the Black Communities, Ley 70 of August 1993. Next, we examine the movement as an ethno-cultural proposal, emphasizing the politico-organizational principles developed as a result of massive collective mobilization around Ley 70. These principles reflect important processes of black identity construction as well as novel practices and theoretical formulations concerning the relation between territory, biodiversity, culture, and development that we later analyze from the perspective of the intersection between the cultural politics of the movement and established political cultures. We conclude the chapter by suggesting ways of thinking about the political from the perspectives of territory, nature, and culture. The constitutional reform of 1991 and the end of the invisibility of black cultures. From the times of conquest and slavery to today's rampant capitalism, including historical boom and bust periods of gold, platinum, precious woods, and rubber, Colombia's Pacific Coast region has been affected by the forces of capitalist modernity, Witten 1986, Leyva 1993, April Nasset 1993. Since time immemorial, this region has been seen primarily as a source of raw materials and a depository of allegedly inexhaustible natural riches, and its inhabitants have been subjected to systematic invisibility and ethnocentric representations. Perhaps because Colombia's majority Andean population sees in the Pacific region and its people an example of ineluctable cultural and economic backwardness, the social sciences have paid scant attention to the vibrant black cultures that have developed there throughout the centuries. Friedman and Arocha 1984, Arocha 1991, Wade 1993. This region covers a vast area, about 70,000 square kilometers, stretching from Panama to Ecuador and from the westernmost chain of the Andes to the ocean. It is a unique rainforest region, one of the world's wettest and most diverse. About 60% of the region's 900,000 inhabitants, 800,000 Afro-Colombians, about 50,000 Embra, Wanana, and other indigenous people, and another 50,000 mestizo colonists, live in the few larger cities and towns. The rest inhabit the margins of the more than 240 rivers in the region, most of which flow from the Andes toward the ocean. Black people have maintained distinct material and cultural practices such as multiple subsistence and economic activities involving agriculture, fishing, hunting and gathering, and small-scale gold mining and timber collecting, extended families and matrilocal social relations, strong oral traditions and religious systems, and particular forms of knowledge and use of the diverse forest ecosystems which are too numerous and complex to summarize here. Point 2. What is important to emphasize is the continued existence of important, different cultures in a region that is finally attracting the attention of the national government in its ambitious effort to participate in the alleged economic bonanza accompanying the development around the sea of the 21st century, the Pacific Ocean. This renewed interest on the part of the state takes place in a climate significantly different from the invisibility that characterized the region's biological and cultural reality even a decade ago. On the biological side, the debut of the discourse of biodiversity conservation in the theater of international development has substantially modified the perception of the region in the eyes of many. Culturally, the constitutional reform of 1991 transformed forever the economy of ethnic visibilities in the country. The new constitution reversed a long-standing project of nation building, no longer the building of a racially and culturally homogeneous society, a mestizo people coded as white. The new goal enshrined in the 1991 Constitution is presented as the construction of a pluriethnic and multicultural nation. For many sectors of society, including the black communities, the Assemblée Nationale Constituante, ANC, the 70-member body entrusted with the reform of the Constitution, popularly elected in December 1990, represented the hopes of finding a way out of the deep social and political crisis in which the country was immersed at the beginning of the decade. In the period preceding the formation of the ANC, a number of black initiatives with diverse political orientations, mostly local in character, had already been organized. These groups, which included individuals and organizations linked to Christian communities, the left, traditional parties, government programs, and NGOs, all with experience in black issues and with a greater or lesser degree of awareness about the demands of the black communities, convened in the Pre-Constituent Conference of Black Communities in Cali in August 1990 with the purpose of working out a proposal for action in the current conjuncture. From this conference emerged the Coordinadora Nacional de Comunidades Negras, CNCN, as a mechanism to coordinate and implement the actions agreed upon at the conference. However, the profound divisions and the wide range of perspectives represented at the CNCN, from peasant, urban, popular, and traditional party-oriented groups to leftist and ethno-cultural movements, ensured that the CNCN was to be a short-lived experiment. When the ANC convened, each of these black sectors assessed the situation according to their own sets of interests and modes of historical insertion in the country. Point 4. There was no black representation in the ANC. The plight of the black communities was brought before the Assembly by one of the indigenous representatives and was finally addressed by Artículo Transitorio 55, or at 55, Transitory Article 55. This was not easily achieved. From the very beginning, the demands for recognition of territorial and ethnic rights for the black communities were opposed by many of the sectors represented in the ANC, even democratic sectors such as the M19 Alliance. Point 5. Black communities, it was argued out of ignorance, did not conform to the definition of an ethnic group since they lacked their own language and forms of right and authority. They were fully integrated as citizens into the mestizo life of the country, and they had adopted alien cultural elements. Some asserted that the demand for territorial rights was a separatist position best dealt with within the framework of decentralization promoted by the new constitution. The inclusion of at 55 was thus possible only after a massive lobbying campaign that even included the takeover of buildings. Point 6. The constitutional reform is, in this way, the first important space of black community organizing on the basis of cultural, ethnic, and territorial demands. It entailed the construction of an alternative proposal by the black communities centered on ethnic and cultural rights. Once the 1991 Constitution went into effect, a number of black organizations came together to evaluate the results of the ANC and to discuss their participation in the election of representatives of ethnic groups to Congress, as stipulated by the Constitution. From then on, a rift grew between those who favored the construction of a movement for political participation in the established institutions and those who believed in a social movement in which electoral participation was only one possibility and not the central element. This difference marked the definitive distancing between the nucleus of activists who remained within the CNCN and the black sectors closer to the traditional liberal and conservative parties. CNCN members dedicated their efforts from then on to regulating at 55, the negotiated process of specifying its contents until its enactment into law, which took place in August 1993, to strengthening community organizing, and to reaching out to peasant organizations in Choco province. From this dynamic there emerged in October 1993, as a national organizational response, the Proceso de Comunidades Negras, or PCN, process of black communities, a network of more than 120 local organizations that assumed the regulation of at 55 and the consolidation of responses from local organizations. The distance from those who emphasized political or bureaucratic representation deepened. 7 At the same time, the collective construction of mechanisms and forms of participation in the interior of the movement made possible the consolidation of at least minimal political and ideological agreements and halted the organizational dispersal that had been occurring previously. The ethno-cultural character of the movement that surfaced during the ANC, the promulgation of at 55, with its recognition of collective rights to traditional territories, and the ensuing threats to the black people of the Pacific region and their territories were the main factors determining the nature of the organizing work being done in rural areas. This emphasis reflected the importance attributed by the PCN to maintaining social control of territory and natural resources as a precondition for the survival, recreation, and strengthening of culture. Among the riverine populations, activists geared their efforts toward advancing a pedagogical process with and within the communities on the meaning of the new constitution, reinforcing the fundamental concepts of territory, development, traditional production practices, and use of natural resources, and strengthening the organizational capacity of these communities. This sustained effort during the 1991 to 1993 period served to lay down the basis for the elaboration of a proposal for the law called for by at 55 and also to firm up a series of politico-organizational principles, as we will discuss later in this chapter. It also helped PCN activists recognize the various tendencies, trajectories, and styles of work found among the array of black organizations involved with the debate on, and regulation of, what was to become Lei 70. The collective elaboration of the proposal for Lei 70 was another decisive space for the development of the movement. This process was advanced at two levels, one centered on the daily life and practices of the black communities of the Pacific, the other on the ideological and political reflections of the activists. The first level, carried out under the rubric of what was referred to as the logic of the river, relied on the broad participation of local people in the articulation of their own rights, aspirations, and dreams. The second level, although using the rivers and their settlements as referents, sought to transcend the rural domain and raise the broader issues involving black people as an ethnic group, even beyond what could be granted by the law. This level entailed a re-articulation of the notions of territory, development, and the social relations of black communities with the rest of Colombian society. Despite differences and the manipulation of the process by black politicians linked to the Liberal Party, an agreement was reached on the text of the law to be negotiated with the government. 8. In this context, negotiations with the government entailed a double effort of constructing agreements between, on the one hand, organizations and communities, and on the other, these groups and the government. Given the forceful implementation of the neoliberal opening of the economy and the growing currency of discussions on biodiversity and genetic resources, these negotiations became ever more tense, while the government became more intransigent as its awareness of the capacity of their black interlocutors grew. The black organizing groups grew stronger in structure, experience, coordination, and awareness of their rights. Government officials realized that the demands of the organizing process went well beyond the desire for integration and racial equality, as had been maintained until then by other sectors of the black community. Besides, Black organizations mounted a strategy of persuasion and consciousness raising among the delegates to the Special High Commission appointed by the government for the regulation of at 55. The entire process constituted a veritable social construction of protest, Clenderman's 1992, that was to culminate in the approval by the Senate of the version of the law, Lay 70, negotiated with the communities. However, it is important to recognize that during and after the convening of the ANC, there were a variety of ideological and political tendencies among black organizations. It was for this reason that the black community's proposal was presented by an indigenous representative. 9. The social movement of black communities and the ethno-cultural proposal of the process of black communities. Black communities in Colombia are far from being homogeneous culturally, historically, or politically. There are at least 6 socio-cultural regions with an important black presence: the Caribbean coast, the Pacific coast, the Magdalena, the Cauca and Pacha River valleys, and the archipelago of San Andres and Providencia. These communities comprise a vast spectrum of political positions, experiences of mobilization, and conceptions of the struggle that motivate, in turn, continuous tensions, alliances, and realignments of forces, depending on the particular situation. Historically speaking, there have been periods of black convergence and unification. The construction of a movement on the basis of ethno-cultural rights in the wake of the ANC is one of these exceptional experiences. The first Asamblea Nacional de Comunidades Negras, or ANCN, National Conference of Black Communities, took place in July 1992 in the predominantly black city of Tumaco, 100,000 inhabitants, with representatives from all over the Pacific, the Caribbean, and the Norte del Cauca regions. Its principal conclusions were geared toward laying down a framework for the regulation of at 55 and building the necessary organizational and operational mechanisms to this end. At the ANCN's Second National Conference in May 1993, delegates revised and approved the law's text as negotiated by government and black community representatives in the ambit of the High Commission created for this purpose by the Constitution. The Third National Conference was convened in September 1993 in Puerto Tejeda, another predominantly black town, south of Cali in the Norte del Cauca region. With more than 300 delegates attending, the conference debated the politico-organizational situation of black communities in 1993. At that time, black sectors linked to the traditional liberal and conservative parties eager to capitalize on the unprecedented legal mechanisms favorable to black communities that had been achieved by the mobilization and social construction of protest had begun to adopt a confused and opportunistic discourse on blackness that usually did not go beyond the question of skin color. Recognizing the existence of these sectors and the diversity among the social movements of black communities, the conference proposed to characterize its own identity as a sector of the social movement of black communities composed of people and organizations with diverse experiences and goals, but united around a set of principles, criteria, and objectives that set us apart from other sectors of the movement. In the same vein, we represent a proposal to the entire black community of the country, and aspire to construct a unified movement of black communities able to encompass their rights and aspirations. 10. The objective of the organizing process was stated as the consolidation of a social movement of black communities for the reconstruction and affirmation of cultural identity, leading to an autonomous organizing strategy for the achievement of cultural, social, economic, political, and territorial rights and for the defense of natural resources and the environment. A central feature of the conference was the adoption of a set of politico-organizational principles formulated out of the practice, life world vision, and desires of the black communities. These principles concern the key issues of identity, territory, autonomy, and development. 1. The reaffirmation of identity, the right to be black. In the first place, we conceive of being black from the perspective of our cultural logic and life world in all of its social, economic, and political dimensions. This logic counters the logic of domination that intends to exploit and subject our people. Our cultural vision opposes a model of society that requires uniformity for its continued dominance. Being black thus cannot be restricted to particular moments but should encompass our entire lives. Second, Our cultural affirmation entails an inner struggle with our consciousness. The affirmation of our being is not easy, since we are taught in many ways and through multiple media that we are all equal. This is the great lie of the logic of domination. This first principle clearly identifies culture and identity as the organizational axes of both daily life and political practice. As we will see later in this chapter, despite its seemingly essentialist tone, this principle also partakes of a conception of identity as constructed. 2. The right to territory, the right to space for being. As a vital space, territory is a necessary condition for the recreation and development of our cultural vision. We cannot be if we do not have a space for living in accordance with what we think and desire as a form of life. It follows that we see territory as a habitat and space where Black people develop their being in harmony with nature. 3. Autonomy, the right to the exercise of being identity. We understand autonomy in relation to the dominant society, other ethnic groups, and political parties. It arises out of our cultural logic. Thus understood, we are autonomous internally in the political realm and aspire to social and economic autonomy. 4. Construction of an autonomous perspective of the future. We intend to construct an autonomous vision of economic and social development based on our culture and traditional forms of production and social organization. The dominant society has systematically imposed on us a vision of development that responds to their own interests and worldview. We have the right to give others the vision of our world, as we want to construct it. 5. Declaration of solidarity. We are part of the struggle for the rights of Black people throughout the world. From our own particularity, the social movement of Black communities shall contribute to the efforts of those who struggle for alternative life projects. This declaration of principles constituted a rupture with the political and developmentalist formulations of the left, including Black urban organizations and traditional liberal political sectors. It responded to the specific situation of the Black communities of the Pacific and, while demanding a solution to their pressing problems, placed greater emphasis on the nature and content of the possible solutions. The declaration also cast into relief the growing gap between the PCN and other organized Black sectors. These differences arose over 4 main issues: a. The perception of history and identity; b. The views and demands concerning natural resources, territory, and development; c. The types of political representation and participation of the communities involved in Black mobilization, and the relationship between the latter and the rest of society; and d. The conception of organizational strategy and modes of construction of the movement. With this strategy, the PCN sought to pursue various goals: to become a source of power for Black communities vis-a-vis the state and other social actors, to advance the social movement of Black communities, and to contribute to the search for more just and viable societal options for the country as a whole. From then on, the PCN strategy and its successive transformations were to depend on the activists' investigation and assessment, on the one hand of the historical and cultural reality of the communities and on the other of the balance of forces from the local to the international level between the communities, the social movement, and other social sectors, economic groups, and centers of power. As a result of this new situation, the basic agreement that existed with the organizations of Choco Province broke down shortly after the approval of Ley 70. Article 66 of the law created a special electoral district for Black communities, reserving 2 seats for Black candidates in the Chamber of Representatives. The ensuing electoral process also divided the organizations of Choco itself and spurred a national explosion of candidate lists. Article 66 had been regulated by the High Commission without taking into account the proposal of the organized communities, thus favoring Black traditional party politicians and their clientelistic networks. In the end, one of the seats was occupied by a politician from the Conservative Party who usurped the name Social Movement of Black Communities for his campaign, confusing public opinion, and who declared thereafter that the time of grassroots organizing was over. The second seat went to a representative of the Choco organizations who had participated in the regulation of Ley 70 and who was elected with the support of factions of the indigenous, socialist, and women's movements and of some government institutions. Although this candidate had participated actively in ethno-cultural organizations, once elected she shifted her position from the ethnic approach to emphasizing the country's marginalized peoples as a whole. Conveniently, the government began to question the PCN's representation, legitimacy, and achievements by arguing that there were other organized sectors of the black community. Depending on the specific situation and its interests at the moment, the government would lend support to the positions of the two black Congress members as legitimate representatives of the black community. The political practices of these members did indeed conform to the conventional clientelistic scheme so characteristic of Colombian party politics, to the extent that their efforts focused on public jobs for their constituencies, bureaucratic representation, the creation of institutional spaces, and the use of public funds to ensure their re-election and political survival. Coupled with the government's accommodating manipulation of the situation, their actions distorted the meaning of the demands raised by the black communities and constrained the role of ethno-cultural organizations in negotiations with the state on vital matters such as territory and natural resources. For some activists, the election of the black candidates to Congress represented a step backward for black communities. Nevertheless, and even if the traditional black politicians succeeded in permeating wide sectors of the black community, the ethno-cultural movement remained as an important organizational dynamic at the national level. Its assessment of the Pacific Coast region as Colombia's most significant black region and as a strategic ethnic and ecological unit with the concomitant emphasis placed on the defense of the territory was one of its most pertinent accomplishments. In a similar vein, it has been the ethno-cultural sector of the movement that has trained the majority of activists to effectively carry out a critical dialogue and collective negotiations with the state, and that has attempted to endow river communities with a toolkit for the defense of their rights within the framework of Ley 70 and Ley 121 of 1991. These accomplishments have become key components of the political practice of the entire black community. 11. The 1995 to 1996 period saw the appearance of new organized black sectors with different, and at times conflicting, agendas, seeking to capitalize on the space earlier created for black people's rights. During these 2 years, the number of organized sectors of black communities increased significantly. 12 The conflicts and contradictions among all of these groups have impinged upon important issues such as the composition and work of the High Commission, the formulation of the National Development Plan for Black Communities, and the regulation of Ley 70, weakening the bargaining position of communities vis-a-vis the government. Given that many of these groups do not have a developed political or ideological position, and considering that their actions focus on gaining access to institutional and bureaucratic spaces, it is still difficult to attempt a characterization or assessment of the groups that exist at present. Territory, identity, and strategy, from cultural politics to political culture. The social movement of the Pacific black communities is endowed with very particular features arising from the historical, cultural, ecological, and economic specificity of the region. The movement constitutes a complex process of construction of ethnic and cultural identity in relation to novel variables such as territory, biodiversity, and alternative development. In this section, we will highlight some of these complexities from the perspective of the effect that the cultural politics set into motion by the movement is having or might have on notions and practices of collective identity, political culture, biodiversity, and alternative development. The construction of a collective identity. For many years, the approach to the reality of black people in Colombia was shaped by 3 basic concepts: marginality, discrimination, and equality. Black identity was largely conceived in terms of equality before the law. The ambiguous character of this formulation has been pointed out by many, to the extent that the assertion "we are all equal before the law," which denies the existence of discrimination and promulgates the elite ideology of racial democracy prevalent in most of Latin America, makes impossible the articulation of an oppositional ethnic discourse. Wade 1993. Until recently, black opposition emphasized a common past grounded in slavery and in the forms of resistance to it, especially in the Palenques. In this vision, history was chiefly commemorative and was indelibly tainted by the representation of a past always diminished by domination. 13 In contrast, The PCN adamantly asserts that the invocation of a common past must be accompanied by a parallel identification of lessons for the present and a project for the future. This emphasis constitutes a rupture with Black organizing efforts of the 1970 to 1990 period that called for integration as a way to overcome racial discrimination and oppression. This earlier theory of the struggle arose out of the economic and political marginalization of the region and shared some similarities with Black civil rights struggles in other parts of the world, particularly in the United States. In the late 1970s, the state itself began to foster the process of the integration of the Pacific region into the rest of the country, particularly through ambitious development plans, Escobar and Pedrosa 1996. These attempts at integration into national culture and economic markets have had devastating effects on the values and aspirations of local cultures. It is for this reason that the ethno-cultural approach highlights the importance of reconstructing and exercising cultural differences as a mechanism for eradicating socio-economic and political inequality. The new focus entails a significant redefinition of the relationship between the Black communities and the rest of society and reflects an important trend in the Black movement. For the activists who share this vision, the historical resistance of Black communities in the Pacific and other parts of the country suggests a certain intentional distancing on the part of these communities as a way of constructing their own social and cultural forms of organization. This would explain the persistence of distinct cultural features in the Pacific and other regions, such as the different sense of time, the lack of interest in accumulation, and the social and economic role of kindred and extended family. Some of these cultural practices are recovered and invoked by activists as basic elements of the organizing process. Even if the Pacific Coast region has been integrated into the world economy for centuries as provider of raw materials, Witten 1986, the river communities never strove for a full integration into Colombia's economy. 14. In sum, if integrationist approaches seek the incorporation of Black communities into national life, ethno-cultural approaches construct the relation between national and minority cultures and their corresponding projects as problematic. These overall approaches reflect diverging readings of the history, living conditions, and cultural expressions of the Black communities of the Pacific. They maintain a tension that shapes organizing processes to this day. According to the ethno-cultural process, the movement must be constructed on the basis of broad demands for territory, identity, autonomy, and the right to its own vision of development and the future. Similarly, ethno-cultural activists espouse a view of Blackness that goes well beyond issues of skin color and the racial aspects of identity. The Black community's social movement is embarked on a process of collective identity construction that bears similarities to the construction of Caribbean and Afro-British identities analyzed by Stuart Hall, 1990. For Hall, ethnic identity construction entails cultural, economic, and political negotiations characterized by a certain doubleness. On the one hand, identity is thought of as rooted in shared cultural practices, a collective self of sorts. This conception of identity has played an important role in anti-colonial struggles and involves an imaginative rediscovery of culture that lends coherence to the experience of fragmentation, dispersal, and oppression. On the other hand, identity is seen in terms of the differences created by history. This aspect of identity construction emphasizes becoming rather than being, positioning rather than essence, and discontinuity as well as continuity at the cultural level. In this way, the coexistence of difference and sameness constitutes the doubleness of identity today. It recognizes the dialogues of power and resistance generated by the various encounters between European modernity and other cultural forms, and in the context of the New World, the fact that cultural identity is always creolized and characterized by difference, heterogeneity, and hybridization. See also Garcia Canc Linney 1990. The doubleness of identity can be seen at play in the ethno-cultural approach of the Pacific Coast Black movement. For the activists, the defense of certain cultural practices of the river communities is a strategic question to the extent that these communities are seen as embodying not only resistance to capitalism and modernity but also possibilities for alternative constructions. Although often couched in culturalist language, this defense is not intransigent or essentializing to the extent that it responds to an interpretation of the challenges faced by the communities and the possibilities presented by a cautious opening toward forms of modernity such as biodiversity conservation and alternative development. Identity is thus seen in both ways, as an anchor of traditional practices and forms of knowledge and as an ever-changing project of cultural and political construction. In this way, the movement builds upon the river community's submerged networks of cultural practices and meanings as well as their active construction of life worlds. Melucci 1989, it sees such practices in their transformative capacity of the biophysical and social environments, and it attempts to articulate, as we shall see in the following sections, a practical project of territorial defense and alternative modes of development. To the fixed, static, and conventional notion of identity implicit in the new constitution, the movement thus opposes a more fluid notion of identity as political construction. Although this identity is constructed in novel terms of culture and ecology, it is also traversed by class. Most black elites of the Pacific Coast, in fact, resent Ley 70 not only because they feel that the law treats them like Indians but because they want to integrate and be treated as regular Colombians, that is, they do not want to be singled out as an ethnic minority at all. 15. As an important aspect of identity construction, gender is also progressively becoming a salient aspect in the agenda of ethno-cultural organizations, although it is still given insufficient attention. The fact that many of the top leaders and activists of the movement are women who are committed to the ethno-cultural approach and who are increasingly interested in advancing gender questions is acting as a catalyst for the articulation of gender issues. These leanings were already felt in 1994, when the need to embrace gender as an integral part of the movement as opposed to promoting the creation of separate women's organizations was recognized. 16 The organization of black women is beginning to overflow the boundaries of the larger movement and to take on a dynamic of its own. In 1992, the first meeting of black women of the Pacific Coast already attracted over 500 participants. A network of black women's organizations exists and is gaining visibility in various domains of activity, particularly since 1995, Rojas 1996, and discourses of gender and biodiversity are also slowly emerging, Camacho 1996. Although most of these efforts are still couched in conventional women in development terms, Lozano 1996, the number of activists committed to gender mobilization is increasing. Studies of the black women's mobilization are already underway, particularly from the perspective of the intersection of gender and the ethnic constructions of identity and political strategy that have been dominant until now. 17. Reformulating the political. One may think that the biophysical, social, and cultural characteristics of the Pacific Coast region would lend themselves to a non-traditional approach to politics. However, this has hardly been the case. Until recently, conditions in the region have been used to strengthen a conventional system based on political clientelismo that articulates with traditional social relations established on the basis of extended families and kinship groups and with particular geographical spaces. Votes and favors are exchanged and circulate, budgets are negotiated, and regional and local bureaucracies and programs are enacted, all on the basis of these articulations. As in many other parts of the country, local bosses control political groups and participate, in turn, in wider political clientelistic networks controlled by more important bosses. Coupled with the fact that the Pacific region is composed of 4 provinces, 3 of which have capitals that lie in the Andean region, the exception being the northern Choco province, this clientele-based system ensures that decisions are made outside the region. These two factors, the difference between the northern Choco and the central and southern provinces, and the clientelistic system, have militate against the political construction of the Pacific as an ecological and cultural region and against the emergence of significant social movements. As in other parts of Latin America, the absence of black movements is related to racial miscegenation, democracy, the political control mechanisms initiated during colonial times, and elite ideological constructions of various kinds, such as notions of racial democracy, Serban 1991. Black demands have generally been tied to those of economically subordinate sectors and channeled through their political organizations without any ethnic specificity. Blacks' attempts at organizing in racially defined terms have not been completely absent in Colombia. 18 However, ethnic organizing remained latent until 1991, when black groups of all persuasions, whether linked to community organizations or to conventional political parties, began to see black identification as a means to access spaces from which they were previously excluded. Few of these efforts have succeeded in breaking away from traditional political practices. For the PCN, it was a question of convincing communities of their right to participate in a gamut of mechanisms of representation and negotiation with the state, such as the electoral process. In contrast to traditional clientelismo, PCN activists have sought to foster more daring proposals along with broad mechanisms of decision-making and degrees of political consciousness that go well beyond each individual group or river community. At the basis of this strategy is the conviction that the link between the ethnic and the political must be constructed. In this way, for instance, electoral processes are geared to the formulation of ideals and the elaboration of lists of candidates who represent community needs and aspirations, in contradistinction to the usual strategy of exchanging votes for favors or state programs. Traditional politicians have responded angrily to this strategy by blocking community initiatives, reinforcing elite coalitions, and pointing their fingers in accusation at movement activists. The PCN strategy of constructing the political, in sum, seeks to erupt in a field that was previously off limits to non-conventional actors and to provide at the same time that it chips away at the power base of traditional politicians' alternative political nuclei. This strategy was first attempted in 1992, after the ANC, in the black city of Buenaventura, and was implemented on various other occasions, such as during the 1992 and 1994 elections. Even if Ley 70 fostered an explosion of candidate lists for black representatives in Congress, the lists themselves and the bulk of the mobilization for the electoral process did not correspond to the ethno-cultural orientation of the movement but to political forces linked to the traditional political parties, who eagerly seized these unprecedented electoral opportunities. Despite this outcome, it is possible to assert that the ethno-cultural movement of black communities, with its alternative participatory practices articulated on the notion of cultural difference, has begun to transform the conventional political culture in Colombia's Pacific region and beyond. Cultural politics, territory, and biodiversity. Because of its rich natural resources, Colombia's Pacific Coast region is currently in the mire of both the national and the international development establishment. It is also a territory of ethnic groups, who constitute 93% of its population and whose active mobilization in recent years has become a preoccupation for government agencies and politicians alike. An important aspect of this mobilization is the involvement of black and indigenous groups in discussions about biodiversity conservation, genetic resources, and the control and management of natural resources. For the social movement of black communities, these issues cannot be dissociated from the question of territorial control. In fact, the relationships between culture, territory, and natural resources constitute a central axis of discussion and strategy building both within movement organizations and in their dealings with the state. Conversely, disagreements in the conceptualization of the culture/territory/natural resource relationship have created tensions among community organizations and between some community sectors and ethno-cultural organizations. These tensions are related to the overall intensification of development, capitalism, and modernity in the region, Escobar and Pedrosa 1996. First, the growing migration to the Pacific of peasants, proletarians, and entrepreneurs displaced from the interior of the country is having a visible socio-economic, ecological, and cultural impact arising chiefly from the different cultural logic that these actors bring with them. Second, the government continues to insist on implementing conventional development plans for the region, intended to create infrastructure for the large-scale arrival of capital. Third, government policies for the protection of natural resources have consisted of conventional measures of expansion of natural parks or social forestry programs with little or no community participation. Only one small, but symbolically important, project for the conservation of biological diversity has attempted, even if in ambiguous ways, to incorporate the demands of the organized black communities. 19 Finally, the drug cartels are also entering the region in the form of large-scale mining, agro-industrial, and tourist projects, with enormous consequences that are still difficult to discern. 20. In addition to highlighting these factors, it is necessary to point out that the organizational level of the black communities in the Central and Southern Pacific region is still low. Their vulnerability has been revealed in a variety of environmental, social, and cultural conflicts between local communities and timber, mining, and agro-industrial interests that have increased in number and intensity since the approval of Ley 70. Nevertheless, movement organizations have extracted partial but important victories in some of these conflicts. 21 These cases have made manifest several important aspects of environmental policy and conflict. They have made evident not only the weakness of the state agencies in charge of the protection of natural resources, but also the not infrequent collusion between their functionaries and the private interests exploiting the same resources they are mandated to protect. In a handful of cases, state functionaries have allied themselves with local businesses to repress movement organizations. Also, local government officials are hesitant to address the severe environmental problems that sometimes affect the communities under their jurisdiction. Finally, government measures aimed at controlling environmental abuses are frequently late and insufficient, or require the perpetrators to make only minor corrections to their environmentally destructive activities. 22. It is important to highlight some of the conceptions of territory and biodiversity developed by the movement in their interaction with community, state, political, and academic sectors. As was already mentioned in the earlier discussion of the movement's principles, the territory is seen as a fundamental and multidimensional space for the creation and recreation of the social, economic, and cultural values and practices of the communities. The defense of the territory is thus assumed within a historical perspective linking past and future. In the past, communities maintained a certain autonomy. They relied on forms of knowledge, worldviews, and ways of life conducive to certain uses of natural resources. Meanings and practices of nature go side by side in all cultures, producing particular uses and effects. This relationship between meanings and practices and the social relations in which they are embedded is being transformed today by the developmentalist onslaught that forces the loss of knowledge, territory, and cultural practices, and that reduces nature into a commodity. Confronted with national and international pressures concerning the biodiversity, the natural and genetic resources, of the region, the organized black communities are preparing themselves for an unequal and strategic struggle to maintain control over the only remaining territorial space over which they still exert a significant cultural and social influence. As part of their strategy for the demarcation of collective territories, activists have developed an important conception of the territory that highlights articulations between patterns of settlement, use of spaces, and practices of meaning use of resources. Riverine settlements, for instance, evidence a longitudinal and discontinuous pattern along the rivers in which multiple economic activities, fishing, agriculture, small-scale mining and forestry, hunting and gathering, and subsistence and market activities, are combined and articulated according to the location of the settlement in the upper, middle, or lower segment of the river. This longitudinal dimension articulates with a horizontal axis regulated by the knowledge and utilization of multiple resources, from those close to the river margin that have been domesticated, including medicinal herbs and food crops, to the undomesticated species found in the various layers of forest away from the river. A vertical axis from the infraworld to the superworld, populated by benevolent as well as dangerous spirits, also contributes to articulating the patterns of meaning use of resources. These various axes also depend on maintaining social relations between communities, which in some parts of the Pacific entail inter-ethnic relations between black and indigenous communities. 23. The defense of the territory entails the defense of this intricate pattern of social relations and cultural constructions, and is understood by movement activists in this light. It also implies the creation of a new sense of belonging linked to the political construction of a collective life project and the redefinition of relations with the dominant society. In the vision of the PCN, this possibility is more real in those communities encompassed under particular palenques, or networks of black organizations. At stake with Ley 70, in this way, is not land or even the territory of this or that community but the concept of territoriality itself as a central element in the political construction of reality on the basis of black experience. The struggle for territory is thus a cultural struggle for autonomy and self-determination. This explains why for many people of the Pacific the loss of territory would amount to a return to slavery or, worse perhaps, to becoming common citizens. The definition of biodiversity as territory plus culture made by movement activists incarnates an entire political ecology. This definition and the political practice that surrounds it are important contributions to today's intellectual ferment on the nature-society relation. It finds echo in current trends in political ecology concerning concepts such as territory, landscape, biodiversity, and nature itself. If territory is to be thought of as the ensemble of projects and representations where a whole series of behaviors and investments can pragmatically emerge, in time and in social, cultural, aesthetic, and cognitive space as an existential space of self-reference where dissident subjectivities can emerge, Guattari 1995, 23, 24, it is clear that this project is being advanced by the social movements of the Pacific. Similarly, the definition of biodiversity proposed by the movement provides elements for reorienting biodiversity discourses according to local principles of autonomy, knowledge, identity, and economy, Shiva 1994. Finally, from the activists' efforts at theorizing local practices of use of resources, we learn that landscapes are not only surface phenomena but that they involve multiple worlds, Bender 1993, and that nature itself is not an entity out there existing outside human history but that it is produced in deep conjunction with the collective practice of humans who see themselves as integrally connected to it. The question of development. From the PCN's perspective, development plans for the Colombian Pacific region have amounted to no more than material interventions on behalf of national and international economic interests. From the very first development plan for the region, the Plan for the Integral Development of the Pacific Coast, or PLADI-ICOP, DNP 1983, implemented between 1983 and 1993 to today's Plan Pacifico for Sustainable Development, DNP 1992, state intervention has been geared toward rationalizing the extraction of natural resources and structured by a homogenizing development discourse. It has in no way taken into account the diversity of cultures of the region, and actually acted against this. Diversity. Point 24. As most other countries in Latin America and the world, Colombia has opened up its doors to the transnationalization of the economy. Despite the recognition of ethnic and territorial rights, the contradiction between the Apertura policies and the interests of the black communities is clear, particularly in light of the geopolitical location of the region in the context of Pacific Basin integration and the wealth of its natural resources. Notwithstanding the protection afforded by the new constitution, it is market forces that continue to determine the goals of development, including what has been rightly called the merchandising of biodiversity, Martinez-Alier 1996. The conflict between market-driven interests and the interests of ethnic groups is more visible in the Pacific rainforest region than anywhere else in Colombia. For the ethno-cultural organizations, development must be guided by principles derived from the rights and aspirations of the local communities and must propend for the affirmation of cultures and the protection of natural environments. These principles: compensation, equity, autonomy, self-determination, affirmation of identity, and sustainability. 25 also point toward restoring a sense of balance between the cultural, social, economic, and ecological contributions of black communities to the country and the scarce contributions made to the country by the central government. Similarly, development strategies must foster the community's ethnic identity and decision-making capacity, including their creativity, solidarity, pride in their traditions, consciousness of their rights and forms of knowledge, and attachment to their territory. Any development alternative must articulate a vision of both a present and a future based on collective aspirations. It must go well beyond the creation of infrastructure and the improvement of material conditions to the strengthening of local cultures and languages. PCN activists are by no means dismissive of goals such as health, education, communications, overall economic productivity, and distributing a fair share of public resources. These goals, however, are seen from the perspective of the need to defend the ancestral territories and maintain control over them, the rights of the communities to determine planning processes, and the overall goal of preserving cultural and organizational differences. Sustainability is not only an ecological, economic, and technological issue, it involves all of the principles stated above. It reflects the way in which the Black communities of the Pacific continue to trust that life, peace, and democracy in Colombia will sacrifice neither nature nor cultural diversity, PCN 1994. The articulation of the ecological, the cultural, and the economic that underlies this vision constitutes a political ecology for